Um, hello?
Hello?
Who's this? Is that T-Dub?
You're live.
Yeah, it's T-Dub.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be live, bro, because, like, the government's gonna shut me down for telling the truth. It's
I'd rather they
fucking...
shut you up, not down. No, I'm just saying. It's a joke.
Dude, there's a fucking... Bro, you think... Let me tell you something. You see, like, in the last 20 years, the government, like, in every Western country, is very, like, inclined to tell people to worry about global warming, all this shit. You want to know why? It's not because they're worried about the Earth like being damaged in our future. They're worried about the fucking ice wall melting, cunt. And we're gonna see what's on the other side of the ice wall when it melts. That's what they're fucking worried about. They want it to stop, bro. I fucking know there's something on the other side of it. The ice wall, dude.
Well, who froze it?
I don't know, bro. It's like somebody like not from our sphere. Not even sphere. Somebody from not from our section of this world.
Yeah, but today's not Sunday. But like, so, somebody not from this world made the ice wall so that we'd be safe from this world. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, it's because there's like we're inferior, bro. There's like different types of species beyond the ice wall that are like superior to us.
Well, who cares about them?
I think it's a test, and like the people who actually discover what's beyond the ice wall and make it there and pass through the like gates, we can enter the new world.
Why would you want to? Isn't it hard enough here where you can't make it?
That's the whole point. Like you have to go through the trial of struggle to make it to like blissfulness on the other side, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Hold on.
Yeah,
There's
D-Mock, hold on a
islands
second.
here.
D-Mock. Dude, I just got done talking to you about this yesterday. Hold this topic for Speculation Sunday. Perfect topic.
This is
Perfect.
not a speculation. This
Yeah,
is
this
true,
is
bro.
speculation. You got a speculation on who they are. You got a speculation on the ice wall, and then a speculation on whatever different, human creatures or whatever, or and also why they don't want you to go, and also about the ice wall melting too. You got like in one sentence, there's like four baked in speculations. So
But it's
just
not even speculation. It's true. I'm gonna go there and fucking prove it. I think I posted in Sidechat the other day. I'm gonna go there on my boat with the boys after Easter. I was trying to say this the other day, but everybody was shutting down my like speech because they know I was speaking the truth.
no, dude, it's not shutting you down. I'm letting you know that these topics are best served Sunday, Sunday, speculation, Sunday, which is even better because if you're European, it starts right at midnight. So you get like an extra 6 hours of speculation Sunday.
Yeah, dude.
You, if you would, pump the brakes and let's talk about what the really is level and hold our speculations until Sunday. Speculation Sunday.
And I'm back. So we got sweet paradise everywhere, and then we got sweet hell everywhere. It's just right here. Earth is Earth, man. We got cold parts. Anything you need, we got it. You want to go under the water? You want to go above the water? You want to go in a cold spot? You want to go in a hot spot? We got you covered. We got volcanoes. We got lava for those people seeking warmth. We got coldness. Just go up in the air high enough. It's going to be cold. Go that away. It'll be cold. Bottom of the ocean, cold. I want to know why the moon changes angular size all day and night. Not actuality, but, I guess the appearance. I mean, or unless it does, who knows? I don't know what the moon is really. So actually, I couldn't tell you whether it wanted to shrink or grow or whatever. Yeah.
I could tell you what the moon is, but I don't think you're ready for it, bro.
What if it's an animal? Leave it alone.
No, it's like some artificial thing being controlled by people. I'm telling you, people that are not like us.
I don't even know what the hell I am, let alone the moon. flat out, flatulent, flattering, flat soda, flat top.
Hello. Hello.
Yep.
Are you a flat earther?
Yep.
So do you claim the measurements of the flat earth?
Well, measure and that would be a measure would be a verb, and the measurement would be a noun, and the measurement would be something along the lines to sea level, or if you were to hypothetically assign a value to flat as a perfect 1.0, then you could use that measurement to base a baseline and make measurements off that.
Okay. But so you have any measurements, or you're just gonna say level or something?
Yep, sea level measurement, A, and if you assign a value to flat as a 1.0, then take measurements off 1.0. So two different measurements. A, sea level, B, a flat baseline of a 1.0.
Okay, but you need a measurement like 20 kilometers or 20 miles or something, huh?
Got more than that. We got the Suez Canal, we got the Panama Canal, the St. Lawrence Seaway. You've got distances across the whole ocean. I got all of Kansas, the whole state of Kansas being flatter than a pancake. So yeah, we got all that stuff. I'm just curious, do you have any measurements of curvature? What do you got?
Yeah, I can show an experiment. Not a measurement about the curvature, but it shows curvature. If you want, I can link it in the chat now.
Yeah, no numbers to go with it?
No, it's just an experiment, you know. So do you have a measurement of this Panama Canal and so on?
Yep, that's all been done. Yep.
Can I see those?
Yeah,
Where can I find?
Yeah, you can look them up.
Where?
Well, I mean, try to find. I would say if your Google now fails you, let's use that going forward. Don't Google anything, because if your Google works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work. That would be a troubleshooting method we could explore. So right now, I gave you what you could look for. If you don't want to look for it, or if you can't find it, that goes down different pipelines.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking. No, where can I find those measurements?
Where do you normally find measurements? Where do you go for that?
Where on Google? No, but you say Google is not reliable. So where should I look?
I said, do you use Google? Will you Google it? Do you do that?
Yes, I use Google, of course.
Try that and see what comes up.
Well, when I tried, it's always showed some curvature, no, and some globe stuff. Usually, the flat Earth stuff is quite censored, no, so it's difficult to find.
That's why you're supposed to not frame it in flat Earth. Frame it as a measurement of sea level across the St. Lawrence Seaway, the Panama Canal, and the Suez Canal. Don't add in there, and plus sign flat Earth. Take that part off and just look at these measurements of these superstructures.
Okay, I'm gonna watch some video here on the chat. Somebody posted it.
Yo, the Earth is round, everybody. The Earth is round.
Round is not a sphere. Round is 2D. If you think the Earth is a sphere, then prove it. Post at the side chat. No.
Well, I can't
Post
prove
it.
that.
Don't talk it. Post it.
Okay, hold on, dude. Just, it came a little hot. Okay,
No,
the guy. Okay. Earth is round. Can you define what round is? Well, how much roundness are we talking about?
Well, I don't know. Okay, I don't sit around researching how round the Earth is. But even if it is flat, right? Even if you are correct, what is the point in all this? What is the point in debating all these people telling them that it's flat? Just believe what you believe it.
Yeah, that's a good epistemology. If somebody wants to believe something that is wrong, but it doesn't do anything, doesn't harm anyone. Like if someone is over here and says, I believe that pineapple belongs on pizza. Someone should be like, ew, but whatever. Eat what you want to eat.
Crit, we are not doing the shit that he is doing. He is claiming what he is doing. So you are the guy who is going to a flat earthers channel and trying to debate them. We are not going to Globetards channel trying to debate Globetards. We are sitting here, just luring the Globetards to come here. So the Globetards, because they are triggered people suffering from some cognitive dissonance, they are triggered and they come here to debate us. Look at us. We didn't walk to you. You did walk.
Oh no. Obviously, I came to you because I feel like it's just quite stupid.
It's like all the Globers, like the Globetards do, and they are doing what you claimed earlier that the flat earthers are doing.
No, if you've seen a channel where it said the Earth was round, then a lot of flat earthers would join our Discord and start this debating you lot. So I'm not triggered. It's just like
there is Globetard channels. There is the Jim Panda Globetard channel. There, it's open 24-hour also to debate. But we are not going to them, and flat earthers, they are not interested to just go to them and talk to them. But they come to us. And we just
fight
the war every time with some Globetards every time, because they do the same thing. They don't know shit.
There's
and
so
they
many
just claim
facts about the Earth being round and space and shit. And what makes you guys go off on a different fucking path?
Yeah, no, we didn't. Hold on, let me get this one. Let me feel this one. We didn't go off on a different path. That's the part missing. We've been on the same path. No, listen, pay attention. We've been on the same path since the caveman days all the way till now. We didn't divert into a Catholic Church creation myth about 500 years ago. We didn't take that path. We stayed inside observable reality. No diversion off the path.
I just think this is, I don't know, it's just, are you bored? Is this what you believe in?
Not a belief. Yeah, definitely not a belief.
Oh.
Remember what you said earlier when you were talking about flat earthers and injecting what you do into flat earthers? You said that, if you believe that it is like that, you won't go and try to debate other people by just telling. That's what you are doing now. So if you believe that it is a globe, you won't come here and talk about that globe.
It's just, I don't know. It's just a lot of questions.
I know a lot of. That's a good way to start. Questions. That's perfect. That's where you're supposed to start. I don't know. I've got questions. No one's got a problem with that. No one here is going to knock you for saying you don't know something you don't know. That's being honest.
Yeah. Do you guys like music? Do you know what I mean? So like, did you like? Was he born and like was told, or like, what age did you saw like? Like obviously you learned there in school, the Earth was round, but like, what made you not believe it?
Not a belief. Yeah, definitely not a belief.
Probably could have left that fucking. Actually, no, they fucking deleted that save. Like a massive fucking argument that happened. So
Your mic cut out. You're coming in really quiet for me. Can anyone else hear him?
I just asked them what made you believe, like obviously you learned there in school.
Is he are you hot micing and talking off camera? Or off mic, talking to someone in the room?
Yeah, he's talking very low.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds like he's talking to, like he got up and was talking to someone else in the room.
Yeah. Or maybe some problems there with the mic.
Oh, sorry. Oh, like, I don't know. It's like, it is just hard. All my life I've been told the Earth is round, so like, I don't know. It's
the same with us, you know. The same with us.
So like, to me, I don't want to sound rude, just you look stupid to like people like me. It's obviously like, well, it's fucking, you learn it in school, the fucking Earth is round and shit, so.
Did you ever ask to the teacher why people at the bottom of that ball doesn't fall off?
No.
Most people do. But the teacher will say, "Oh, gravity! It's this magic glue," and you believe it. She's not doing a test to prove it. You are just believing in the teacher. Go on.
There are space programs that spend millions of dollars trying to prove to people that space is real.
Yeah, a lot of.
I haven't really seen a flat earther spend millions of dollars to prove the fucking Earth is flat.
Well, I'm gonna ask you if you can recognize what's this animal. Let's see where you are. So there's an animal here. Let's see if you can define what is this animal passing by.
An animal?
Yeah, there's an animal going on here. Can you see it? It has 2 ears and a tail. Maybe if I post here more, this one you can see more detail.
What do you mean?
You see it now? Yeah, it's a damn animal. What is doing this animal there in space between quotes?
There's literally an edited photo.
No, I can post the original video. I was there, when they were supposedly showing it was live stream. People were questioning about what was this thing, this rat passing by. So I'm gonna post the link to that specific time. It's still available. It's there, from NASA YouTube channel showing the SpaceX 19 resupply. I was there when it was supposedly live stream. Live. Not just me, but other people. After that, they start to talk at the side chat. That's amazing.
Wow, there's a mouse?
Yeah. How can that be possible on that space? Breathing.
Maybe it's still in the atmosphere, you never know.
Yeah, maybe it's on a studio. And the background, you can change it for whatever you want. Part of that is on a studio. We infested with rats.
Like, why are the other planets round but the Earth is flat?
Yeah, at night I see other lights in the sky. You can call it planets. They are not fixed, moving with the others. So they call it wandering stars, planets.
Like, there's literally like, I don't know.
They can tell you a fairy tale story and you believe it. They can show you CGI photos, animations, whatever. It's what you see in these space documentaries.
But like, day and night and shit, like.
How day and night can change the surface?
How can day and night change the surface?
Yeah, if now
Well,
it's night.
we go around the sun, so like obviously a disk.
Obviously, we are going around the sun.
A disk.
Are you obviously?
Obviously a flat piece of ground is not floating around the sun. There's a globe.
Just a second. Are you obviously going around the sun? Are you experiencing that?
Yeah, but we are obviously going around the sun, innit?
When you watch the sun during the day, are we going around the sun?
Like, you don't understand?
Yeah.
How slow
when you look the sun from the morning till the night, what do you see? Do you see sun moving from the left to the right, or you see that you are going around the sun?
Well, it obviously takes time, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I'm asking you this question.
And then it goes back down.
Yeah, I'm asking you this question. Yeah, the sun is moving, or you are going around the sun?
What?
When you wake up in the morning and start to move from the east to the west all day, does you are going around that sun, or sun is moving in the sky?
Well, obviously, to us, it looks like the sun is moving.
That means, how did you get that we are going around the sun?
What?
Did you say that we are going around the sun?
Yes, we are.
How did you get that?
Well, facts. That's how day and night works.
Okay, again we'll ask you. When you wake up in the morning, sun is going from east to the west. That means from the morning and it's going to the west.
The sun goes all the way up, right? It comes up.
Yeah, all the way up.
It goes all the way up, and then it goes down, and then it's morning in Australia then, because it goes underneath us.
Yeah. Are you saying that sun is going under the earth?
Well, no, but like the way the rotations and shit.
The way of the rotation of what?
Of the earth and the fucking thingamabobs. I don't fucking know.
And how we know that earth is rotating?
Factual information?
Actual information. How do you know that car is moves?
How do I know that cars move? Because I see cars move all the time.
Okay, how do you know that earth is move?
How do I know that earth moves?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that. But like
I'm asking you because you don't see the earth like a car, is that correct?
Yeah, obviously, but like
Like
The
what?
Earth literally spins.
Are you saying that now in this moment you are rotating with the Earth?
Am I rotating with the Earth?
With the Earth. If you go outside, are you rotating with the Earth?
Well, if you're in like a fucking whatever it's called, then yeah.
How would it look like if you are not rotating?
Well, fuck it though.
You are saying if you go out that we are rotating. I would know how it would look like if we are not rotating.
Like,
Why you don't trust your
no,
human?
like you
Why you
don't
don't
even
trust
like.
your? Why you
How
don't
is that?
trust your?
That's not even like. That's a rhetorical question.
I'm
How
asking you
do
a
I
question.
answer? What does it look like if I'm not spinning? Like, how am I? Like,
Because when I go outside, I do not feel spinning. I feel that nothing is
no
moving.
shit.
Are you feel spinning when you go outside in garden?
Oh my fucking god!
Are you
Well, you're
feel
not gonna
spinning?
fucking be there though.
No, man. Tell me this: are you feel spinning when you are outside? Do you feel that?
Oh, I feel it all the time.
Really? Are you lying or you're honest?
No, I step outside and I'm always dizzy.
You are the only man in human history who can feel the motion of the air. Are you saying that?
Yeah, might be God.
Okay. I think.
So, bro, why have you decided to retreat into this sarcasm? Yeah, why have you decided?
Like, how am I supposed to answer? What does it look like if I don't spin?
Because you know how it looks like when we spin. You said this is how we are spinning.
Right, so I look like the same.
Hold on, Sasha.
I look the exact same if I'm not spinning.
So
there's my answer.
Okay, so someone told you that you are on a spinning ball and there's repercussions, consequences of being in motion. You've been in cars, you've probably been on some kind of carnival ride. It feels like to be at a constant acceleration. You don't experience that. Why do you believe you? That's the question.
Well, I don't feel the earth spinning, but obviously I see the sun go up and down, and then there's different time zones and shit. So.
Right, so that's all predicated on the sun's motion, not the earth.
No, because the sun don't move.
The sun doesn't move, so you don't see it go from...
No, because obviously that's when the moon comes around and...
Bro, you don't see the sun go from east to west every day.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so the sun is moving.
No, the sun's not moving, no. We're moving, and it looks like the sun's moving. Why are you so fucking retarded? Like, what is...
When it's obviously the luminaries and the celestials that move.
Like, why are you all so fucking serious about this fucking shit? Just, oh well, the Earth's fucking flat to you, Big E. What a fucking Big E.
Excuse me. You don't think it's important to know the truth about the place that you live and spend every day of your entire life?
Well, nothing's changing since the day I've been born, so I don't give a shit. Like meteors and shit.
Well,
so space is obviously real.
Right, so since you've been born,
hit the fucking Earth.
The Earth has been stationary, it's been flat, it's been apparently enclosed. You've experienced all of these things. These are things that can be validated. But you don't experience the lie that you were told that you're on a spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball, right?
Well, the Earth is round and it spins around the fucking sun.
Well, yeah, okay, then we need the evidence for that right now. Yeah, you're going to have to prove that.
But it's fucking genuine.
Yeah, the
fact.
evidence.
People have spent
It's a
loads
fact.
of fucking money, loads, millions of dollars to prove that fact.
Yeah, that
You haven't
that would
spent
be it.
fucking nothing. You haven't spent nothing towards this flat earth, this shit. So
I don't know why you're becoming hostile. Are you okay? Don't become hostile, bro. It's okay. So you do now realize, because I can tell you're becoming hostile, that you realize what I'm telling you is correct, and all you're doing is restating the claim that you live on a spinning water ball, right?
They have literally spent millions of dollars, and
Who cares? That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter how much money was spent. Perhaps that money was spent on making sure that you are an idiot.
well, why is the government gonna be like, oh, the Earth is round? Let's fucking lie to them. Let's lie to them. Let's make them all look.
Is it? Hold on a second. I don't need for you to appeal or try to.
I don't know why.
Hold on, Sasha. Sasha, hold on. Why would you try to appeal to the motivation of complete strangers who do not owe you any truth whatsoever? You think the government is trustworthy? Is that so? You think the government is trustworthy?
Obviously not, but obviously someone's got you believe.
Oh.
You trust whoever.
No, it's not about belief. The Earth is measured to be flat. Were you aware of that?
I've literally seen flat earthers prove themselves wrong.
Oh, really? How's that? So, did they measure the Earth?
Are you actually serious?
I'm asking you. You think now appealing to the fact that every once in a while a flat earther will make an asshole of himself, and that's going to change reality? The Earth is measured to be flat, not by me, by the people that make your maps. How about that?
I just said I've seen flat earthers prove themselves wrong.
I asked you about that particular point blank. What does it matter if some flat earther made an asshole of himself? The people that make your maps have measured the Earth to be flat.
Oh, so they measured it to be flat, so it isn't flat.
Yes.
But they've measured it to
Yeah,
be
that's why
flat.
there's no
No.
flat Earth map.
'Cause obviously
All
you can't
maps are
put a
flat.
ball on a map on a piece of paper, can you? You can't.
No. That's not what I said. I said the Earth is measured flat.
They're gonna make
Measured.
the Earth flat on a piece
Yeah,
of paper.
Excuse me.
One
They
flat
can't
Earth
really
map.
make. No, they can't really make.
Bro, why aren't you listening? Do I have to start muting you because you won't listen? The Earth is measured to be flat.
I'm not
Measured.
listening. You're talking
that's
a lot
blank.
of
That's
ball.
not a-
Someone's told
Who's the
you
white
about
knight?
this. You started believing this.
No, it's not about me. It's the people who make your maps. Do you know how you get latitude lines? Do you know what latitude is? Hello? Did he run away?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
it seems the guy's not here anymore. Yeah, he did run away.
My goodness. You globe believers are so fragile, right? We start asking you simple questions about your daily experience on the earth. Sasha made a great point. Okay, you believe you're on a spinning ball. You feel the motion? No. How would it feel if you weren't spinning? Oh, the exactly fucking same. And then all of a sudden you have to start to ponder, holy crap, I actually don't experience any motion. So let me run away into some kind of fallacious question. Do you guys actually think that they would spend all this money? What the hell does that matter?
He's like, some other guy
You
couldn't
spent-
defend his point, therefore you can't defend your point.
If you spend $7 trillion in space rockets, and if you launch all of that stuff, water will start to curve. Did you know that?
Apparently if you spend enough money, water starts curving. Excellent point.
More money, more curve.
I struggle to think how these people get through life. Like just thinking. This is some basic life skill stuff. I wouldn't trust a guy like that to be my Uber driver.
In a world.
Are there any flat earthers here?
Yeah, what? What you need, kid? Hello? Did he leave?
No.
What you need to know? Hello?
Are you okay?
I don't know. Somebody asked if there's a flat earther here, and then I think they went silent. I was just asking them if they wanted to talk about it, how they're a flat earther too. How it's not possible for them to be anything but a flat earther. Because there's no such thing as a globe. I mean, throw that out the window.
What's the most convincing evidence you have seen so far that made you so
Elevation.
certain?
Well, Earth's flat everywhere. Construction. When you find a hill in your backyard and a mud puddle, and you know the difference between the left and right side, and then the part where the water's held that's deeper. So, like, we know when the ground dips and humps and curves, and we know when the water at rest is horizontal across your aquarium. And if the water is 1,000 miles long, just imagine a big fucking aquarium sitting there. It's going to be horizontal across the top while it's at rest. And if it's moving a little bit, it's still going to be basically horizontal, except for the swashing and swishing. And unless it's like going across something, pouring it down and around, and like from like, around the rocks and shit like that. But that's different. While it's at rest, it's not going to curve. It's supposed to curve at rest, just sitting there from magical gravity. But no one's ever seen that. And elevation doesn't do that. Elevation doesn't arc and stay zero. No one can drop something on the wall or anywhere in their yard or anywhere on this earth, one dot, without it actually dropping its elevation to that dot. But what they tell you is you live on a ball that drops down but doesn't change its elevation rate.
What's elevation rates?
Elevation. You got a dot on the wall. You got a dot on the wall, you go above it, you raise up in elevation. You go below it, you go down in elevation. That changes. So what they tell you is there's an arc somewhere on your wall, and you can start at the bottom of the arc, rub your thing up it to the top, or start at the top, rub it down, or start at the bottom. No matter where you start it, they tell you on an arc, not a horizontal, it's going to say 0, 0, 0, 0 while you rub it up above itself. And then you rub it down below itself. Do you think that's fucking humanly possible somewhere? That the tool that tells you how high it is in its reference to wherever you put it So if you put it up somewhere, it's going to say a number. And if you drop it, the number will change. You raise it, the number, it doesn't matter how much. We're just looking for the change. So if the number stays the same along a horizontal line, that's what you live on. If the number stays the same along a curve, that's what you live on. That would negate gravity was real. That would negate a curve state at zero elevation change. Now, do you honestly think you can walk down the stairs or roll down the hill somewhere and you haven't changed elevation? Do you honestly think you can do that somewhere and stay at the same elevation that you started from, rolling down a hill? And how would you prove that? With what globe tool?
I don't know. Seems a bit complicated.
No, it's not. The single dot you put on the wall, the most smallest thing you could ever put on that wall to represent your frame of reference, you go above it, guess what? You're going to raise up in elevation. You go below it, you're going to lower. This is so fucking simple. It doesn't stay the same. I can't take that dot from that dot and start drawing an arc out to the right that goes down below, like another dot below it and to the right, below, to the right, below, to make an arc, to make a curve, to make a sphere. The first dot I put has to be higher than every single other dot that I put next to it or in front or back of it to make like a 3D sphere. And they're telling you that every single dot that drops down below itself is staying at the same elevation. But you can't do that. There's no tool that'll show you that. Every tool we have the number will change. Just like if you touch a scale, it'll react. Whether it's wrong or right, the number's going to do something. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's not complicated that you sit on a scale and the scale has to be sitting still for you to get weighed, right? If I move the scale around, it's not going to work.
I don't know.
So the scale has to be really smooth on your wall, an arc on your wall. Do you know what an arc is, dude? Do you know how to draw the fucking arc on your wall? Not a horizontal line? No?
I don't want to clean my wall after destroying it.
We don't care what you want to do. I said, could you draw a line on your wall called a fucking arc?
I don't want to ruin my wall, okay?
Are you unretarded enough to draw a line on somebody else's wall? You can draw
I don't
one on
want
my
to
wall.
ruin someone else's wall.
Because you're retarded now. Now you don't know nothing. Now you can't. Dude, are you stupid or what?
I just don't want to draw my wall out of your
about
wall.
elevation or not.
What's wrong with that?
You not being smart enough to comprehend what the fuck elevation is and how it works.
I'm just being a decent person, not.
No, you're not.
Vandalizing other people's walls and my own wall.
Yeah, you are a good person. Do never draw on the walls. I'm with you. Save the walls.
Anyway.
Save the walls.
Yeah, save the wall.
Dimok, what do you have against walls? Why you are not so good like him? You want to ruin walls.
I just want to be able to see the big canvas, and I want the earth curve to be started somewhere on it, and then like a little portion of it, however big of the portion they can make, and then take your altimeter tool, and as you started at the top, and then when you get to the bottom, it's still going to read 0, and then I'll be a glober. That's all I need.
Yeah, but we don't have that even in dictionary. We will call that sea curve, but we call that sea level.
Right, and this thing will demonstrate that because the elevation tool cannot stay the same if you lower it or raise it up. It'll never stay the same.
Yeah, but sea level does not change elevation like for the sphere.
That's a horizontal line. Yeah, that's what flat Earth is. The thing that
That's
doesn't
liquid.
change is what you're on.
Yeah, and it's not our fault. It's like liquid behaving in nature. It's not that we decided the water to be flat, you know.
Right, we were just born into this flat Earth. We didn't make it.
Yeah.
We didn't produce the dimensions of it. We didn't make an edge or make an end or make a beginning. We didn't make a shape of a flat fucking thing like a sandbox that's, flat with the water and has design and topography about it.
But you need edge of the shore for the water.
You'll need the edge of something to be a curve.
You need some container to contain the water.
Oh yeah. Dirt holds water, not gravity. Yeah, 100%. You need dirt or a cup or something to hold water, or else it wouldn't be held.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying you don't have gravity cups anywhere taking water anywhere, do you? The gravity cup would be an invisible thing, right?
I don't know what that word means. First, cup, I know what means.
Yeah, we can have a cup of liquid. We can't have no gravity of liquid. We can't have a gravity ball of liquid with us. We don't take a local globe to the coffee shop and say, fill her up, pour it on my ball while it's spinning. Here, pour that coffee on my globe cup. Gravity will hold it.
So, you flat earthers saying that flat surfaces are really flat.
Shit, globers say that a ball is a spinning time machine. All balls are time machines.
Why time machine?
Yeah, a ball is a time machine. That's what globers say. That's the globe science. If you're on a ball called Earth and you're spinning in a vacuum, now that you're on a spinning ball in a magic vacuum, your spinning ball becomes a time machine. So if you leave your ball, you're going to age more, right? Leaving away from the ball. So the ball became a time capsule and slowed down time for everybody on it. So therefore, the ball is a time machine, right? That's not me. I'm a flat earther. I didn't make globes, time machines. This is just what I read in the books. I wonder, how do you prove this, that balls are time machines?
But you can't go backwards. It's just compressing and decompressing.
Well, how do you know what balls you got? How do you demonstrate them going forward in the first place? So if a ball is a time machine, I'm sure in the paradox or paradigm of space somewhere, they got one that's rotating just right or just small big enough that you're going to go backwards in time.
You misunderstood the book you were reading, I guess.
You what? Well, it's called the
Are you
ISS.
referring to relativity when your time
I'm
machine?
referring to the twin paradox, where if one twin goes up in the ISS, he gets older than his other twin that was older than him. So one twin was 5 minutes older than that one twin, right? And the younger twin went up in space. Now, since he left the Earth, now he's the older twin because the Earth is a time machine, and leaving it is a time machine. They're all frames of time in the paradox of relativity, right? And so every marble that you have in every pool ball is the time machine to another marble or pool ball or in between. Do you understand? So you could do a lot of stuff with this in a lab with these time
Yeah, so what
machine
does that
balls.
do with flat Earth?
It's got everything to do with
Yeah, I
it.
don't know why you go into so much
Yeah, what
detail
does general
about
relativity
things
has
that you don't know
relation with
definitions.
flat Earth?
Well, the relation is a retarded globe that doesn't exist and that isn't a time machine, and that shit's fake. So it's just showing you the stupidity of all
Wait. Just
retarded.
because it's time machine doesn't mean it's fake.
Show me it. Show me it's real.
Wait, do you believe in general relativity?
I don't have to believe. You have to demonstrate.
No, I'm asking if you believe it. Simple as that.
I can only believe what can be demonstrated. Simple as that. Do you
So you
comprehend
don't
that
believe
statement?
in time
I don't have
travel
to.
faster?
I don't have to.
Are you needed to believe in something what is proven?
You go make your own time religion for yourself, buddy. Don't make it for me.
So you don't believe, right? That's your claim.
I don't
You
have
don't
to.
believe.
Your claim is I do.
No, I'm not saying that you do. I'm asking. It's a question.
Well, okay. Well, you don't have to repeat it 50 times. Do you understand that sentence? I don't have to believe.
No, I'm not forcing you to believe. The way your
Okay, well,
answer
why is
seems
it
like I'm forcing you
incomprehensible?
to.
Why is that an incomprehensible like position to you?
I'm just checking if is there any relationship with general relativity and flat Earth. That's why I'm inquiring.
There's no such thing as what you're talking about. A man made that shit up.
Flat Earth?
General
Flat Earth?
relativity.
Oh, there's no such thing as
Relativity.
flat Earth. Oh, okay.
Relativity, retard, that you can't demonstrate yet. Right? We're looking for it. Flat
Oh,
Earth is the only thing you can demonstrate. Like I told you, get your elevation tool, stupid. It doesn't change along a horizontal. It's supposed to not change along a curve, dummy. No go. Anytime you move it away from my horizontal flat Earth proof, it's going to change. You lose. Welcome to flat Earth.
I've seen videos on you guys
I don't care
doing
what
on a
video you saw. I don't care what
Lake
video you saw.
yoga.
Go on the wall. Go somewhere on this fucking
Can you
planet.
listen? Can you
No, you
listen?
need to listen. You don't comprehend what elevation is. Go
Enoch, I've seen the
outside
videos your
and
buddy
rub
have sent
down
to
the
me.
hill somewhere that you believe is Earth curve, and let's see the fucking altimeter not change while you slide around or down it.
No, I'm agnostic. I'm inquiring what kind of evidence made you so
You inquire a
believing in.
horizontal line. Go get a level outside, and then rub your elevation tool across it from A to B. It's not going to change. Now that's what you live on, stupid. No need to inquire anymore. Now you live on a horizontal plane of reference, and that's how it all works. There's only vertical going up. There's not diagonal verticals. They're not horizontal verticals. Your shit's not mixing up.
All right, where can I buy
They're
this
all
equipment?
parallel.
Where can I buy this equipment?
By what equipment?
Like the equipment you mentioned for me to measure
An
if
altimeter?
I'm living on a horizontal plane.
An elevation tool?
What's
Called an
that?
elevation tool or an altimeter. Couple plumb bobs, a level, good to go. And then you'll need a marker to put on your altimeter. You'll need to draw out the Earth curve with it while it says 0. It can't be a horizontal line. You're going to make a horizontal line first from A to B on your wall. You're going to have to ruin a wall for this one. I'm sorry, wall lover. So, and then once you run your altimeter across that line, it's going to read 0. Then you'll need to make the Earth curve arc underneath, and then show how it reads 0.
How it reaches 0.
Yeah, you're gonna have a camera. We're gonna be watching your camera, or somebody is. Film yourself. The altimeter has a fucking number on it. Zoom in on that number. You want to see it not change at all. You want to see it read 0 as you drop it down below my horizontal frame of reference. Disprove flat Earth by making it stay 0 while dropping below my horizontal line on the wall. Anywhere you choose. And once you prove that you can drop that elevation tool and draw an arc, because you're putting a marker in it too. You're going to put a marker in it. You just want it to keep saying 0. If it doesn't say 0, it's going to go beep, 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 or blink green. You want it to stay red the whole time. Red means you're making the Earth curve. And you're going to trace out the Earth curve. And it's going to say 0 along it. You just need to read 0 elevation change along a curve. So many parallel verticals. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is supposed to stand up vertically. Why doesn't it do that? Like the boat over the curve. Perfectly vertical. How do you drop one side of a boat without the boat tilting? Answer that question, any globe believer. How do I drop one side of my cereal box? What's that going to look like to the observer looking at the side of it when I drop the right side of the cereal box? To the observer on the left. What's he going to see that box do? Maybe tilt? Maybe? Globers can't even show you what a box of cereal would look like with an 8-inch drop. Isn't that weird? One little box of cereal. The math's too hard for a Glober to tell you how it's going to drop 8 inches on one side. I'm waiting for a Glober to get in his airplane or jet or helicopter or whatever he's got and kamikaze down past that curve. Just fly 8 inches in front of the curve.
Your brain is mustard. Your brain is mustard.
Your plane is mustard.
Your brain is mustard.
Your plane would be mustard. You and your plane. When you
but
that curve.
Why don't
you just get in your plane? Talking
and run around the globe one time for me.
Camera on the front of it. I'll put a camera on the front of it.
Show me the globe. I don't believe in circles.
Doesn't matter what you believe. Just get in your rock.
Show me a circle. Show me one circle. Go ahead. You can't do it, can you? No, you can't. You can't show me a circle.
No, I just want you to. Nobody cares about that garbage. Just drop your ass down past the curve of Earth. We ain't worried about circles. No curve finder.
Why so angry at you?
Why are you angry?
You can't show me circle. You're angry at me.
Just kamikaze down past the curve, man. What are you laughing about?
have a plane.
Yeah,
That's
dude, your
funny.
brain is the size of a mustard seed, so just chill out.
I'll tell you guys what. If you fund me an airplane, I'll do it.
What is the border
Go to the
of
mustard factory?
Fund you an
No, you
airplane.
want someone to get in a plane and kamikaze.
Yeah, it's called flying around the
Why do
Earth.
things fall down like my IQ when I listen to you, Demo?
Supposedly things fall around Earth or can go down past the curve to fly somewhere, right? To Australia underneath my feet. Just prove it, losers. I'll be waiting at the horizon watching for you boys to kamikaze down past the Earth curve without touching dirt and water. Stupid. How else are you going to get down around the fucking thing? Imagine. Retards.
The direction of down changes while you move.
Yeah, good. Yeah, prove that, bitch. Go straight the fuck down and prove it, stupid. Prove it, and then we'll watch your altimeter raise in elevation after you're going down, retard. When does this happen? When does it happen on Earth? How high of a cliff do I need to prove this into a canyon? That I drop my altimeter and it starts saying I'm going up instead of down? When does this happen?
Artificial horizon changes when you.
No, when do I drop a tool called the elevation tool and it shows you an increase in elevation, an increase in distance, an increase in pressure or voltage like it does going vertically? We need the same fucking reading as up away from flat Earth. Can you do that going that way to the horizon? And can you do that going down or a chord through the motherfucker diagonally? Who's cutting through the cord of Earth? Who's cutting through the cord of the water? Who's cutting through the cord of air? Loser. Nobody. Prove it.
Cord of air?
What a retard who can't drop his fucking tool down a hill or off a cliff and show us that it's going to raise an elevation from his point. Or throw it out forward and let gravity grab it and watch it doesn't change for a while. It shouldn't change while it's going forward like a bullet and then gravity grabs it. No change, no change, no change. Earth. Should be no change. Gravity's curve has no rate of change. Do you understand that? A curve. Where's this curve at? Where can you go show us this curve up close and personal where it has no change? You're a microscopic motherfucker. Surely you should be able to stand on that little spot and show us it. Big Earth. You being the most smallest thing on Big Earth, you should be able to show us the small spot. Where it does this magic.
So you admit we can see it with our eyes. It's good.
See what? I can see the altimeter every day, buddy. The altimeter follows a horizontal with my eyes. I see it perfectly, you fucking retard. That's no deviation from a horizontal, stupid. That reads 0. Yeah, you can see that with your eyes every day, retard. You can tell the thickness of a fucking fly's wings. Are you stupid? You're a dumb fuck. Now you boys can't find 8 inches of dirt curve, but you can see how thick a fucking fly's wing is and a grasshopper's ass.
I remember when I was working on my master's degree in college, the smartest
your
professors I
nickname when you were
knew,
younger,
they
bro?
always called people retards and dumb fucks when they had questions. That's a
Yeah,
mark of
because the
intelligence. Oh,
retards
wait a
think
minute.
they have
You know
answers,
what?
but they
Now that I think
don't.
about
They
it,
got
that's
cartoon
not the mark
beliefs.
of intelligence. That's the mark of an
Yeah,
ignorant
the mark of
piece of
stupidity
shit.
is a fucking
Good for you,
belief
brother.
without demonstrating it. No
Giggler in
show
his
and tell.
feelings today.
No show and tell is the mark of a retard liar who can't demonstrate a curve with the very tool that should be demonstrating it to everyone. The thing you put in an airplane, right? Or the thing that shows elevation. Globe elevation is not flat Earth elevation. They are 1,000,000,000% opposite. Globe has gravity, making the altimeter read 0 while
I'm
you
just going to
drop it.
paraphrase that for him so everybody else knows what he's saying. This is what he's saying. I heard a thing that sounded smart once, and I'm too fucking dumb to know the difference, so I ran with that shit. And when people disagreed, I called them retarded and stupid, and I felt like a big, strong man.
We're
What
waiting
else
for
you got,
you to
brother?
demonstrate an earth curve, retard. You're not
Hey,
a big,
Giggler,
strong man, so
Giggler,
you
did
can
you go?
show and
Listen, did you
tell.
get? It sounds like you got your master's from Snowflake U, Giggler.
From
Relax with the
Goofball
pee-pee, bro.
University.
Yes, not exactly, but
Are you too
probably.
stupid to
Not like
understand the curved
exactly like
elevation?
Padala.
It was the California State University system,
Yeah,
California. So yeah.
you're a snowflake, dude. You're snowflake showing.
You want to see a snowflake? You look at the snowflake within yourself. Don't go showing people my snowflake. That's weird. Makes me mildly uncomfortable. I need a
Well,
safe
you're
space.
the one.
Is there a safe
Listen,
space on
you're
this
the one
server?
presenting your snowflakeness.
The dude says he's an
Keep your
engineer, but
CPs out of it, Giggler.
couldn't engineer an earth curve or a 2-inch drop or an 8-inch drop. He doesn't even know what an 8-inch drop cereal box looks like compared to one that's level and on a horizontal plane. Do you, stupid? Stupid.
Real talk. Don't be so hungry when you're chatting.
Stupid. I'll drop a cereal box 8 inches. What's it supposed to look like? What's the tilt?
I imagine you like going out on your back porch or whatever and holding a cereal box and then demonstrating
Yeah, I put a
out of
cereal box
yourself.
on a
And
big
when
ass
people
curve.
smarter than you point out the
I put a
problem
whole
what you're
bunch of little
doing, you
boxes.
call
I
them
put a knife.
retards and you call them
Yeah.
stupid. Like
Yeah, I put a
it's
crystal.
delightful, man. It's absolutely fucking delightful.
Yeah, I put a crystal cube on a square and the corners floated. You fucking retard. On a sphere, the square corners of a crystal cube that are sharp, they float. They don't touch it, retard fuck. Now let's go outside and take a look
I
at
can't wait to
water.
see how effectively
Now,
the internet works when
I
fuckers like
want to
this are in
look
charge
at
of
the curved
science.
water.
We are so
We're waiting for your retarded brainiac ass to show us the fucking.
Yeah, just keep calling me retarded there, big man. Does that make you
are
feel
dumb
tough?
fuck.
You know what? I'll call
Floating
myself
corners.
retarded. Would that make you feel tougher?
No, your
What the
floating
fuck,
corners
man?
would.
You want to
Your
fucking
corners
step
that
up
don't
and throw
touch
down?
water.
You want to step outside this
Your
bitch?
corners.
Fucking bring it.
Oh my
But don't fucking call me
god,
retarded.
Giggler!
You goofy ass
You don't
worm.
sound like you're giggling.
You
Just
couldn't
Giggler,
fucking
show
wiggle your way out of a wet paper bag. Shut up.
just show your knowledge. If he's calling you retarded,
Just show
that
us
means
how a curve has the fucking corners.
he's wrong because he called you retarded, and now you show your knowledge and you say, look, this is all knowledge what I have about the sea level, about the elevation, and that's it, you know. And then he shut up, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's wildly impressive.
Yeah.
He doesn't know it, so don't tease him with that. It's not his fault.
What?
It's
What
not
you
his
didn't
fault.
do yet? What you couldn't do? Show a third curve up close and personal, retard.
Yeah.
How would I know that?
You want to see a curve up close, motherfucker? Come on over. I'll show you my Peyronie penis. You fucking see a curve, bitch.
You sound like a true academic, Giggler. You gonna get it together, or do you need to be muted, bro?
He's probably in a bingo room full of old ladies. He's a weirdo.
Hey, man. Some of my fuck you guys.
Is that how you prove the curve? What an engineer.
Now he proved he is a hypocrite now, because he was blaming you because saying some people are retarded, but now in this case he said fuck you people. That means he said fuck you to me also, and I was only saying about the sea level something. That means he was the same like example what he was making, you know. That's like somehow like double speaking.
Yeah, but the cube should say it all, and the sphere. A sphere doesn't need him to talk for it. Neither does a cube or a curve outside. He should just go sit on that, stand on that, stand on what he's representing. Show me how wrong I am.
Of course.
Yeah, and I would agree with him if he could demonstrate it. I'd be on his side.
And then you will say, look, sorry, man, I was calling you retarded and that was wrong and blah, blah, blah. But no, you know, he has the knowledge, but he doesn't want to speak about that knowledge. But I want to hear properly about that knowledge. Then
It's secret knowledge. You got to go to his school.
No, because of me, Dimo, because this is you and this is him. Like I'm third part. Now, then I will. I can understand who is retarded in that case, you or him, because he said that you are saying that because you want to have that like a power. Ah, you are retarded. That means nobody can say nothing because you are telling other people, teachers saying everybody is retarded. Okay, now student, stand up and say why teacher is retarded.
100%. Now, look, if the teacher says, hey, man, this thing doesn't make any sense and shows you, and everybody laughs and knows that it doesn't make, and like can clearly see that that doesn't make any sense, now how would he go to the classroom and have his teacher tell him, or whoever he talks to, they tell him this thing makes sense? And then he believes that after clearly he sees that that doesn't make sense. So in reality, make no sensey, but your teacher and you and your engineer retarded class make sense. That's why it's retarded, because the things that you're trying to give attribute to don't even exist. They don't even exist. An Earth curve doesn't even exist.
No,
Where's it at?
I don't know.
Not you.
But he has a knowledge. I don't know. Maybe he. I don't know. Because you are
Maybe
retarded.
he can teach one of us stupid flat earthers. I'm retarded to a lot of things until I learn them. I mean, shit.
Alita 7516 is here. Or up there around. Vom in the house. A lot of belly aching today. I was hoping it not to carry over from yesterday, but oh well.
I just wish one of these boys knew what a drop tilt was. We got the smartest globe minds in the world coming in here, and they don't even know what a square object would look like tilted 8 inches or dropped. One side compared to the other. I know both sides of that boat aren't experienced in the drop the same way. Couldn't possibly be.
Yeah, I heard Leaf trying to sell you that space time pretty hard. Hard sell.
Oh yeah, spinning ball time machines. Yeah.
Believe it, believe it, believe it. You don't believe it, believe it, believe it. You don't believe it, believe it.
Right. You don't believe in time? I believe in the ability to remember or forget, man. You retain or you detain. I don't know anything else.
Well, you beg people to believe in their science and believe it. What's going on, Leaf? Is that it? That you were just going to beg them to believe space time and that was the end of your argument? Rubber ducky.
I'm saying, shouldn't that be easy to demonstrate? That balls are time machines, and if you scoot back from each ball at a different size, according to Einstein, it's going to be a different relative amount of time.
Yeah, that's what triggered them. I was wondering what it was. Yeah, the space ball's a time machine. Yeah, they don't like that. It's in all their movies.
I know it's in the ISS. It's in the real life. They really say this shit. The twin.
Yeah, it's in the space lab. It's in the sci-fi. They should be familiar with the idea. You didn't make it up.
Correct. When you first hear me say it, it might sound like I'm being, this dude's goofy. He's on something. No, it's what they say. I just never seen the proof of it.
Don't they even go as far to say that your head's older than your feet when you're standing on the ground? I mean,
Yes, now you're getting it.
so we're the opposite. I can't keep track of the time machine, but yeah, that's what they're saying.
And then when you go away from it, you get older faster. Then when you hit another spinning ball, it can slow time down for you again, depending on how big and how it rotates. Just imagine the sun would be sitting on there and no time at all would be going by. The bigger the ball, the slower time goes for you. It's like the more gravity, the slower the time. The less gravity, see, you get it? Gravity and time and space are the same hand. They work together. So weirdly enough, more gravity, less time. Less gravity, space, more time, faster age. Weird, right? So instead of nothing protecting you out in space to make you, gravity protected, where it's supposed to be anti-gravity, it makes no fucking sense. On, yeah, it's weird. Kind of backwards in a way, but then you got a black hole out there. It does all kinds of stuff with time, depending on where you are connected in the hole, spinning hole. Now, spinning hole controls time and light and space and sound and so if you spin stuff in a black hole, it all becomes liquefaction, liquefied. I still don't know how gravity affects granite and steel and diamonds and rocks to make the Earth into a sphere, no matter what that material could have been. That's just weird to me. But today, you don't see a spoon getting reformed by gravity into anything. You don't lay a spoon on the ground and it becomes like molded to earth. Pushing back forward. Pushing forward back. Why is there back and forth? Shouldn't that be up and down also? There should be no back and forth. The Globe Boys can't find 35,000 feet that way. They'll never know where it's at. They don't want to make no money. And then they act like, yeah, isn't that weird? Nicktoon making all these weird different bets and all these people, right? They should just bet that 5 foot off the ground, they can go out to the horizon and eventually get to 35,000 feet with their altimeter. Like that's, if they can, then tilt your fucking plane however you want. Tilt your hot air balloon like this. Tilt it back like a Cadillac. I don't care. And get your butt rolling forward and get to 35,000 feet, tilter. And you record it and you have a horizontal line along a frame and you fly that thing. You fly forward. Don't worry about what nobody's recording or got lined up. They're going to have a curve and a horizontal. And magically, when you're flying horizontal forward, you're supposed to be following a magic curve, and they're going to watch it along the screen. You trace it or not. And then when you're only 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot forever the whole time, there's no way in hell you can be on the globe past the first foot of it saying 5 foot. 5 foot, 5 foot. You just debunked the globe because there's no increase in elevation going that way. So you debunked the globe. And you can go that way and follow gravity down all you want. Still not going to increase in elevation. Too bad, so sad. The only thing that you have to prove is an increase in elevation any way other than up for a globe. Any way other than up. You got to go up any direction but up to prove a ball exists. And everybody will be a glober. Where is globe up? We're looking for the globe up.
what hobby guy on?
The Glober says this crocodile is perfectly smooth. We can do the maths.
That's funny. Considering its scale.
The scale. This crocodile is so big. They'll be up on the board explaining there's smooth crocodiles everywhere, and how pineapples are smooth and you can rub on them. And
I guess it's because, like, in comparison to the microscopic level of like a piece of paper, like the fibers, they are so high, off the, I guess, that baseline, if you will. But I mean, I don't know. That's the way they try to justify it, I guess.
does Polaris go around the sun?
Like, if you think about it, like, look at this that I'm posting. Like, this is from New York to California. Like, and that little raising right there of the mountains, that would be like the fibers on a paper. So they're like, oh yeah, like a paper looks flat, but microscopically, it's, the earth is smoother than paper. Like this. Like, dude, come on. We're not fucking looking at earth microscopically, bro. It's actually pretty big.
It's the other way around. They're trying to tell you that you're seeing the earth from perspective of you seeing the paper, from the perspective of you seeing the paper, how you don't see the ridges in the paper. You see it smooth.
Yeah, they put us as God looking at the earth from
right. But if you're a little right, but if you're an actual little thing on that paper, like we're a little microscopic dot on that paper, we would see and notice and measure every nook and cranny of the paper.
Yeah, but that's what they're saying. They're saying because we're measuring it like the microscopic dot, where they see it as from God's view, it's smooth as a bowling ball.
Hell no. No, how would we have that? That doesn't make any sense because we have a mountain, we have a cliff, we have a valley.
No, I know.
It's literally like it's not even semantically. Like even if you're a big thing and you're looking at this thing, I don't give a fuck. One of these things would stick out somehow to you as a crack or a seam or a gorge or a scratch in the thing, even as a big person looking down.
Yeah, I agree. It would look
Yeah,
like
like
it has bumps on it.
my cue ball has a canyon in it, a scratch right here. What the fuck? Like I could clearly fill this hole in with a colored stuff and smooth it down, and you could see there's a canyon in my cue ball or a mountain here that ruts my finger.
Yeah.
Like that would mean you couldn't fill the unsmooth edge of a plate or something and not cut yourself. That you just cut yourself every time. What the fuck?
Right. I just love how this diagram shows from New York to California, like with a 0-foot elevation, and then it's like there's no curve involved, dude. Take the thousands of miles that it is across from sea to shining sea, and you just kept transferring that horizontal line. Like that's what you're gonna fucking come up with, bro. Gonna be fucking exactly as you see it right now from the side view. That's the elevation view and blueprints. But Glovers can't grasp that. Unfortunately, probably never will. Cool thing too is like if you look at Lake Michigan or Lake Erie, yep, horizontal. Love it. Water doesn't curve, bro.
Yeah, Epoch. Lake Michigan is over 100 miles long. 100 miles, according to the Earth Curve calculator, would be 6,668 feet of curvature drop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? But everybody can see the lake is flat and level. There's no drop, no curve, no nothing.
Yeah, and then they just try to. Globerg will tell you, well, it's so big that you can't see the curve, but then they'll tell you, oh, but a boat disappears 3 miles away from you because it's curving. So they're all confused. They don't know if it's
Yeah.
too big or if it's too small.
They don't know nothing. They just waffling garbage.
Yeah.
What they've been told. That's about it.
Yeah, it's really weird when they start double speaking and they don't even realize it.
Yeah, I think the globe model, all that globe evidence since they were child, they've been bombarded in their mind. So they grow up and they believe the lie, and when they believe the lie, they start spreading the lie. So to justify the globe again and again, it's really stupid. They don't have the intelligence to really comprehend what they're really talking about. So
Yeah, unfortunately,
unfortunately, yeah.
they're not able to let it go because it has to be real to them. Because how arrogant and prideful are they when they think, "Oh, I can't be fooled. That I don't believe in lies," and then they find out, yeah, but you believe in one, and they're like, "Nope, can't be. I'm not that stupid." But they are stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be really smart and intelligent to really get the hang of the measurements, the flat Earth measurements. Like, you have to give yourself a lot of time and patience to really understand what this is all about before you can actually claim that this is actually real.
You know what's interesting that you said that, because when you really think about it, it's
Yeah.
actually extremely simple to understand it.
Yeah.
But when you're indoctrinated, you're taught that it's too complex and that you just got to trust them because
Yeah.
it's way above what you'll ever understand. But in that line of thinking, like where they're telling you just trust us, like it's complex and we know, they are saying everything like that contradicts our reality. Like where they say it's spinning but you feel no spin, right? And or it's curved but you see it's flat as hell everywhere.
Yeah.
So but it's like in that sense, this complex world they live in is just it's filled with these what's the paradoxes, like things that they just don't make sense, but that's the genius of it. Because it's almost like if you could convince someone of the lie and then say, but it's too complex for you to understand, and then you're stuck. You're like, well, fuck, I can't. And if you're an idiot, you won't be able to get out of that. You'll be stuck in that fucking that grip that they have on you. And you're right. So I think it is the smart ones that are like, wait, hold up, like stop pissing on me and telling me it's raining, and then you'll find out, wait, this shit is actually really simple. It's not complex at all. Like flat, horizontal, level, cross, not curving, straight, like angles, like all that shit. Just like it's too easy. Like a kid can get it. A kid would understand it
Yeah,
if you didn't
exactly.
indoctrinate them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the kid will easily understand it. What I don't understand is how can you not acknowledge a straight line and a horizontal line is a flat? It is what it is. It's not curved. How can they not accept that? And then they want to like keep on saying, "Oh, curve here, curvature hit there, curvature." I've seen curvature to justify the globe. No, you haven't seen the curvature. What are you talking about? Stop lying.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really weird, huh, when they say that horizontal is a straight line and horizontal is curved. That's like, what what spell are you under?
You know what I notice is if you really want to see it, to know the truth, you have to be really honest with yourself. If you're not honest with oneself, then you won't be able to see it. That's what I think.
Yeah, maybe they're just people that are meant to find the truth and be pulled out from the lies.
Yeah.
And then there's some that aren't. They're just made for the day of wrath, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, some people are not built to know it, and some people are. That's what it is.
Yeah.
They don't
And
have
then the
the
people that are
ability. Yeah.
and then the crabs that are still in the bucket are too busy trying to pull down the other crabs. Like, no, stay here. We're not gonna get cooked. We're good. We know what's up. Don't trust those people saying get out of the bucket. You're gonna get cooked. Like it's weird. It's weird, but like they are these people. There's Globers that come here every single day, and they are anti-flat Earth. Like even if they were told that hey, the Earth is not they'll still believe it, and they've even like they've voiced that opinion before. Like they're like, yeah, we've asked them like, what would you do if like scientists, scientists came out like, oh hey, yeah, we found out we're lying. They're like, no, I'd still believe in the globe because my reality it can be best modeled by the globe. But it's like, wow, dude. Like even if you told you've been getting lied to this whole time, they still kept see that's some like deep indoctrinated shit right there. Like that's the woman in an abusive relationship right there that thinks that he still loves her. Like that is some deep like programming of the mind that you cannot break. And those guys, I think they should be banned on site because they're just wrenches.
Yep. Straight up Stockholm syndrome.
Big time. They're like, no, he loves me. Poor thing.
Yeah, do you know what doesn't help as well when they target the little ones from an early age with the indoctrination? That doesn't help as well.
Well, because they know that is the best time to indoctrinate a person is when they're a child.
Yeah.
Because that's just the way it goes. That's just our reality. Sadly, a child looks up to their parents and their teachers. So why would they lie to me? They take everything what they're told and taught as a 100%. Like a kid fully trusts that when you say this is an apple, they go, okay, that's an apple. So why would they think you're lying to them? Right? That's why you tell them, oh, there's Santa Claus and he brought gifts. And they're like, oh, wow, there's this guy named Santa Claus and he brings gifts. Like there's no reason for you to lie to them. But then they learn, wow, you lied about Santa Claus? Yeah. Too bad they don't go, oh, well, you lied about the Earth being globe? You're like, yeah. But if the parents are the ones that are also like, oh yeah, because they're the because the powers that be are their parents.
What was the point of lying about Santa like ever? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's because you're born into that system of lying to your kids about this guy called
So
Santa.
the teachers are born in the same thing. What teach?
Exactly.
This? Okay, I'm going to teach that too.
Exactly. It's a passed down indoctrinating. Like that one test where they say like, you have monkeys and then like they fight and or they beat up the person that like goes for the food and then like before you know it, you don't even have to teach the other monkeys. They're just all doing it without even knowing why they're doing it. They just do it because they were just put into like that's just all they know. And then so that goes when they go, why would they lie? Dude, at this point, they're not even lying. They're just repeating what they've been taught. They've been generation after generation after generation after generation. They've been taught this. So we're like the end of that test, that experiment, where we're like, dude, you're born into it, and like you just believe it. The Earth's the globe. Why? Because everybody else around me says it. And like, so that's not even a lie at that point because you're not lying. Like, Globers, I get it. Like, because when you lie, that's like you're aiming to deceive. But if that's your truth, like you at your core believe it's true, then it's technically it's not a lie then. But once you find out the truth and you become an anti-flat earther that comes here every single day and you've been told the truth, then that's when it's okay, now you're lying because you know that you've already been told the truth. It was not a lie at the beginning, obviously, because you knew no better, as they say. He knows no better. But now they know better. And they still come with the same shit. Like DJ said earlier, that's the Stockholm Syndrome. Like, they're stuck in it, bro. They want to call the truth a cult, and that makes sense though. They have to demonize the truth because when when the truth is exposing the lie, then that lie has to defend itself by just saying, "Oh, you guys are demons. You guys are a cult." When in reality, they're the demons with the demonic belief. It's really, really weird. Like when the guys come in here and they're like, demons. Like, dude, that's projection. You're the demon.
Hey, Park, have you seen that TV show I just posted in the side chat? Space Cadets.
I think someone else. Did you post this a while back? Did you post it a while back?
A while ago, yeah. I've been going on about it recently because I only just found out about it. I just find it hilarious how easily they were able to trick like 10 people into thinking that they were in space.
Wow, I haven't seen it, but I'll check it out though.
It's hilarious, dude. Right? They got a couple of plants in there that are in on it.
Yeah.
Right. And interviewing them, they're like, oh my God, they're like, these people will believe anything that these so-called scientists are telling them right now.
Wow.
Right. They're telling them that, well, when you're in space, you're not going to have any anti-gravity because we've got a special device attached to the capsule, right? And it's going to stop the the gravity from affecting you while you're in the craft. And they all just bought into it, dude, and they're looking like out the capsule window when they think they're in space, like a curved, like a globe, and they're all like, the looks on their faces, they're all in awe, right?
Wow.
Like, imagine if they didn't tell these people that they were ever tricked, right? These people would have thought they went to space.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm gonna have to check this out. Is it a series?
Bro, I've been to space. I've been there. I've literally been there. Look, there's a whole TV show. This is me in space. I've been there.
Dude, that would have been funny if that. Yeah.
Yeah, if they never told them. Yeah, that exactly. But I wonder. It makes you think. It makes you think. Like, this is with a 2005 TV show budget that they were able to trick these people. Imagine what.
Right. Is it a series? Is it like multiple, or is it just one video?
Yeah. Well, it's like one. I think it was like a series. It's put into one video. It's like an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll check it. I'll press pause. I'll check it out later. It's only 16 minutes. It's a short video.
Oh yeah, there's a full one. I think this is like a shortened version, but yeah, it shows enough.
Yeah, dude, that's cool though. That's funny. And it's really that easy. Like that's like that whole thing. Like when the Blue Origin the other day when it first went up, all the Globers like, oh, suck it, flat earthers. Like flat earthers aren't gonna like this video. And then you find out these fuckers are just faking shit. Like what? Like why they? I don't know, bro. Who knows? They don't believe anything. And if you get the right person to say, yeah, that I saw. And here's the thing: every one of those women are gonna say, "I've been in space and I saw the curved Earth." Like, no, you didn't. It's interesting to me that when you're in the ocean, I don't know if you've ever been like, on a boat, going into the ocean where you can no longer see land anywhere around you. So you're quite a few miles off the shore, but it's really cool because you get that 360. Like you can literally just look in every direction, and it looks like a hula hoop around you of water. It looks like a circle of water, and
Yeah,
it's
it
interesting.
does.
It's interesting because if you were to take a drone and go straight up, you will still just see a circle of water all around you. And imagine going very, very high up in a high altitude, but like we've seen, and you see the same exact thing, just a circle around you. Now, it's 80,000 feet or whatever it is up in the sky, seeing a circle around it. They're calling that the ball Earth. But then you can do that on a boat, you standing yourself. What do you like? Let's say the boat's out of the water. What are you like 10 to 15 feet out of water? And you see the same effect. You see the same thing. But but it's like if they can't grasp that they are not seeing a globe Earth, they're just seeing the circle that you would see in your everyday life. Even if you just went out to the ocean, you can see the same exact thing. But I don't know, it's just weird to me that they can't grasp that. They're like, no, that's a ball. And the reason why is because they're like, see the black space. Yeah, but if you go higher, that black space becomes more ocean or more land. Like, what do they not get? Like, what happened to their space then at that point? Like, the higher you go, the more you can resolve, and then things start coming into focus.
They can easily mistake that as being curvature. Like,
exactly.
Like, we have to explain basic perspective to 99% of the globers that come in here.
Yeah, they have zero clue on how optics work. Zero. They know nothing about it. Like the other day, that's why I took those photos and I put them in the chat. The guy's like, "Oh, he kept the Crit's worst nightmare, moron, Star Life or whatever it is, Starfire." He kept showing Jesse Path of Light's observation of the theolite to the hotel or that building. And I've talked with Jesse so many times about this. I'm like, Jesse, you drew that picture from the side view, and then you show how you see it from your view. You're not representing how you actually would see it, because you're not including perspective on your side view. Because technically, the farther you go, things drop. I said, but I get it though, because in an elevation profile, you're keeping things at their elevation. Like, that's the elevation view from the side. So yeah, but they're falsely equivocating that to, oh, but look at how I look through my theolite and it's below my crosshairs. So I had to literally go take a beer bottle and a 2x4 that's 4 times longer than the beer bottle, or like 3 point something actually, I guess. But I'm like literally showing this guy, look, you moron. Like, my patio is not a fucking ball, okay? It's a flat fucking floor. And I can make a fucking a 2x4 that's 4 times as tall as a bottle, smaller than the fucking bottle, or shorter, should I say? Technically, it's smaller though as well, because of the way perspective works. And he still was fucking in the chat. At that point, I even said, like, dude, you just need to be banned, bro. Like, you just don't get it, and you're not going to get it. You're just an anti-flat earther, and you're not going to fucking adhere to the truth that building would be smaller optically if you and yeah, it would be below it.
By the way, Crit's stalker was named Star Life, and Star Spire was that lady that showed up right around the same time that he did. Actually, she showed up first, and then he showed up right afterwards.
Wow.
Yeah. I kept tabs on those two.
The man.
Yeah, okay, so now we have Rich Evans in chat. Let me just point this out, okay? He says Apocryphon thinks that things actually shrink as they get further away. So here's an idea or an example of a complete fucking moron that can't grasp that optically something gets smaller. Just like you said, DJ, we have to explain this shit to 99% of these morons. They don't understand the way perspective works. Yes, an object will optically get smaller. We know that the fucking building is not smaller. We know that the 2x4 didn't shrink like a fucking Honey, I Shrunk the Kids situation. But optically, you dumb fuck, it's going to get smaller. I don't get what you're trying to what your point is. See, people like you, Rich, are one of those guys just on site ban. You're a waste of time. You're pointless. You're an idiot. And for when you say shit like that, dumb shit like that, you don't even have to be around you, bro. Like you don't even have to be around here. I mean, like that you're pointless. You're stupid. And then he shouldn't be appearing to. No, he should be. The same way the fucking bottle here. Let me post this for you. You specifically for you.
Explain at all. You really shouldn't have to explain it.
I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to, because he has to realize how something can look like it's fucking bigger because of perspective. And Rich, after you see this, I hope DJ bans you. Like once you acknowledge that you saw that, goodbye. Like honestly,
I'm going.
Thank you.
I'll do it now if you want, right now.
Yes, Rich. Goodbye. Nice, stay away, bro. If you can't grasp this, you're an idiot. Goodbye. He's stupid. He doesn't get it. Like he will not get it. Thank you for that, DJ. It's people like that are pointless. Like I'm sorry that you can't fucking grasp how a stick that's way taller than a bottle will drop in size. And he's like, oh, but it has to be level. Dude, does he not fucking realize that still comes into play? Matter of fact, no matter how high you go, just go stand on your street and watch how the fucking trash can that, that's right next to you looks really, you look like a giant. Like if you take a photo, they're like, you're going to look like a giant next to it if it's really, really far away. I don't know. These guys are morons, bro. Globers at that level of just stupidity, they have no fucking point of being here, dude. Because then someone's gonna read the chat. Like, let's say they are searching for the truth, and they're like, "Oh, but look at this guy over here. He must be the smart guy because look at he's saying that these guys are wrong." Like, no, dude, it's a wrench that we don't need in the gears. It's funny because you literally just like a few minutes ago told him, how many times have you been banned? Probably hundreds, eh?
Yeah, I think I've probably banned him at least 100 times. He just keeps coming back.
Yeah, he's like a masochist, bro. He just loves the torture. But it's oddly, I think he like counts that as a win. Like he thinks he's winning the argument just because he got banned. Like, I don't know. It's just really weird.
Well, he's going to continue winning every time he comes back here. Rich for the win.
Right. And the thing is that the photos represent 24 feet. Imagine 57 miles, bro. Like that's not what he's not getting, bro. Like if I could do this demonstration in 24 feet, and Jesse Path of Light has this image of from 57 miles, or I think it's 59 miles away. Like they just don't get it, bro. He's not going to get it. He's just lost case. Oh, what's that? Something flapping on that? Something broken?
I have no idea. Yeah, I just found a random video. I didn't know I even had it.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty sure that's what caused the Challenger to blow up. That's what they say, at least. There were some panels that weren't that fell off. That might have been another reason, to be honest. Dude, that thing looked like it was gonna tip over the boat. 10 o'clock. You know, speaking about that, DJ, it's interesting because you know what I haven't heard them say in a long, long time, but they used to really, really like try to drive this point. Remember, like especially like around the time of Black Swan, they used to say that the things that we're seeing are looming up to our view. So like the backside of the mountain, you're seeing the surface of it because the lights like because light's bending, it's bringing it up. Ironically, to a horizontal plane, right? Because it's still flat. but I haven't heard a Glober say that in quite some time. To be honest, they haven't said that like the second oil rig, the platforms, well, they're looming up. Like they used to say that. They used to argue that all the time. That's what their refraction did for them. Loomed it up.
Yeah. I've heard them say that a lot. Even Phil Bell. Phil Bell was saying that the other day. And then some other guy was saying it's a Fata Morgana, the Black Swan.
Wow. What's funny is they don't understand what that is. Then, if that's what they're calling it, it's like, oh, wait, you do understand that doesn't mean that it's magically floating above. That just means that the reflection is it's reflecting the sky, and you're actually seeing the sky on the surface of the water. Like they don't even understand their own fucking our own reality, bro. Like it's funny. That doesn't mean that the fucking boat's floating in the sky, bro. Like optically, even like a mirage. Then again, mirages, I believe they're reverse, right? Or mirage is like reverse because it's a reflection.
Well, sometimes it depends. There's so many different types of mirages, and then you can get combinations of mirages, and then you can get like the bottom half of an object doing one certain thing and the top half doing the opposite. So it's all over the place. Always, it's just like a big soup of effects that are taking place. That's why if you look up different types of mirages and hit images, right, they're all going to look like slightly different, right? Sometimes you get inverted, sometimes you get no inversion. Sometimes you don't get any of that reflection. It's just something looks like it's higher or lower than what it should. But at no stage can you get a physical object all of a sudden it's 10 times further away. It's not
Right.
any type of mirage,
Or
especially a horizon.
or also too, I've seen where it will even like stretch something out to be wider than it is, or make something really thin. And when it gets thin, it gets taller. Then when it gets wider, it gets shorter. So that's pretty interesting to me too. When it does that, like when it
The two opposite effects once again, right? That's called stooping, when it like compresses it and it looks really thin. And then the opposite of stooping is towering, and it looks like it's like stretched out. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like really tall. And I think Skyfree did a good video on that with their little plastic pieces when they let in the cold air, and you see like one gets really tall, like it's really thin, and it looks really tall compared to what it was like when the cold air then like dissipates, and then you see the plastic pieces again the way they are normally in view. And then some of the pieces, like you said, like they look squished and like they get whiter. It's really weird. It's really interesting how the effects.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's the worst nightmare for the globies.
For reals. Because it just destroys our argument.
Yeah, it really does. They really just don't know their own bullshit. That's what it comes down to. They just know how to say the word refraction, and when you ask them what's refraction, they say, "Oh, it's when light bends," and that's all they know. It's like they're just like they have no idea what they're talking about, even according to their own bullshit.
Right.
Well, they'll say like looming, and then you're like, "Oh, how's looming happen?" Right? And they'll just start kind of stuttering. They'll try to guess.
Well, remember for a long time they were using that propane in the garage with the red and green clay, and pouring the butane liquid or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then it showed it like rise for a second, then go back down. But I actually found the original video of that, and that clay is like 5 or 6 feet away from the propane tank, and it's not even on the surface of the propane tank. So like my objection would have been like, well, put the clay in the tank and see what happens. You won't see it then.
You don't happen to have that by any chance, do you?
I don't, dude. I used to have it, bro, and I deleted so many good videos from my phone. But I'll try to find it for you. But it exists, and what it is,
I've got the clip. I'd love to see the video.
Yeah, he picks up the camera and he shows it from the side view, and the clay's like 6 feet away from the propane tank in the garage or whatever room it's in. Let me try to find it for you. I'm sure somebody has that, bro. But let me try to find that for you. And then I pointed it out. I'm like, dude, the clay's not on the fucking tank. You're saying the boat's on the surface of the water ball. So why would you put something not on the surface and then claim this is what happens? That's why I think they stopped fucking using that, because like they realized like,
it's actually it's an observation that goes against the blacks. Like it goes against their rebuttal of the black swan and the long distance observations, because it kind of shows, in my opinion, what would be looming, right? Which just makes something appear higher than what it would normally appear.
Yeah.
It doesn't like what they would have. Like what they're meant to be showing is that geometric horizon, which is basically where the pipe. You can't see beyond the pipe. They would have to have that flatten out, right? So all of a sudden it hides the geometric horizon, and then the clay's there, and then you should be able to see the geometric horizon, which would be the edge of the pipe behind the clay, right? That's what they would have to do if they wanted to replicate what we're seeing in the Black Swan.
Right.
But they do that, right? All they're showing, because like my argument against them is like, yeah, we see all, like when we take time-lapse footage over large bodies of water, we see combinations of the known mirages that exist, right? But at no stage do we see anything like what we see in these long-distance observations, where all of a sudden it hides the horizon and the horizon pops up behind a physical object 10 times further away.
Right. And then if you think about it, well, if the thing is not on the surface of the tank, which means it's not truly hidden because of the obstruction of the tank. So yeah, that's why you can see it come into play all of a sudden for a split second, because it's just behind it. No different than like you can put your finger up to something and like close one eye and you'll block it out, right? But then like after a while, if you kind of squint with your other eye, you can see behind the skin of your eye, which is a really weird fucking like I think it's a very weird optical thing, but that's more of what it's alluding to. But they're trying to say, oh, this is, you know, the backside of their water mountain showing us the boats on it. Because look it, I could pour this gas and it makes it visible for a second. It's fucking, they're just, it's apples to oranges. But let me try to find this for you, because you know what? YouTube fucking sucks now. It's going to be so hard to find it, but let me try. Let me try. Dude, they closed the loophole. I don't know if you heard me say this before, but I always just go like, hey, if you want, you could just search for things and then go by upload date. And like, then it'll show the video. And I was saying that for like a fucking year or two. Dude, but they closed that loophole. Now you can't do that shit no more. I'm telling you, dude, you gotta be careful what you say around these Globers that come in here, dude, because I feel like they go report fucking, they close, you know, oh, they say you can find this video. Let's make it harder.
Yep.
I'll try to find it for you. Hold on. Fuck, what can I type in then? Propane tank. Refractor. Video. No. Let me see.
Hey, yo, what you saying? What you saying?
What's up?
What you saying, fam?
What?
That the Earth's flat and that. Is that what you're saying, fam?
Oh, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh, my days. So basically, like, just summarizing that, why is the Earth flat, fam?
Why is it?
Yeah, man.
I guess that's the way it was created. I don't know.
But like, try and convince me that it's flat and that still.
Don't know about that.
I don't want to. I don't need to convince you. How about we share facts with you, and then you yourself use your own, like, you know, logic and reasoning, critical thinking, and then you can establish for yourself if it's what you have been told it is, or if you could listen to the explanations as to why it's not that, and then you can realize, oh, it is something else. How about that?
Yeah. So what is the facts?
DJ, you wanna hop in while I try to find this video? I'm gonna find this video.
Says who? You there?
Yeah.
You want to take this guy?
Yeah, I'm gonna find this video.
Yeah, no worries. So, who am I speaking to? What's your name? Your screen name, anyway?
Tagger, fam. Tagger.
Okay. Well, here's the facts, friend. The Earth is measured flat, not by us, but by everybody who uses it practically. So all the use of the Earth, the building on it, the navigating of it, the mapping of it, all of that is of a flat and stationary plane. So it's really not up to us to convince you. It turns out that the people that use it every day, even the professionals, the governments, the bigwigs out there, the movers and the shakers, they know it's flat. They measure it flat. They use it flat, and then they turn around and teach you in one of the public fool systems that you live on a ball, and it's for their benefit. So it's actually measured that way.
Okay.
Not too difficult. I mean, it just, took people a while to figure it out, because think about your own experience. Do you experience a moving Earth? Do you think you're moving right now?
No.
Right. So you realize that you're not experiencing any kind of acceleration, which would be necessary on a ball that is in a radial or angular rotation. So you would have a constant acceleration. Plus, if Earth-based Coriolis effect existed, meaning that everything has an apparent deflection, but the Earth is apparently spinning out from underneath everything not attached, that being the air, that you would be experiencing a very stiff breeze. Depending on your latitude, it would be hundreds of miles per hour of a wind. So there is no detection. In fact, Einstein said there is no optical experiment that we can conduct to prove that the Earth is moving at all. Now, I'm just talking about one particular rotation. There should be at least 4 different vectors. So there's the axial rotation of the Earth, there's the elliptical orbit of the Sun, then there is the orbit of the Sun and the galaxy around the great attractor within the Milky Way. And then there's the movement of that particular galaxy through the ever-expanding vacuum of space, which is also not possible. So there's 4 different vectors that you should be experiencing at mind-blowing speeds. You don't experience any of those, do you?
Have you bothered to Google why we don't experience them?
Why would I do that?
Well, you certainly have bothered to Google what you're telling us about the globe. So you know that.
No, everybody knows this. Yeah, so then what will Google tell me about why I don't experience these things?
I don't know. Why don't you find out?
Gravity and that, I think they say gravity and that.
What would gravity have to do with an angular velocity? In fact, according to physics, if I was on the outside of a rotating object, wouldn't I be, because of the centrifugal or centrifugal force, depending on how you want to say it, be flying away from the center of rotation in an angular path, or a straight path, I should say?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're supposed to be stuck to the outside of a spinning ball that you don't experience or measure.
Damn, that's true.
Yeah. So all the things that you experience every day, even of a flat Earth, I mean, it has topography and whatever, but if you all go out to the ocean and look across the ocean, especially if you get in a boat and go out in the middle of it, you have a flat horizon 360 degrees around you. But if you were to go to the seashore and see if you had any drop over distance, that's vertical drop, which is what curvature is, at a certain distance, that particular curvature, which would have to be there according to the size of the globe, is not there. We've measured it. We've checked everywhere. There's no curvature of the Earth. Do you have any questions?
Nah, man, I just gotta soak this in though. I gotta take it in.
Your experience every day is of a flat, non-rotating, enclosed system. That is the physical nature of the place. Now, you say enclosed. Why is it enclosed? Well, because we have air pressure or gas pressure on the Earth, right? Now, the second law of thermodynamics tells us that high pressure moves to low pressure, high energy to low energy. That's just the way things are. It's a natural law. The second law of thermodynamics, this is what we observed. The cause for this? Well, I don't know. Nobody knows, but this is what happens. So, if you pop a tire, the air comes flowing out of that pressurized system very quickly. We are told that we live in a pressurized system, but yet we are exposed to an available volume an ever-expanding volume called the universe or space, the vacuum of space, which is supposed to be an incredibly strong vacuum, a very empty void, a very low pressure, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Why is the air pressure on Earth not filling the available volume of the ever-expanding universe? Well, it's violating natural law. So the idea of a vacuous region called space that is ever-expanding in zillions of miles in all directions is obviously a complete farce. The only way that you can have air pressure, as far as we can demonstrate, is to have some kind of container. In fact, the definition of gas pressure is the collision or the force exerted of air particles on the walls of the container. So if we have air pressures, then there must be containers.
I think that sounded a little too plural.
Well, any air pressures. If I got propane, right, like a gas, like propane, I don't go down to the guy and tell him to take it out of the gas container, his big giant tank, and then just pour it into a bucket, and then I'll get home with it. I also don't ask him to just kind of make me a ball of propane and I'll carry it home. No, I bring him a tank. He fills up that tank because I need that gas pressure to be contained so that I can cook hamburgers, right? So we need containers for gas pressure. In the case of the Earth, there needs to be or must be a container holding the air pressure here that we breathe.
I agree.
Yeah. So the reality that you live in, don't worry, you're not crazy. The fact that you've always thought to yourself, I don't feel like I'm spinning, and damn, it looks flat, you know, sans the mountains and the hills and the valleys and whatever. And well, how come I'm not flying off of this thing, and how come we have gas next to a vacuum? That doesn't make any sense. Don't worry, you're not crazy. You never were. The Earth as is it presents itself. You were just fed a whole load of bullshit. We all were. We never even bothered to check, but a few people have just kind of scratched their head for a while and started to check. Well, let's measure the Earth. Well, when you measure it, no curvature. When you try to use any kind of accelerometer or some kind of device to detect any motion, well, there's no motion. And gas needs to be contained. But anyway, that's kind of the bullet point presentation. That's the, you know, quick spiel of if you come into a channel and a politics server and say, well, I can tell you how it is, right? I can tell you what it is. What we've measured, what we do practically with this place, all the data that we've collected from the governing authorities, from the people who make the maps. They all measure it flat. Even the surveyors measure it flat. They measure rise over run in small sections.
Yeah.
And it turns out that the latitude, now if you want large areas of flatness, no problem. If you use celestial navigation, or one of my favorites is the biggest area of equal altitude is measuring elevation angles to Polaris. That's how they give you latitude. So that means they measure basically a GP, which would be 90 degrees zenith to Polaris on the Earth, and then they would measure the angle to the star of Polaris from their location, and then they would have a horizontal baseline, which is the Earth, runs from where your feet are all the way to that GP on the Earth, which is zenith to Polaris, and then they make this huge circle, and they call it latitude. That is tens of thousands of flat Earth. Tens of thousands of square miles.
Yeah.
What they've done is they've measured the Earth flat, and then they've created what's called a celestial sphere, or a sky map, essentially, that sort of models the sky as a sphere. And then they've plotted all these geographical positions that are zenith, or 90 degrees to this particular sphere, onto another sphere, and then they create the globe polar projection. They reverse engineer everything, even though they measure the Earth flat, and that's where you got your globe from. And then they took that globe with all that reverse engineered celestial sphere model, that polar coordinate system, and then they roll that out to give you all of your flat maps. So your flat maps are maps of a polar coordinate system that came from measurements to the stars using a flat Earth. And they tell you that's what you live on. It's a really fun little trick. You know, I think they're laughing their asses off about it because it's lasted for quite a while, a few hundred years. But prior to that, everybody knew that the Earth was flat and enclosed. All the society or the civilizations prior to, I would say, the last 500 years or so, knew that they lived on a flat Earth, navigated it, used the stars to navigate. All the math lined up. Not until the recent, conquering of most of the world by these pagan Babylonians and all of their philosophies and whatnot have tried to change it from what it actually is into some kind of stupid illusion and got the masses to buy into it, giving them and selling them nothing but hopelessness, right? You're a speck, an accident of a speck on a ball that evolved from some kind of amoeba that washed up on the beach, and we're all just flying through this ever-expanding chaos, and eventually our sun will burn out. Maybe we'll get hit by an asteroid, just trying to keep people in constant fear. Or maybe there's aliens out there. Maybe there's other intelligent life forms. Just narratives about nonsense, alternate realities to what actually exists. Seemingly for control, which is what they do have. They control the minds of the people, and the people believe in nothing but fairy tales if they go out and check it for themselves, which I think all have the responsibility to do, since no one's responsible for you except for you, to check and see if they were full of shit or not. You would want to know if people were telling you the truth. Well, you find out some people lie to you. There's scam artists everywhere. There's just large scams on large scales, and those people that are scamming us currently own, or at least have conquered, most of the known world. At first by the sword and then by central banking. That's why all the nations are actually corporations. It's just a big old plantation and everybody's a slave. And the only way you can keep slaves is if you keep the slaves ignorant. That's the easiest way. Then if they start to figure out that they're slaves, then you begin to subdue them by force. You use other slaves with guns to point the barrel at the slaves that have started to figure stuff out, and now you do it by force. But it will never work forever.
Dude, you're wrong.
Okay, well, if I'm wrong, then bring me the evidence that I am.
You already did.
Oh, is this collapse? Just ban you.
Dude, come on.
Collapse is living in denial.
It's not really nice.
Collapse has collapsed in on himself. He doesn't like this reality. We've pointed this out to him many times. He doesn't have any evidence for his claims. He just says, nuh-uh. See, these are the slaves that they like the plantation. They want to stay here. They put their fingers in their ears and go, la, 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 la. Some people just aren't prepared for the truth. They don't know how to take it, or they prefer their slavery. Not my problem. Anyway, friend who came in asking why the Earth is flat. Now, listen, we can't convince you of anything. It's not our responsibility to do that. If you actually want to know the truth, you'll go find it. It's available. The Earth is under your feet. You can go measure it. We can't convince you of anything. We can only, if you've ever seen The Matrix, it's kind of like, we can put you on the path, but you got to walk it. I'm not trying to say that to be cheesy or anything, but that's sort of the truth. Like, if you really want to know, it's available.
Hmm.
Do you have any what about questions? But what about this? But what about that?
The only thing I can think of is like, if the Earth is not, if it is flattish, where does it end? Like, where's the end?
No idea. If we had that information, we definitely present it. But there's two things that we deal with: budget constraints and lack of ability to move about the Earth with liberty. See, if everybody was born on the Earth, then it seems like it sort of belongs to all of us. But for some reason, there are people that are trying to keep us from freely exploring every corner of it. There are places on the Earth that we just can't go. You are usually met with some kind of resistance, whether that be, bureaucratic red tape, financial red tape, or they put people there that may have, pointy weapons or weapons that, shoot projectiles. They turn people around to explore the Earth that apparently belongs to all of us, but apparently is not accessible to all of us.
That's wild.
Yeah. When you start to think about it, it's like, why can't I go wherever I want? I mean, within reason, right? I actually don't want to encroach on anybody else's property if they don't want me on their property. That makes sense, because some people just don't like people in their yard. Get off my grass like an old man. However, if nobody owns particular land, but I would like to go explore it and check it out and see what's there, what the extent of it is, what are its boundaries, and there's nobody there to stop me, and nobody there that owns it, why can't I do that? Well, one example of that is Antarctica. Now, I'm not saying that the ends of the Earth are anywhere around Antarctica, but that seems to be a place where they don't want people going. In fact, all these nation states, these corporations, have come together with a treaty to make it extremely difficult for anyone to explore that particular land. Now, why? If we wanted to just go hang out on the ice and there's nothing there for us to see, and there's no reason, right, that we're not going to hurt anything, which as far as I know, whenever I walk on snow, it doesn't hurt it too bad. So why, if I go walk on the snow in Antarctica, is that such a bad deal? What's so special about that environment that they have to protect it from me? I'm just going to check out the Earth that apparently belongs to me and everybody else. But they say no.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, because like man, you spend all these taxpayer dollars and that towards having resources on a place when there's nothing there. So like, there is obviously something there.
Yeah, well, it begs the question for me, like, why are you so concerned about me going on apparently a very dangerous expedition? Well, we have to protect you because you might die. Listen, I could die doing a lot of stuff. In fact, the odds of me dying in a car crash are not nothing, right? But they still allow me to do that. However, I can't go on a hiking expedition in a place that is extremely vast, right? I mean, it is sort of my life, isn't it? So if I want to take the risk to explore this place, isn't that my decision and not the government's? That would mean that if they're telling me I can't, does that mean that they own me? Does that mean that they're my authority? If they are, why?
Yeah, man. This is definitely suspect.
Yeah.
I've thought about it though still. Like, think about pilots and that. Do these pilots, international like pilots, do you think they're in on it?
Well, from what we've gathered as far as information is concerned, is there are plenty of pilots out there that are willing to say, oh yeah, no, it is flat as far as we can tell, and all of our gauges and all of our flight data tell us that it is. We seem to be cruising in a very linear fashion across the Earth. We're not dipping our nose down, nor do the instruments in the black box data to tell us anything different. And as far as we can tell, even at our height, the Earth is definitely flat. But we also get stories about pilots that if they do try to speak out, or if they do tend to bring it up or give any testimonials, that they lose their flying licenses. Now, I cannot validate any of these claims. These are just rumors. But we do have some pilots on film saying, oh yeah, no, it's true. It's flat as far as I can tell.
Damn.
Yeah, but they want to save your life, so they'll hurt you to save your life so you don't go hurt yourself.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, it's a fairly deep rabbit hole. It takes a minute to come to terms with, but you were always under the impression that you lived on a ball, but you never treated it that way, right? No one ever has. No one does anything on the Earth compensating or adjusting for any curvature or rotation. Never. Never. Nobody uses the globe to navigate. In fact, most of the navigation occurs over very short spaces or small spaces. And when the navigation occurs, they're going in a horizontal, linear fashion over the surface. They're not adjusting for any curvature.
Well, they won't be adjusting for any curvature because there is none.
Exactly. It is practically used as a flat plane. Stationary.
Because
I have to put that in.
What it is.
Because that's what it is.
Exactly. That's what it is, and that's how it's measured. That's how it's observed.
So I have a question.
Shoot.
So from your worldview / lens, right, and since we're talking about navigation here, how does GPS work?
What is GPS?
GPS stands for Global Positioning System, but I'm not asking. I asked you a question, which is, how does it work?
Ground positioning system. So you got it right.
Yeah. Originally, it was ground positioning system. It used to be based off a system called CORS, C-O-R-S. It's a tower-based pinging system that pings, trilaterates or quadrilateralizes your position using the time between signals transferred between towers. It's very old. It's been around since about the 50s.
Nice. Okay, cool. So how many? Okay, so next question.
Guys, I'm not butting in. I'm just trying to keep up with the conversation. I actually am trying to keep up with the conversation. What is GPS? Where does it work from? Where does it work from? What is it?
So let's wait. You said it's off of towers, right?
No, I didn't. I'm saying no, I didn't. You said, how does GPS work? What is GPS?
I already asked that one, Dex, so we're trying to keep the conversation moving forward.
Yeah. So let's just go off of what we...
Do we know what it is yet? So I can keep...
Holy shit. Let's just let it go forward.
Should I continue, or does he want to say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Fuck off one day.
Yeah, fuck off one day.
Okay. So, would you agree with me that Google uses GPS, like Google Maps?
Does it use GPS?
The thing that you call the thing
They
that
have an
you call
API they
GPS.
call, and that API they can mark on their map. They don't have their own GPS like that. You crazy?
I'm just calling
because I use it to make marks on a map. I actually use their stuff.
I'm talking to Says Who.
Okay. Well, he's telling you how it's used. So you have a digital reification of a map, right? Correct. And they have pinged you at a certain location, and then they put you on that reification to tell you on that digital map where you're at.
Now,
what is your point?
So next question, does GPS work outside of cell service?
Outside of cell service? It's hit or miss. It depends. Some places it doesn't work.
So you are right that like maybe on your phone. Actually, no, I don't think you're actually right on that. If you start a journey, right? Starting the journey and getting the directions, right? Have you ever like literally I've driven out 3 hours, no cell service. It has exactly where I'm at on the GPS. I'm in the mountains. So are you saying that? So you're saying it's hit or miss? How could it be hit or miss?
This doesn't have anything to do with cell service. I didn't say anything about cellular towers, did I? So you decided to go ahead and put words in my mouth about cellular towers?
So then why is if you need a tower for your GPS, you don't believe satellites exist, right?
What is a satellite?
No. I'm going through your lens here, right? I'm asking.
You just brought up a satellite. I'm asking you what a satellite is. You brought it up.
You can go buy right now a GPS device that like is only a GPS device, and it work. You're saying the phone is hit or miss, right? The GPS.
I'm not talking about the phone. Yes, I know the standalone GPS systems. They've been around for ages.
Okay, so then, how is that working when you're anywhere on the planet?
First of all, you haven't proven planets. Second of all, I said towers. What's the problem?
No, how about this? I'll just work through your lens. The flat Earth, right? You have a flat Earth. It works air on the flat Earth, right? The GPS device, right? Would you agree or disagree with me with that?
Of course, I would.
Okay, so then how does it work when you're in the middle of the ocean? There's no towers around.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, there are. They put buoys out there with transmitters on them. Yeah.
Okay, and then
there's towers in the ocean, bro.
Are there waves? How tall are these buoys? How tall are these buoys?
I mean, some buoys aren't very tall, but they put towers out in the ocean. Do you know how tall a freaking oil rig is? They put towers in the ocean.
So
Why
how
do you
many?
think they need
So
to
then
be tall? Let's go around the ball because
no, this is actually great. No, this
go
is
up and down with the waves.
Also, man, what are you saying? Because you can use a radio, and it's not nothing to do with a satellite, and you can use a radio on a boat. What are you saying?
No, that guy actually brought up. No, that guy actually brought up the guy who said the waves. That guy actually just brought up a really good point, and that's why I was asking how tall the buoys were. Right? He actually got the point. He just missed it. So
okay, did I tell you just buoys? No, towers. Hold on, I'm asking. Excuse me, you're also going to be selective about what I said. Did I say buoys and towers, or just buoys?
So you said oil rigs. There's not oil rigs in the middle of the Atlantic.
Oh shit, yeah, there is, dude. There's oil rigs all over the ocean.
Yeah, they are, but they're usually in more shallow water. They're not like where.
Hey, man, how about you just make your statement instead of asking all these questions? You make the statement you're trying to make. Get to the statement. Like you keep with these leading questions. Ask the question. Say the statement. Say the fucking statement, man.
No, I'm trying. Are you talking to me or Says Who?
Yeah, man. Like you keep leading with all these questions, trying to get to a point. You obviously want to say something. Say it.
No. Listen. I'm trying to figure out. Right. This is the biggest thing. That like literally for me just completely disproves flat Earth. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to understand how do you explain the technology that we've all used before? Every single one of you in this room has used Google Maps. You've probably driven into a valley or in the mountains. There's literally no one else, right? And your GPS still works. How is that? How is that? How is it?
I already told you.
When you're in the middle of the ocean, right? You haven't explained it. You haven't explained it.
I told you it's tower-based pinging, trilateration.
In the
Yeah, but
ocean,
so you
not
should be able to
towers,
see. So
dude.
you should be
Give
able to
up.
see the
Give
tower
up
and
on the towers part. If they're in the ocean, dude, give up.
if they're in the what? Say that again.
There's towers all over the earth, and I'm not talking about cellular data towers. These are very specific pings. They don't require a ton of energy. They're easy to receive. They operate by a certain wavelength.
They need line of sight.
They can blast through trees and stuff like that. No, they don't have to be line of sight.
Why?
Not all radio waves have to be line of sight.
Not all radio waves. Is it a radio wave?
I don't know. I don't know what frequency they're using.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's going to be a radio wave of some kind.
But you
Yeah,
said radio
it's going to be a radio wave of some kind at a certain frequency. Dude, are you just going to be pedantic and try to like attach to small little things that I say and then hang on those? I'll tell you what. Let's do. You tell me what a satellite is, and then you prove it to me.
Well, actually,
without a consequence.
How about I do this? Why don't I explain how I believe GPS works? Would that be fair?
I don't care how you believe it. I want you to demonstrate it.
No, demonstrate that
It's the
GPS
same way
works.
it always has worked on a flat stationary Earth because there's no curve measured. So you explain what GPS is.
Yeah, cool. So I'll explain how I see. I asked you guys an honest, good faith question on how, in your worldview, do you believe that GPS works? Because we've all used it, right? I don't have to demonstrate that GPS works. No, I know.
I just told you.
I know, and I don't believe the answer's sufficient. So is that okay that I don't?
So what's insufficient about it?
I was trying to go into it, and you were like, you didn't like it. I mean,
hurry up! What's insufficient about it?
Bro,
Yeah,
get
so
to
you
the
need-
point.
so
You're
you
saying
need-
a lot of nothing, cunt. What the fuck?
You need 3 towers, right? You need 3 pings all at the exact same time for the GPS to be calculated, correct? Would you agree on that?
Sure. Whatever.
Okay. So whatever. No, that's not a whatever. That's a huge important part of this. Is that
I just want you to hurry up. You're wasting time. You're being like a troll at this point.
No, I'm not being a troll. These towers, you should be able to see them when you're in a valley, right?
No, I didn't say that either.
What? Well, they should be. You
Stop
should be able to
asking
walk all
questions.
3, right?
Just say it as a statement, bro. Stop. Stop saying everything as a question. It's taking so long. Just say it as a statement. Fucking get it out.
I'm asking him how this.
All you're doing is say your statement, and we'll agree or disagree. Just say it as a statement and finish the whole thing. Fuck.
Okay, I mean, like, this is so weird. Like, I'm trying to understand.
Dude,
how
hurry
the
the
GPS
fuck
works.
up, cunt. Say it as a statement.
Oh my
Can you not
God, the
say
crash
stuff as
out.
a statement, or do you ask everything as questions?
Hey, you guys, look, I'm on lunch for work.
Just take you fucking loser.
Yeah, this
You're
is rough.
wasting time. Hit the bricks.
Peace.
That's the standard globe troll. We get about 100 of those a day.
Fuck me, that annoyed me, cunt.
No, tell me about it, man.
I call that riding in the weeds.
Anyway, newcomer that was asking why the Earth's flat. I forgot your name, bro, but Tugga. Okay, is it Tugga? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for hanging out, dude. Feel free to hang around, listen to the conversations. If you got any questions, please ask them. But welcome.
Thanks, man. I'm gonna listen now, I think.
Who is this new guy? The new guy again? What's your name? Hello. Says who? What was this new guy's name? Check.
This on?
He's Tugga. He's down there at the bottom.
Up down there.
Oh, okay. I'm going to send you an invite to our home server, which is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we have tons of information on there: long distance observations, laser test, all sorts of things about light. Any questions you have are probably answered in those A to Z. So I'll send you an invite.
Who is ready to make some science?
Wait a minute, I'm still confused. Is it 0? My bad. I was just listening. I wasn't paying attention to who this new guy was.
Tugga is the new guy you're talking about.
The guy they were just talking to, the British guy.
Yeah,
British
Tugga.
Oh, Tugga. Okay, sorry about that. Thanks, man.
Yes, Sonny. How are you, pal?
Yeah, I see you. Thank you. Thank you for the tag. Let me send Tugga an invite here.
How does GPS work on a flat Earth? Well, you're going to need a horizontal fucking plane for that, mate. And 2 points across the horizontal plane for the distance across that horizontal plane. Then you might need to bring a Haversine formula into that. The globe is the formula.
So the guy that was asking about GPS, I think the part that didn't get mentioned was, how did GPS get started? Like, how did they get their coordinate system? So we all know that when you have a GPS position, you have latitude and longitude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's correct, Sonny.
Yeah. So latitude and longitude. So how did they get those coordinates in the very first place? Because we know they had to have the coordinates first, right? So how they got the coordinates was they measured the elevation angle from the horizontal plane to Polaris.
Yep.
They measured the elevation angles as they moved away from the north, heading south. Like, let's say you're facing Polaris and you're moving southward, still looking north. They measured how high or low that elevation angle was. Now, to measure an elevation angle, you have to use the horizon as your 0 point, i.e., like a sextant that we use to navigate with. They use the same method. When they got to 0 or the equator on the horizontal plane, that's the point where Polaris has a 0-degree elevation angle, or where Polaris basically is aligned with the horizon itself. So
exactly. Sorry, I'm not interrupting. I won't say long, but Nathan and the guys did a show on this. I don't know the number of it, and it was to do with like the GPS bullshit system that they call it, is all derived from elevation angles and the sextant and the luminaries from the horizontal plane. And that's how it's all been coordinated into this GPS system, ground positioning system. Yeah. They just took it from like the olden days using a sextant and sea level and getting your position, and now they've called it GPS. And it's just, but they've used the information from getting the elevation angle from sea level to get your position and called it something else. Correct?
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
So the GPS was created from flat Earth measurements. Thank you very much. And, you know, in order for you to even have like the different directions are flat Earth. You can't have a compass that's pointed, like it doesn't make any sense. Like we've asked Globers for years, where is the magnetic part of the Earth? Well, they'll say different things. They'll say that the magnetic lines are running across the surface. But if you're on a ball and the magnetic north is on the top of a ball, what if you're somewhere else in the ball? That magnetic north would be blocked by hundreds or thousands of feet of Earth curvature or ocean bulge, which we know doesn't exist in nature. There's no curving oceans anywhere. Also, it would require, I know it's kind of jumping around, but it would also require people in, like, let's say, Australia to be nearly upside down compared to North America. They'll tell you that, oh no, like if you have one person in point A, let's say you have a person in Montreal, in Canada, and they're standing upright. Then you travel all the way over to where Australia, where they're supposed to be antipodal or upside down compared to Montreal, and they'll tell you that that person's standing upright also. The problem with that is they're telling you that if point A in Montreal, if the person points straight up in the air, that's straight up above their head, and then the person in Australia that's supposed to be upside down points straight up above their head, that those are different angles. But we all know that when you're standing at sea level, someone at sea level in Montreal or anywhere along the coast, like of, let's say, Eastern America, standing right on the sea line, point straight up, and the person in Australia points straight up. Those lines pointing straight up are the same angle.
Yeah. So, Sonny, I mean, we don't even have to justify any of this, because the mapping, the latitude across sea level and navigation, call it whatever you want. It's always in reference to a horizontal plane. Now, if you got a globe believer in here now who can explain how measuring distances across sea level is accounting, or what tool they're using to measure curvature across a distance 8 inches per mile squared, then come and bring it on, because nothing is ever measured in curvature. No curvature is ever counted for in flight, in surveying, or navigation, or just in your life general. So I don't know what's up with these people thinking that they have to believe the globe has to exist. No, it doesn't. Because it doesn't, and there's no proof of the globe. It's never been measured. There's no proof of the globe whatsoever. Ever, ever, ever. Yeah? And I'll challenge anyone now to step up to the mic and challenge me to tell me that they live on a globe. My name's One Deck, and I'm a flat earther. If you want to challenge me, or debate me, do it now. Okay, then. Yeah, so the Earth is measured flat. That's how we deal with it. That's how it's observed. That's how everyone deals with it. There's no actual proof of a globe. You don't live on a globe. I don't know why people want to live on a globe. What's the importance of a globe? The globe is like, it's been embedded in your brain to believe you live on a globe, and people are fighting for the globe. Why are you fighting for a globe when there's no proof of it? There's no measurement of it. There's no evidence of it. There's no observation of it. Why are people getting upset about it? Because it's been debunked. There's no proof of it, and people are getting upset about it. The truth is now finally coming to the forefront of the situation where we know the Earth is flat, and that's how it's measured like that. And even the Greeks knew that 2,000 years ago, measuring angle measurements with
I'm so
wells
mad.
and sticks.
You make me so mad that the picture doesn't tilt one side 8 inches on the one side of the picture and pop up the other side of the picture that way. Oh, I'm so angry.
Hey, Demo, I fucking love Demo, you know. Hey, mate, Demo, I love you, mate. You know that.
Thanks.
This is one. Demo, I love you.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Yeah, no, but I like you. I like your style because I like your style. We've all got our own styles, but we all know the truth. But sometimes I listen to you and I think that's fucking right what that guy's saying there, mate. You know, because he's getting through to some of the these different levels of globe retards, and I think DMOC has got them all covered. So I love you, bro.
Try. I think
Anyway,
everybody in here does their part.
What globe? Where is that fucking globe anyway? Anyone got any proof of a globe? Measurement? What tool was used? Who used it? In history? Any globers? You'll be fucking talking about horizontal. You will be talking about vertical, and you will be talking about plumb and perpendicular and level. So you've got fuck all to do with measuring curvature of the Earth. What is the globe proof? See what the fucking globe proof is a fucking horizontal elevation angle fucking measurement, which has got nothing to do with fucking curvature. That's the fucking proof of a globe, is a flat Earth measurement. That's how fucking spastic it's got. Oh, well, I live on a fucking globe. How do you live on a globe, mate? Well, I fucking measure it flat. Oh, dear. So it's not a globe then? Well, it is a globe, but, you know, I measure fucking flat planes and horizontals and levels, but it's just a fucking curve. So you're spastic then? Yeah. Yeah. You're fucking spastics. Fucking end it there. Fucking going into fucking deep conversations about fucking this and that. Fuck off. You know the Earth's not a fucking globe. You know it's not spinning. You know it's never accounted for. But on one side of your brain saying, well, I don't ever see curvature. I know it's not spinning. I've never seen it. I know when I go in a plane it doesn't look fucking curved, but I'm gonna fucking argue. It is curved. It's curved. It's curved. Fucking get your fucking shit together, lad. Get your bonds together. Start sorting your fucking brain out. Yay! Yeah, start sorting your fucking brain out, Globers, because there's no fucking globe. Get a grip of yourself. Need to fucking wake the fuck up. Ching. Mind you, Katy Perry's been to space. So, I mean, we've got a fucking now, space might be fucking real because the celebrities apparently been to space. Her hair didn't go much, though, up as the other astronauts did 10 years ago. But they should. That's because gravity's not as strong as it used to be. Which there's no scientific evidence for, by the way. Fucking hell, little chat here now. See who's fucking involved with this shit. Right now. Anybody, has anybody got any proof of that they live on a globe Earth in this room right now? Because I'm quite interested to hear it. The actual proof that the globe Earth is a globe, who measured it, when the measurement was fucking measured, and any other evidence for it. I would love to hear it. Anybody available? Chumkana Sharibo.
No.
Yeah. So no. So nobody, no globers in the area. No globers in the area with the globe proof. That never existed in the first place.
They're becoming extinct these days. They're like Bigfoot.
I love D-Mac, mate. He's a fucking legend, mate. I'm a legend too, by the way, but not many people tell me that. But I am a big legend.
I think we all, as I said, I think we all do our part.
Yeah, man. We work in different ways. But at the end of the day, we know there's no fucking globe because we've never seen a fucking globe. If I've seen a globe, then I think, oh, I've seen the globe. I fucking know I've seen it. It's
it would
fucking
present
there.
itself.
And, oh, it's true. Yeah, it would present itself. If it's fucking spinning and moving at a certain speed, then I'd be able to measure it because there's tools to measure that speed. Yeah. You know, but that's not ever been done. So it's all just like spasticadidlicadika.
Yeah, non-shape, non-existing. Can't produce it. Too big, too little, too far, too close, too much, not enough. Make up an excuse. Ask a question. That you don't comprehend. And a whole bunch of ifs and buts.
Yeah, well, Demo, what? Just between me and you, mate. We've all had this conversation before, but what is it with these grown men? You've talked to these grown men. I talked to these grown men. I've been in debates. I've lost my temper with these people. What is it? Do you think? What is it that's holding them to this spinning ball Earth that's so important? That it has to be a globe. It has to be spinning. It can't be flat because I mean, where did this fucking happen? What happened? At what point in history did this happen? Where grown fucking ass men, right, who I've been face to face with, guys, I'm telling you now, right? I've been fighting with these guys, literally in pubs, in bars, right? Who are telling me I'm a fucking dickhead for flat Earth, and that they know it's a fucking and it's like it is a religion, isn't it? It's fucking obsessed with the globe. What globe? There's no proof of it.
People think that
unless anybody.
people think stuff is theirs, like a game on TV, a team, a sports team. Well, this team scored this. Yeah, you got all the stuff. You bought the shit. Well, you didn't gain from that team winning anything. They did.
Oh, it's a globe team.
Yeah, yeah. So like they feel like they're part of science or the team or the globe or whatever, the math, the whatever, like whatever you learn in school, you think, oh, well, I got an A and little Bobby and Tommy and all these other puke low lives got a C and a D and an F. You know, and so you can hold that to like a standard of yourself, like, oh, now I'm so smart because, and then with the globe or anything, and then if anybody agrees with you, that's like to the power of whatever. You know what I mean? So now you got a group of people, yeah, that put it to the power of 10 or the power of 8 billion zillion, you know, globe power, never ending curve, can't find it, doesn't stop, unlimited. Yeah. So now you got a group of people agreeing with you. So you could go around confidently and say this apple is an orange because someone will say they got the math to help you. Someone will say they got the dictionary to cover this orange is really an apple if you want to believe it. You know, it's
I think what we've got to do is, and I don't do enough of this, and I'm going to start doing it now, and I have done it to a certain extent, but I'm going to start going out there, everyone I fucking talk to, I'm going to tell them they don't live on a fucking globe. Every person I fucking see face to face, I'm going to say, do you think you live on a globe? Yeah. Fucking prove it. You've got no fucking proof of a globe. It's all in your fucking mind. You're insane. Absolutely insane. If you want to believe, why do you want that globe? Why do you want to be spinning? Why do you want to be flying through space? Are you fucking spastics or what? You're not experiencing any of this. You're in cuckoo land. You've been brainwashed. You're on a lower level than us. We have exceeded your level.
well, they tell
and
you.
we know the truth.
Well, they also tell you all kinds of schizophrenic different things. This can happen, this can happen, this can happen. And then they show you TV, cartoon, computer rendering. So fake TV Sandra Bullock shit, you know, with CGI. And then they got cartoon computer shit that can make anything happen, like Superman, just like your TV or somebody drawing or making art, comic book, you know, technology, science. But none of it's physically demonstratable. But it's all demonstratable and believable on the computer or in your mind while you're thinking that you're smart enough to understand something that doesn't exist anywhere. So you're so smart, you comprehend the incomprehensible, impossible thing that can't happen. So how can you comprehend something that hasn't physically ever happened anywhere other than your mind?
But listen, mate. I mean,
no, that's why they
excuse
think
me.
they're smart.
In his own twisted and distorted lexicon.
They all want to hold it like they're smart, like a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist really has the
Hang
power.
on. If a celebrity's been to space, it must be real.
No, celebrity is not. The celebrity went up in the air and came back to Earth. If the celebrity went to the moon and stayed on the moon and made a happy face on the moon, then came back and we saw the moon, the happy face they left, then I would buy it.
Y'all see the video of that door opening before they opened the door?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is how thick people are, right? This is how not us, because we are the true ones. We've fucking come out of this shit, right? This is how fucking idiotic, normal fucking people are, right? Now because Katy Perry's been to space, well, it's just all like, well, let's get the celebrities involved. Space is real because the celebrities done it. It's obviously real now.
That's where the schizophrenic part comes in. Now, look, if they think that's space and Katy Perry went there, Katy Perry didn't get on a rocket. Their claim for a globe is you have to get on a rocket, go up, parabolically fall, catch 17,000 miles an hour, drop around the curve, down around, and that throws you into orbit at the rate of fall around no change rate of fall gives you more potential and momentum to go around the planet and slingshot to the moon, or to be in space, or to hold your orbit. How the fuck can Katy Perry and anybody just fly straight vertically up to space? That's not even possible in their own book.
But Dimo, a lot of the people who are watching this, mate, don't know that, right? So this has got into like this is like this is like got into your wives, some of the wives, some of the daughters, some of the sons, some of the grandchildren's heads. Well, okay, look at these women going to space. They don't know what we've been talking about for the last fucking 10, 15 years about all it. He's just like, well, it must be fucking real. Because of celebrities.
But if you pay attention to Warner von Braun in 1965, they have to do this to go to space. So people know, but they just go, and they just like forget that ever even existed as a fact, that you have to have like so many things that aren't even possible to do. Like even the rocket equation isn't even possible to obtain. It's just not. It's called the tyranny of the rocket equation for a reason. And then they think that, you know, they can just fly up to space. It's just stupid.
I know.
Yeah.
Of course it's stupid. Listen, I have this with my fucking partner. She's watching it. Well, look at. I start talking about gas pressure, valve containment, fucking space, and fucking. It's like my partner's brainwashed. Not that she's into it, but you know, she's not into the argument. But it's just like, oh, she'll just look at that and think, oh, look at them, they've been to space. She won't know about anything you've just fucking said, mate. Or she won't even know about gas pressure containment and the Kármán line, anything like that. And that's the majority of the normal fucking people brainwashed on Earth, is that, well, it must be right because now these celebrities that we've all trusted and got some fucking good tunes out and all that are doing it. So it must be fucking real.
What must be right?
Sorry, mate,
what must be right when science never is settled? Science always changes. What could be right? In the paradigm of globe, nothing can be right, ever. It can never be settled.
Well, there is
correct.
Yeah, well, it can't be, D-Mop, because there's no fucking globe.
No, I know, but I'm saying if these people pay attention to anything they've been taught, science doesn't prove things. It doesn't demonstrate. All it does is change. It can always change. They tell you science can change. Then the definition.
You know what it is, D-Mop?
Hold on. And then the definition of science is that stuff's not supposed to change. It's supposed to repeat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. But you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Like us on this level now, talking about it in these arenas and debating it and arguing it, right? That's a different level. Now, for a normal fucking Joe on Earth, like, just like me and you, but who's not got any fucking issue with this conversation, just going to work every day, looking after the kids, fucking trying to make ends meet, pay the fucking rent, pay the mortgage, don't even think about what shape the Earth is. But they'll see this on news flashing up, bang, 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 Katy Perry. What's she called? Fucking woman who does the fucking quiz show and all that. So, and they'll just say, space. They've been to space. And they'll just think, oh, yeah, we've been to space. So, how many people, they have actually now brainwashed again, or they've embedded the brainwashment over a lot of people. And the reason why they're doing this is they know that us lot, yeah, the true flat earthers, I don't know if that's the right fucking thing to say, but the real, us lot, like, they're trying to, this is why they're doing this, because it's getting fucking tricky for them. So now they're using the celebrities. You're using the celebrities to brainwash the fucking idiots who haven't got a fucking clue about gas pressure and containment and entropy and everything like that. So it's more fucking, it's more like this is what, that's how low they're going now. That's how fucking low they're going. Because it's getting on top for him. Anyway, we don't live in a fucking globe because the only evidence of a globe is a fucking flat earth. Unless anybody can tell me how a globe Earth was measured, of course, and I'll talk to you all fucking day long on that. Anybody?
Yeah, one deck. Just quickly on that Katy Perry thing, yeah. I bet you sooner or later, yeah, a glober will come in here and say, I saw Katy Perry went into space, so space must be real and the globe must be real. That's how they manipulate and deceive us, by using these celebrities.
Yeah, well, that's what I've just said. But not in here, but just the general, your children, your 7 to, say, 19-year-olds who are watching the telly on social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. So, they've been to space. So it's planting a seed of space in their minds. Only us can see how fake it is because we know the true story. But for the ones who haven't woken up or realised it, they'll just think, well, they've sent a load of celebrities to space. This is what's... So it's just trying to... This is how low they've got to go now. This is how low they're going. It's fucking mad, mate. That's a telltale situation to me. That I can see that's desperation. Now they're bringing the celebrities out. I mean, how have they convinced them to do it? Have they been fucking threatened with a life? Have they been paid? Are they part of the fucking satanic...
You're talking about actors, brother. They are actors. Never forget this. That's what they do.
Yeah, but
you pay them. They're actors.
I mean, okay, so let's take the situation. Let's forget who we are and what we're doing. So Katy Perry was approached by who to say, right, you're going to space. Now, does she really think she's gone to space? Or has she just gone up to an altitude and thinks she's been in space? What do you think she is thinking about this?
I think she's either a ditzy actor, retard motherfucker on stage where she's like, base, or she's smart enough to know that she's just up in the fucking air real high like an airplane.
Yeah, she's up in the air like an airplane and fucking got some fuzzy hair on, holding a flower up, and they're all talking about this, be in the moment, be present. I mean, it's just like there's some sort of ritual going on at the moment, mate. I don't know what's fucking going on with these fucking Jesuit fucking retards, but there's some fucking ritual going on at the moment, I'm telling you. And Trump's involved. But all I know is, right, and my argument is, this fucking earth is not spinning and it ain't fucking round. Now, if anybody can step up to the microphone and, just fucking tell me I'm some fucking sort of dickhead talking shit and prove me absolutely wrong, please do that right now. Any glober.
Ain't gonna happen. They don't even know how to go find the gas without a container. They don't even know how to... Listen, they don't even know how to find out what hydrogen is right now. Go get hydrogen without a container. And take your video camera and show me where you got it, how you got it, and what it is in nature. Helium, any gas you name.
Back in a sec. I'll just fucking shoot off for a minute.
Yep, just think about that one, though. I mean, so none of these gases are real because you can't identify any of them. But I'll just make believe you get the container, and whatever the container's attribute is what they call the gas.
Make hydrogen AquaCure. Got a torch with it.
What is it?
AquaCure. It just makes hydrogen from electricity and lye and water. I mean, I can't prove it. I'm like a scientist going, this is hydrogen burning, but guys that make it say it's hydrogen burning.
So you get a reaction?
Oh, it lights on fire. I mean, that's all I know. I can't go. Denmark, I just identified the chemical makeup of this. Here, look at it under the microscope. It's on fire. See? I can't do that.
Right, and neither can well, that's what you do by trial and error. That's what that is. So you get a gas, you breathe one in, somebody dies from breathing one in, somebody doesn't. You figure out one's poisonous, one isn't. And then you got helium and little kids running around with a high-pitched voice. It's called trial and error. So you know what the effect of the thing is that you have in the container, therefore giving it a name and an attribute. Okay? I understand that. But now out in nature, just in nature, without you going to label it or make it or create it by yourself, by you creating it with all that shit you just said, then you don't have it. Yeah, you don't have it. You have to put things in a thing,
Yep.
do stuff to them, trap it, and then say that's what it is.
Yep. True.
Yeah, but wait, even when you, as a newbie, like I've been saying this for years, as a newbie, like if you think, if you get into this situation of this conversation, like, and you start thinking, well, how do we know we live on a globe? Right? And I used to get into this, like, how do we live on a globe? Well, Eratosthenes measured it. That's the only fucking thing that comes up. And what did he do? He didn't measure a fucking globe, did he?
No, he walked around in his sandals until he fell asleep.
Yeah, but this is what. No, but seriously, this is. I know I'm just going back to really bad basics here, but this is what I'm saying. So, because I fell for it myself. Like, oh, well, fucking, it must be true. The Greeks fucking did it 2,000 years ago, and they measured angles and between distances, and then they did some maths. But if you're not into the subject, that's just like, oh, whiff waff, whiff waff, whiff waff, going through your mind. Yeah, they lied, but you don't know they're lying. Yeah, man.
They told me he looked in the shadow that was in a well, and I got to thinking as a kid, and I seen the shadow go into well, and I seen the shadow bend around in a circle, and I was like, how do you get an angle from that shadow bending into a circle that hits the well? Because the well's a circular shadow, so the only shape that's going to appear there is a circular shape to my eyes, even though regardless of what the hell you put across it, a straight line or what. And I got to thinking, I said, well, that's pretty weird. So if you're looking for an angle, why would you be matching an angle that's supposed to be coming down from this thing that's the opposite of what you say it's doing and the opposite distance and all that? But nonetheless, it's coming in a circular brick fucking well, supposedly is what I heard without the stick. And like you see how it hits, it goes down in the well and the angle and the attribute, and you see, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense because when it hits the fucking well, it's going to make a curve. It's not going to give you an angle. The light.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, mate, is me and you know that because our brains have got
No,
to
I
a
know
certain level.
that's what drew my attention to it, though. Yeah, I was like, "What the fuck?" I was looking in this circle well, and I seen the shadow, and I was like, "That's a circular shadow." I was like, "Hold the fuck on!" That dude wasn't measuring no angles down in no well with a curved wall and it looking. No matter what you shine, it's gonna curve, and then an angle to the like into the well, like not to the earth, like. And then supposedly somebody said sticks, so I was like, "These motherfuckers don't know what they're talking about." So.
Yeah, but that's because your head switched on. But what I'm trying to say to you is, right, like that's just you're in the 1% club. So in the fucking 99% club, like when they research that doesn't, none of that kicks into fucking none of that, like questioning, like realization, absolutely fucking logic kicks into play because you're in the 1% club. They're not. They're just like, well, fucking obviously, it's all been sorted out. Like, it's fucking. Then this is what we're up against, mate.
When you comprehend they're wrong, they get mad and tell you, "Oh, you're stupid and retarded for not understanding or comprehending the way they imagine it to be too complex for them to get over or comprehend or even imagine how it could even happen in real life or how they could experience the physical attribute of this thing." When they're supposed to be able to experience it. You're not supposed to tell us that all the proof you got and all the evidence you got is what you don't have and what you can't prove and what's not this thing. It's fucking crazy. It's literally mad.
Well, that's what the globe, but I can't understand grown men, even when I wasn't a flat earther, if anybody would have said to me, like, well, you don't live in a globe, one deck, just say, well, I wouldn't have started getting fucking violent about it, or fucking trying to present. I've never been in a position. I mean, there must be people on different levels that are trying to protect the globe.
I might have started to try to ridicule him for a second, but then I would have been like, "Hold on a minute. Yeah, you know what? Fuck, who knows, brother? Who the fuck knows?" In the bigger aspect of this thing, I mean, yeah, who knows? I always question where the sun comes from in your dreams.
Guys, I love you all. Dimmer, I think you're a fucking legend. I've got to go. I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Why couldn't they get back in the desert away from a cliff, an 8-inch tall cliff, rounded out like a curve, then get back away from it, put objects along it? Then they'd have a physical 8-inch per mile drop, dirt fucking made physical structure that when they got back 3 miles away, they'd see exactly what it would look like for a 8-inch per mile squared fucking drop curve. Why haven't they done that? Are they too retarded? We need a 3-mile long piece of cement with an 8-inch drop at the end. Curve it out. Start it right here. Curve it out. Put objects on that bad boy. Bet you they tilt. Yeah, just 1 mile. Shit. Well, I mean, what does an 8-inch drop look like to any physical object? Like a box of cereal dropped 8 inches? I don't know, a mailbox, a garbage can. What do things actually look like when you drop them 8 inches at the ass end? Just one part, like one part drops and the other part's like tipped up. McToon and FTFE couldn't figure that out, or Demons tried. What a cereal box would look like, tilted 8 inches. Would you still see the picture the same as you would on a flat surface? Like if the Statue of Liberty was on a globe and you raised her up a little bit and moved her back, you could see up her dress on the Earth curve. After 2 to 3 miles, you can see right up her dress. Guess we're not on a globe. Where is that thing set up? Where do they got something set up on the water 3 to 5 whatever miles away, big as hell, tilted, or sitting a certain way up to where when you back away from it, it tilts, and now you can see up into the picture, proving Earth is a globe. Where's that at? If you see this, it's proof we're on a globe. If you can't see this image, we're on flat Earth. Sorry, sucker. Just a tilted, slanted object in front of a picture. The picture's up just high enough. Shit, the ball I got says I would. When I put a leaning tower of Pisa on this ball, a little one, and I roll the ball away, guess what? That ball gets vertical. Now, if I roll the ball away and there's a vertical object, that object tilts just so I could see up the skirt of it or up its nose. If it had a nose on the front of the building with big boogers in it, I could see up into the nose after so many miles. Sorry, I don't know where you got your idea, person in the chat. But the ball shows what I'm saying is correct, not you. Take an ink pen, stick it in a big ball, stab it in there, roll it back. The ink pen, you tilt it towards you like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, roll it back, the ink pen will become perfectly vertical. Now go to the Leaning Tower of Pisa, go 3 to 5 miles away. Is it vertical now? No? Shut the fuck up. No globe. The tilt should stand up on a globe. Tilt an object towards you, 45 degrees or so, and then after so many miles, it should be perfectly up and down vertical. That proves a globe. Not retard saying this thing that's on a flat surface is going to go back and still be flat on this surface.
Yeah, Demok, nothing is tilted away. Everything is straight up vertical everywhere here on Earth.
I know this. That's why I'm a flat earther, young man. I know.
Yeah. The guy in the side chat tried to say to you, is tilted away 1 degree every 60 miles.
That's a cool story. What's an 8-inch drop tilt look like for a box of cereal after 1 mile? A box of cereal, little box of cereal, not that big. What's it look like after I drop the back of it 8 inches? What's that look like to the observer? I'd say there's a tilt, motherfucker. I don't know what school you went to. The Globers that don't even know what a tilt would look like. Isn't that weird?
Oh shit! This is actually a flat Earth, like, debate channel.
Yeah, we're trying to find out what 8 inches of curve looks like with a box of cereal. When the box of cereal drops down the back corner, you got it sideways, right? Looking at you, you're reading the ingredients on the side, and then you push it away 1 mile. What's that box of cereal going to look like to the guy looking from the side and to you? Is it still going to be parallel with the corn bob?
For the first quarter, I was like confused if it was like a real genuine statement you were making. So what was it? I have a box of cereal.
Yeah, you push it away. Now it's 1 mile away from you. On a globe, it's supposed to drop 8 inches. The back of it, the back part of the cereal box. Yeah, what's that look like on a globe? Because on flat Earth, when you push the cereal box, what we see is it's straight up and down, just like every other cereal box that you put the whole way. They all match. Now, there's one supposed to deviate somehow after a magic number of putting a number of boxes up to each other. One of these is supposed to deviate and go this way. Where's that at? That's the only one we're looking for.
No, you fucked me up. So I've got a cereal box. I push it a mile away. If the Earth's
got
flat,
1,000 of them from you to that one, all the way, going all the way. Which one of them is going to drop and deviate and tilt? Which one of them is going to tilt?
What, on a flat Earth or
on your globe? On a flat Earth, none of them are going to tilt. Don't be stupid.
Which one? All of them would behave the same.
Like what? Like definitely not like flat Earth, right? They're not going to be parallel, right?
They're on a globe.
They're not going to be parallel, right? They're going to converge, diverge away. The bottom will be converging, the top will be diverging. Looking for that.
There'd be some fuckery for sure. I think it'd be quite blurry, but yeah, there'll be.
What would be blurry? You're going to get a side view too, brother. While you're looking forward, your buddy is also going to be on the right or left of you, about a mile away, half a mile away, whatever they need. They're going to see the boxes too. So if they have a horizontal line and you have a horizontal line going out, are the boxes going to match down at the end? On a globe, they're not supposed to.
The 1,000 boxes, are they like in front of each other, beside each other? Like what?
They're all the way going down the way, lined up, side by
So some
side
of
by
them are
side
actually
by side.
further away.
So now you're looking to see the one that's a mile away compared to all the other ones, what it
I
looks
see.
like with 8 inches of drop tilt underneath that box. What's
it
that
looked
look
like
like in reality?
It looked
can't
like it's
be
a mile away.
Well, hold on. It can't match a horizontal line, is all I'm telling you. It can't match our flat Earth ones that are parallel with each other. They're all parallel. You can't have parallel squares on a fucking cube on a sphere. You understand this, right? The corners have to go away and make these. Yeah. I mean, go get a ball if you don't believe me. It's only reality, brother. There's no joke here.
No, for sure. Like the Earth is definitely like it's definitely not flat. I think it's either round or like octagon or.
Brother, did you hear what I just said? So now go demonstrate. Go get a ball and put a whole bunch of cubes on it, like crystal ones, and show me how the corners touch the edge of the ball.
I feel like this is mental gymnastics that's like unnecessary though. Like I agree.
Well, it's mental gymnastics to believe in a globe that doesn't exist. That's unnecessary too. To
you're arguing for flat
no,
Earth.
I'm asking for you to bring it real, to make it real, not mental gymnastics. To make
that's
the
a plot
curve
twist.
appear with the box of cereal, you and your friends, right? Or you to put a cube on something that's spherical, perfectly spherical, like a spherical polished sphere, steel one, whatever, and then a cube, and show us how the corners touch. If you can't see the corners touch anywhere, and you go outside and you put a floating cube on water, the water's not supposed. If you're on a cube on a ball, the corners ain't supposed to line up, brother. That's just physics.
Like, I'm sorry, but I actually can't like
There are no
articulate
corners
these
on a sphere.
I don't
Listen.
I don't have these things at hand.
Okay, well, don't be slow. Repeat this. No corners on a sphere.
There are no corners, yeah, for sure.
Now, there are corners on this bottom of this cube I'm going to put on top of the sphere. Now, these corners are going to float, proving that there's a sphere underneath this cube. No matter how big the cube is, the corners are always going to levitate because the cube, the sphere and the cube
they're on top of the sphere.
Right. Of course, because they don't line up with each other. A horizontal line doesn't ever match with a sphere, no matter what,
Of course,
no matter how big.
A square on top of a
No matter how big or little. So now on Earth, if you think if they say we're on a big sphere, go get a cube any size you want and go put it out on the water that's supposed to be curving on the lake. The corners should not touch; they should float up.
Corners should not touch what? The sphere that's underneath.
Yeah, the spherical water. Yeah, that's how it works, buddy.
Wait, the spherical water. Wait, are we talking about a sphere on top of the water?
If you live on a globe, retard, that's 73% water wrapped around the outside.
I'm just trying to catch up, bro. There's no need to like.
Okay, well, shut up and stop talking over the spherical water.
Whoa!
Around the
what
ball.
the fuck? I'm not even against you, bro. I'm not even your enemy. Why are you like being weird?
Well, you sound slow. Can you just hear the sentences?
Let's get back to the story.
Okay, I'm finished, right? So put it this way, right? So let's say you're on planet Earth, bro, yeah?
That's the only place we are, yeah.
Right, okay, you're on planet Earth, right? So planet Earth is a sphere, you dumb fuck.
No, it's not, you dumb whore.
So there's no corners, because it's a fucking sphere, bro.
Don't
so if you
talk
want
to
to
your
get
mom like
offensive,
that. She's not a
you dumb
dog.
shit. It's a fucking
your mom's
sphere,
a nice
bro.
lady.
It's a, bro, it's a
Your mom
sphere,
has
bro.
nice
Tommy,
apple
it's not,
pie.
Tommy. It's not a sphere. Okay.
Oh, is it not? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because you know why it's not a sphere?
Because of the spherical water.
Because the science to explain it is too complex to.
For my brain, I get it now. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm too slow. Some guy said that earlier.
No, bro.
It is a sphere, actually, but it's okay. I don't think these people are unintelligent. It's not fair to call people name. It just happens.
No, I know. That's what I was trying to fucking be on his level, and then he just started like saying shit. What
Is it okay to go get a cube out or get a box of cereal and show us what it looks like? Intelligent people, just get that box of cereal and show us what it looks like on an 8-inch curve. What's that look like?
They're not getting it. They're not getting it, man. These are normies.
I'm not religious,
bro.
but
weird.
They're normies. These are normie guys. They're not going to get what you're talking about, man. Why don't we just start with what is it? Why don't we just start with what it is about your natural experience, right? That tells you that Earth is obviously and definitely a sphere.
Well, I mean, I have no legitimate argument here. I was just chilling, but I mean, I do have the normie point of like the horizon thing. Like,
the problem will be that you have to explain. It's so hard to explain things like star constellations and suns. You need so many different models to how to make it make sense.
Whoa, what? You just made it sound more complicated, but it's not that complicated.
It is complicated. The simple solution is that it's a sphere, but to make it not a sphere, there's a lot of new science we need to invent. Like, how does the sun work when there's light on one side of the planet, not on the other side?
But who cares how the sun works if we're on the planet Earth, right? If the Earth is flat or a sphere, it doesn't matter about the sun.
Yeah, so Tom, you said something about the horizon. Yeah, that's flat. The horizon's flat.
Yeah, but doesn't something go so far, like, to the point where you can't see it? Isn't that because of the curvature?
Wait, what does it, though? I've never seen that.
No.
You know that'd have to happen at a particular distance, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because if the Earth is of a specific size, right? So this is where the surface of the water comes into play, like you were talking about before, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we've always been told, so that when a boat gets to a particular point, a distance away from us, and because the Earth is of a specific size, and because you're of a specific observer height, there's a specific distance at which point an object like a boat will begin to appear to be obstructed from the bottom up.
Yeah, it slowly go out of vision.
Doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen.
Nope.
To be fair, I mean, I can't say like I've watched this and seen it, so
I can't show you observations where someone's taken their camera right to like a beach and got down at 1 foot, like above the surface of the water, and zoomed in with a very powerful high zoom camera, right? And
the camera game. Sorry.
So they've been able to zoom in, and they have distance markers, right, in the foreground. So like 2 oil rigs, which have a known distance, right? Mm-hmm. And you can see the horizon beyond them. Now, the known distances of those oil rigs are beyond the geometric horizon, the point at which things would begin to be obstructed from the bottom up, right? That's where your horizon would be in the foreground before the oil rigs. But so it appears behind. But it appears behind the oil rigs, showing that the horizon is not the physical geometric curvature of the Earth.
What appears behind them? Sorry.
The horizon.
Well, of course of course. Because it is behind.
No, but if you were on a ball, right, with a radius of 3,959 miles, and when you get down at 1 foot observer height, whether it's a camera or your eyes, right, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. So if we've got 2 oil rigs, one at like 6 miles and one at 9 miles, and the horizon.
You're saying you can see the oil rigs, but
no, it's not about the oil rigs. We just use them as a demarcation.
Oh,
right?
I see.
So we get distance markers. So if one's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles, you're at 1 foot observer height, then you should see the horizon in front of the oil rigs at 1.22 miles, but it appears behind the furthest oil rig. So at least at 10 miles away.
Can we clarify, what is seeing the horizon in front or behind me? So the horizon is what? The line, the baseline, right? Or essentially the surface of the water. That's the horizon. Is that what we're...
where the land or sea appears to meet the sky.
Okay, and we're saying that the oil rig... No, I'm too dumb. I agree.
So the math, right, based on the size of the Earth that we're given, right, and the observer height, the math says that the horizon should be at 1.225 miles from 1 foot observer height, because it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height.
Well, you're saying that the maximum horizon distance that you can see is 1 point whatever miles. Is that what you're saying?
For a 1 foot observer height. So it's for a 6 foot observer height, it's about 3 miles.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah, because the math behind it is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So
1 mile isn't that far at all, is it?
So the square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.225, 1.225. So if you get down to 1 foot observer height, the horizon should appear at 1.225 miles.
What if you're at 6 foot observer height?
It's about 3 miles.
And the other metrics are equivalently adjusted. Okay, that's is there pictures of this? I need to see a picture.
Yeah. There is.
Yeah, there's a full high definition video showing the entire observation start to finish. I'll grab it and put it in the side chat.
Thanks, DJ. Thanks, man.
You might be convincing me here, guys.
Yeah, and it's not a perfect, it's like 8 inches per mile squared. So remember, there's a squared function in there per mile.
Yeah, so there's like almost countless examples of observations where people are seeing too much of the surface, because that would be allowed by the sphere of a claimed size, right?
Hold on. Sorry,
if you're on a sphere and it's got a certain size, then you should only be able to see so much of the surface before you can't see any more of it because it's curving down and away from you. It's essentially blocking itself from view. Right? But and it's based on the geometry, right? You've got Earth curve calculators, distance to horizon calculators online. You can go and check.
Wait. So 9.41 mile Earth curvature platforms. So is this the oil rig?
Just give me 1 second. And what I'll do, I'll post like a GIF in the chat that shows the main thing that we're talking about. I've got it here.
Wait, 2 minutes. There is an oil rig. Platform. Wait. 9.4 miles. I don't know what the observer view feet is, though.
1 foot.
In this video?
Yeah. Wouldn't help you even if it was 6 foot. Wouldn't help you still.
Yeah. Okay, so one is clearly closer than the other, but what's the evidence that I'm seeing here? No, the horizon's behind it, bro. 4 minutes. The horizon's far behind both of them, man.
Shouldn't be. If you're on a ball.
No. Okay, where is this? Sorry?
It's Miramar Beach.
Santa
Barbara, California.
I mean, opposite side of the planet, Santa Barbara, is the Indian Ocean. So if it's flat, why are we seeing the Indian Ocean also?
Well, obviously, with high-powered optics, you're going to be able to zoom in and see further, over a plane surface than you could with just your naked eye, right? But you've also got other things at play. You've got to consider things like weather conditions.
Yeah, okay, my point is what makes the horizon maximum distance that's visible to the human eye or lens or whatever the fuck? Who is stating this distance? Like, what is the law behind that? The rule?
Oh, the distance to the horizon based on the globe Earth, right? So that's the Pythagorean theorem. So your line of sight to the edge of the surface of the ball that you're on, based on its.
And if we're on a globe, you're saying the maximum distance is that many miles?
No, if you are on a globe, then the maximum distance would be 1.225 miles times the square root of your height in feet, the observer's height in feet. You can check any online distance to horizon calculator.
Okay, but if it's flat, how comes you can't? What's the maximum distance you can see if it's flat then? Why can't we see India?
Well, the human eye doesn't have the greatest, it has limitations.
So we need better lenses.
Yeah, I doubt you're even going to find a commercially available telescope that's capable of seeing those sort of distances. Plus, there's such thing as light extinction, and so light, air itself reflects and absorbs light. So and based on its quality, it's going to have a certain amount of opaqueness over distance. So on some days it might be a bit clearer. On a good day, I think they say that the maximum range you could see something is like 300 miles or something. I can't remember the math behind that, but basically, you know that if you go into your weather app, you're going to have a visibility factor. It's usually around 10 or 11 kilometers, right? So that's what's that? Like 15 miles or something. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, that's that what that's based on, right? Is so they'll actually have it's based on how far an object of significant size will appear on a blue background, right?
Okay, wait. Sorry, I don't mean to know you.
Before you can't see it anymore because of light extinction, right?
So the reason you can't see a guy in India waving is because your eye can't see that far, or the lens can't see that far, right?
Well, you've got angular resolution and
all the weather factor, and
optic limitations and weather conditions are going to.
But doesn't that
those factors?
Isn't that like a major? Like you need that in order to prove that theory, right? No.
I don't need that. No, you just need to be able to. Well, we've already just shown you that if the Earth was a sphere of claimed dimensions, then you wouldn't be seeing horizons beyond 9 miles from 1 foot observer height. So it's not a sphere with a radius of 30
Okay.
meters.
Wait, no.
And since you already observe it to be flat and motionless, right? You don't really need to go any further than that.
Okay, what about you believe that all the photography from like space or the outer atmosphere they're all fake?
Sorry, saying
is that an automatic belief of someone that believes that the Earth's flat? Do you believe that all the imagery, the photography from like space and shit, they're all fake?
The imagery from do you mean like the cartoons and the CGI composite images that they put on TV, on the internet? The ones they admit
not the
are
ones
artist
from
renditions. The ones that they admit are artist renditions and composite images.
Wait, so yes, you mean?
So yeah, or do you think that they're out there taking raw imagery with like cameras that are available to like us?
I can't say for sure because I am not taking the pictures, but I am on that wavelength.
We can look into how they're made, right? Like, even Obama came out in 2012, right, in a press conference. He's like, "Oh wow, look, NASA's blessed us with this beautiful photograph of Earth from space, the blue marble," right? And then you look into how NASA makes these images, right? And they literally say they make it in Photoshop, right? And they stitch together a whole bunch of images, and then they wrap it around a ball in Photoshop, right? And then they add in the clouds later on, and then they tweak it until it looks like what the Earth. Sorry?
Isn't there a curvature even in planes?
No. You would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from a plane, right? So even if you send up a weather balloon with a non-fisheye lens, right, it's flat from even 120,000 foot. Right, and even globe Earth scientists agree with that. Like I can prove that. I can show you clips of them talking about it. Right, even 350,000 feet, the height of the Blue Origin. Right, there was a trained astronaut on that. right? And she said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out in 2 different interviews, and he said he did the math, right? And he said that you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from even that height. So,
Oh, I can't even copy past that.
Damn.
You can't what? Sorry.
Yeah, I can't even copy paste the picture into the chat.
Are you new to the server? You have to level up to like level 3. It just automatically happens over time.
Picture of what? What are you posting a picture of?
Well, I googled. If you just Google curvature from a plane,
no, it's cap, bro. It's cap. It's not real.
So from a plane, dude, right? So from a plane, it really depends what type of lens you're using, right? Or what type of windows the plane has as well. Like I fly a lot, and it's completely flat horizon. I don't know how people are saying they've seen curvature from a plane, but maybe in some planes.
What's that? Wait, what's that Tesla? The thing they're doing where they don't? It's not a commercial flight, but they're in zero gravity and all that shit.
It's you know what a parabolic flight is, right?
Is that the thing I'm describing?
Probably. Pretty much, yeah. It's where you go up and then it goes down, right, at a certain speed, and it makes you feel like you're weightless for
No,
a short.
not that. No, where they're on the edge.
About the Concorde?
No, it's where they're on the edge of the. I don't know the word, bro. I'm too uneducated. The stratosphere.
Blue Origin or the Virgin Galactic? Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin?
Virgin Galactic. That sounds like the.
Yeah. So if you have a look at the footage, right, sometimes the horizon looks curved and sometimes it looks like it's curving the wrong way, right, because it's just a fisheye lens that they're using. Right, I can show you footage of that, but you can have a look at that in the original footage if you want, right? You'll see the horizon hopping around as the camera pans up and down because that's what a wide-angle lens does, right? And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right,
Yeah, no, I heard I did hear that.
Yeah, he said even specifically about the Blue Origin, the Virgin Galactic. Yeah, he said it's like deceptive, right? Just like the Red Bull jump was deceptive. He's like, they're making it sound like they went to space. He's like, they did not go to space. It's like you wouldn't even see the curvature.
But yeah, it's like the edge, isn't it?
The edge.
They just went up, right? They just went up to a certain height, and then they have like 3 minutes or something like that of weightlessness, right? Because they're coming down at a certain speed, and that's it. And then they come back down to Earth. That's it.
What? And the pictures from that peak height, you're saying like that?
Yeah, like if you have a look at the images, it's proof that they just used a wide-angle lens, right? Because in some of the frames, it looks like it's curved, and then some of them it's curving drastically in the wrong direction.
Okay. Also, you can see the same amount of curve from the surface before they take off. So that's clear indication that they're using those type of lenses for that imagery.
So both sides of the argument, though, right? I'm not hearing clear proof either side. So how do we fucking?
No, you already experienced Earth as flat and motionless. That's your natural.
Yeah, but I'm sure like the other side would say the same thing. Right?
No,
what? They can't say that. They can't say that.
The globe.
You're experiencing Earth on a globe.
So the experts,
no, they can't say that.
No. So the experts tell you, yes, you experience Earth on the surface as flat and motionless, and it doesn't matter how high you go, it still looks flat. That's what they tell you.
I don't know, but I mean, what I'm saying is like people that say that it's a globe rather than flat, they will say you're experiencing Earth.
They can't say that.
Know it or not, you're on a curve, right? Whether you can see it or feel it. But that's what they were saying, right? Both sides.
They can't say that.
No, I get that, but they will say the same thing about you. You can't say that.
Well, who?
No, they can't. They can't say that.
No, but they'll say the same thing. How could?
No, they can't.
No, I'm not either side. But like, if you could, if you had a million, billion, zillion dollars, and you could finally do a test, how could we figure it out for all of us?
We did that.
You don't need zillions of dollars, man.
Yeah. It's actually very simple, man. If the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, we can easily calculate how much it should curve over a particular distance, right? So you can have, say, a 10-mile lake. It should curve 66 foot over that 10-mile lake.
Okay, yeah.
Right, so you shouldn't be able to go to the lake. Huh? Let me finish. Right, so that's a 6-story building, approximately, right? 66 foot. Okay, so that's just over 10 miles, right? That's the math according to the globe. Okay, so it's not like math that's up for debate. It's not our math. That's the math, right, from the globe side. Well, it's not something that's you need to argue with, right? What you can do is take my word for it and then confirm the math yourself after. Right, but you'll find that it's
trust me, right?
You don't have to trust me. You don't have to trust me, right? You can just double check what I'm saying afterward, right? But you'll find out that there should be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, right? So you can go start performing different tests over a 10-mile lake, right? It's not hard to go to a 10-mile lake and start doing different types of observations, right? And what we've found is that you can go to like a 10-mile lake and you can set up a camera just off the surface of the water and you can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Whereas if the Earth was a globe, it would have to be hidden, right? Obstructed by 66 foot of curvature over that distance.
I mean, I hear you, but again, I can't argue for or against anyone's side here, or for what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't have to, dude, I can't because I don't have to. This isn't an argument, right? This is just some information that you've probably never heard before, right?
Yeah,
and
I'm just information to relay in like response, because I'm not clued up. But let's say we all of us in this call right now, live streamed on Twitch, Kick, OnlyFans, and we all shot up into space. And would that, like, if it was flat or curved, would that be clarification for everyone?
Yeah, that would be wonderful, but that's just not going to happen, is it?
No.
Right, so we can actually, like, look, have a look in the side chat, dude. Right, this completely debunks the globe. Right, I'll walk you through it quickly. It's super simple. Right, can you see the observation I posted? You'll see a couple of oil platforms.
Oh yeah, that's the video.
Yeah. This is a different one, right? Different time of the day. It's really clear in this one, right? And we can see the oil platforms, and then we can see the horizon behind the oil platforms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.5 miles, right? But luckily,
that's the thing, I can't attest to any of that.
You could type it into you could type it into ChatGPT right now if you wanted to. You could say, on a globe, how far away would the horizon be?
Wait. I'm all ears, but on that last image, does that not look curved? The fucking sea line?
No, definitely not.
Okay, it's 2 oil platforms, and there's even a green line drawn across the horizon line to show you that it's completely straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.5 miles, 3.46 miles from an 8-foot observer height, right? But because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, we know that the horizon's past the second oil platform, which is 10.1 miles away.
The horizon is past the second platform.
Past the second platform, yeah.
Doesn't it seem vice versa?
Sorry? No, the horizon has to be at a specific distance if the Earth's a globe, right? Because of the size of the globe, right? So depending on the height of the observer, you can calculate how far away the horizon is on a globe, right? When I was at school, they taught me many times, right? They're like, if you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach, the horizon's 3 miles out. Right? If you go a little bit higher, it extends the distance. If you go lower, it shortens the distance to the horizon. But it's based off the radius value, the size of the globe.
Yeah.
Right? But we're seeing the horizon magnitudes further than it could possibly be on a globe. Right? There's no logical explanation to why we can see the horizon 10 times further away. Sometimes 20 times further away.
In that picture?
Yeah. It has to be at 3.4.
Isn't the oil rig further away than we can see the horizon, though?
The second oil platform is called Platform Habitats, 10.1 miles away. Right?
Yeah,
the horizon
ends before the. That's why the platform is like significantly shorter, right?
No.
I don't know.
Right, let me explain that quickly, right? It's a good question, but let me explain. It'll make sense, okay? So the closer platform is taller because it's 6 miles, and it's a taller platform. It's called platform
distance. Right?
Just let me explain it quickly, right? So the closer platform 6 miles away, it's called Platform Hillhouse, right? It's about 90 foot above the surface of the water, right? And then the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat. It's 4 miles further away, right? Like 7 kilometers or something like that.
Wow.
Further than the platform, right? So obviously, when things are further away, they appear smaller. Yeah, and also it's a shorter platform, right? It's 77 feet high above the surface of the water, right? So both of those things explains why it's further away, but it can't be hidden behind the horizon because the horizon's clearly behind it.
It's not, bro. It's not, is it? I'm seeing the horizon line in front of
behind its oil rig. What are you talking about, dude?
Hey, post the clown one.
You don't see the horizon.
So we can see if you're maybe something's wrong or something.
No, he's looking at the other one that Bar Grunt posted.
Bar Grunt, yeah.
Hey, Radley, get the clown ones out.
Yeah, so the one that Bar Grunt posted is a different observation, right? Completely different conditions on a different day.
He doesn't know the temperatures of either of the air or the sea for the picture. He just posts it.
That's right. But it is also a black swan, as we term it. It's that horizon.
We're going to go back to focus.
If the horizon's behind the oil thing, how the fuck?
Yeah, I got a very.
Man, I don't know, bro. It's a lot, isn't it? Like if the horizon's in front of the oil thing. I mean, it's in front of it because you can't see the bottom of the oil rig. Yeah.
All right. Look. Okay. So I posted a particular observation, right, where the platforms are in front of the horizon. It's very obvious. Someone else came in to try to derail the conversation. Posted a different one. Posted a different image, right, and it confused you. Right. That was the person's goal.
Sorry, man.
The one in that image that you're referring to, Tom. That horizon is still too far away. It's not at 1.225 miles. So it doesn't even matter if it appears doesn't even matter if it appears in front of the oil rigs. It needs to be at 1.225 miles from 1 foot observer height, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That in that image that you saw from Bar Grunt, it's not. It's still too far. And it could be the result. You don't have... DJ posted you imagery with details. This Glober just came in and just posted you something without details.
Yeah,
he just wants you to rely. He just wants you to rely on what the image looks like.
Sure did.
That could be a sea swell. That could be a swell in the ocean, for all you know.
Yeah, look, man, it's the same location and it's a different day with completely different weather conditions, right? If you have a look at footage from this location, right, this is Santa Barbara, right? There's ocean swells, there's people out surfing, right? So some days there's big waves, some days there's small waves, just depends on the day, right? So he just got like some cherry-picked photo where we don't have any details.
I'm so sorry, bro. I appreciate everything.
You're right, dude. You're right.
For all of our debate this whole time, but couldn't we all just agree to disagree? Because we all really don't know.
Agreeing to disagree is the retort of the intellectually weak, dude. The oil rigs are there as distance demarcations. Everyone's trying to confuse you about what it's all about, and successfully.
But we're believing
You're successfully confused you. Don't you think it's weird that he had the need to do that?
It's from California. It's not the internet generated this image. It was taken in reality.
Yeah.
You can go and do something like this.
That's what someone on the opposite side would say about the space pictures.
You could go and do
not really
like this yourself, bro. Tom, you could go do this yourself at any location where you have a large enough body of water And you could test that. You could test the math, the globe math. And if you don't find it, then it's not there. Doesn't
Well, you know what?
exist.
I have to go, but you guys convinced me. I love you all very much. I'm sorry I couldn't.
Yeah, that's all good, man. Look, come back another time. Look, all we're trying to do, and trying to convince you of anything, just showing you some observations, right? You didn't have time to look at much today, but come back another time. We can go over more of them.
This isn't even half of it, bro. That's not even
Exactly.
just skim the surface for you. It's much, much more.
Yeah, bless.
All right, catch you later, dude.
See you later.
Alrighty. Let's get some W's in the chat for DJ. There we go.
Hey, bro, what am I, chopped liver? I started off that conversation about the black swan.
You are chopped liver. Some chopped kangaroo, maybe. Nice. W. Let's get some W's in the chat for the team, guys. Very nice.
But I could tell he wasn't jiving with Demok's, L shapes and cereal boxes. So, like, I thought we'd give him something a bit more, something that he can actually, like, try and relate to actual going out into reality and observing and measuring. Like, yeah, normies aren't going to be thinking, like, along the lines of, like how Demok thinks. It's more so, that's more of an argument. Those are more arguments that he can take up with the anti-flat earthers. The normies, yeah, they haven't reached that stage yet where they understand the kind of principles that Demok's trying to introduce to them. And I think that's why Demok gets a little frustrated sometimes, because they're not understanding what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tell them an actual simple thing. I mean, I understand the boat going over the horizon simple too, but like, like fucking in your mind, like what does just any object you can think of in reality look like if you drop and tilt it? It just like like they, I don't think that anyone's ever just stopped and even thought about that for themselves. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, but normies aren't thinking about the geometry, specifics, and all the values and that. You gotta take them through all that and teach them their model. Well, I say model, for want of a better word.
Their imagined idea.
Yeah. These newbies that come in, they don't know. But the other guy, he took off. I muted him and he took off. Oh, well, I was going to unmute him next.
All right, what's next? All right. Old Hoss geeked me out there. The guy was like, he said something like, "Yeah, he posted that and it completely fucked me up." And Old Hoss was like, "Yeah, I know," or something like that. That took me out.
I deleted it, so we didn't actually even have to talk about it. He said, "Nope, that's gone. Forget what you saw. Go back to the original."
Bro, you got to post the clown swan so I can save it. I need that.
Someone get this man a clown swan.
Please give me the clown swan, Radman. Just post it one time. I'm gonna save it in my server forever. That shit is so funny, bro. I was waiting for you to drop it the whole time. There it is. All right, let me save this.
It's too confusing for people when they don't even understand what a straight line is.
Did you make this?
Yes, this is for people who are focused on oil rigs. Now they can focus on clowns. Down in the back is looking for the horizon.
Doctor. Doctor, 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 doctor.
Matrix attack.
Doctor, 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 doctor.
Is that a Matrix attack?
It's me. Me doing that.
How do you do that?
Turn up my TV really loud so you can hear it.
Have we spoke to everyone in the panel? Calaman? Calaman? Are they a flat earther or what's their deal? I think I've seen that name before. Calaman. Lawman. Call a man. I just hang on listening. Usually in the PNR.
Politics and religion serve.
Nice. W. Politics and religion. Looks like there's a couple people over there now. It was a good show last night too. I jumped on here because we were cooking. Heretic was cooking that. What was that guy's name? Some nobody. What was his name?
Angelo
Yeah, El Angelo.
literally just said, "Where's your proof of that?" Then he just went bonkers.
Berserk. Yeah. He was hating on you, bro. That was weird. He had a weird, like, hate boner for you.
Yeah, he's a weird character.
Yeah, heretic. I left you a message. Like, just say it, dude.
Doesn't know how to ping either, apparently.
Boomer.
Yeah, boomer problems. Boomer insults.
Oh yeah, I hope that will please infest you. What the heck?
I don't know if that's even a boomer insult. That's just, I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah. Trying to be like poetic or something. Like, an idiot.
He probably thought he cooked with that one too.
Medieval Arabic insult.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, he hit the abort button. He's like, bye. I forget. I think it was. Honestly, there were a lot of people were jumping in. It was a little chaotic. I think it was you, T-Dub. You were like, everybody shut the fuck up. It was either you or Timbo. I'd be dying, bro. There was a lot of people trying to cook him last night.
He gets the whole room pissed off. Maybe that's all he's trying to do.
Well, Jenna was fucking Yappuccino. Everyone's like, Jenna, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to say is, like, if someone makes a claim, you just say, prove it. Like, they want to go down into this, like, fucking rabbit hole with them and shit. You know? It's like, just make them prove their shit.
Mm-hmm. But they so quickly run away from their claims. They'll be like, yes, it's a globe, 100% confirmed. We'll go, okay, what's the proof? No, you show me flat Earth. Why would we do that? You don't even, like, you're saying flat Earth doesn't exist. So why do you want proof of something? Like, just stand on what you say.
Stop being so lazy and Google my proof for me.
That was crazy when he said that. Well, he was like, you can just Google blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, this is your bag. You do it.
It's that easy, yeah. Why doesn't he just do it?
Yeah, he did say, like, oh, it's so easy. Just go do this. I'm like, well, go ahead. All right, bro, you got it.
What a joker.
Somebody hurt him really bad.
Yeah, probably like everybody he talks to out here.
Yeah, probably. They always come in so scarred. Lagging.
We got like a whole bunch of clips off of him back in the home server like years ago. That was when Miggy was doing his wig snatcher thing.
Yeah, nice.
He got a bunch of them off that guy. We talked to him for like 2 hours. I think you probably talked to him that time.
Probably. I definitely recognize the voice and the name. What a guy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's all right for content, if nothing else.
For sure. For sure. Oh, man. I'm just laughing at his, like, little heretic. I left you a message. Make sure you check that. Is that your boyfriend, bro? Like, Angelo.
It's the same insult from like 2 years ago.
So, guys, can I follow up on content that was discussed yesterday and the day before?
Absolutely.
So, it's frequently been discussed that you cannot contain gas without a container, or you can't have gas pressure, I should say, without a container.
Facts.
So, I want to understand: are we like ants in an ant farm?
Ooh. I mean,
are ants in a container?
No, I'm just saying, like ants in an ant farm. You know, like this is God looking down at us in a container.
Oh
like,
wow, you start
like we could have pet ants in an ant farm.
Why are you
Might be
talking
adding.
religion? Why are you talking religion?
Well, I mean, what's the container?
Well, you look sideways at an ant farm, not down below. You don't look at an ant farm from above. You look sideways at it.
True.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, think
I mean,
snowflakes.
are we going to lose containment? Are we going to lose containment and lose air?
Huh?
Is the air going to escape? Are we going to? We all going
Escape to where? Where's it going to escape?
Anywhere. If we don't have a container, are we going to die?
Where? Tell us where it's going to escape to.
Okay.
We're going to fall off the planet. Fall off the Earth.
The planet.
Oh, now you think flat Earth is floating in space. Space is fake.
Well, I mean, I saw images that people had posted about the air just falling off the Earth.
What would happen to you if you didn't have parents?
Well, unfortunately,
Weird question you're asking.
Unfortunately, I'm coming up on that when I won't have parents anymore.
I'm just saying it's a weird question. You wouldn't be here without them. So the same thing as like the container in the air. It's like
Well, the other thing is that eventually your parents die on you.
Yeah, but
they go from being with you to not being with you anymore.
You're missing the
air
point,
can go
though.
from being with us.
You're
and
missing
not
the
with us
point. No, okay.
Not in the post sense, the pre sense. What did it take for you to exist? There's a necessary condition, right?
Well, you wanted me to take God out of the picture, and I don't want to answer.
There's a necessary condition, right, for your existence.
Yeah.
Right? Do you agree? There's a necessary condition for your existence?
Is to have air, absolutely.
For you to have existed in the first place required something, required parents, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right. No contest? So gas pressure is the same. It requires something in the first instance. Necessary condition.
All right. So is it not a hard and fast rule that gas needs a container for air pressure then?
Say again?
So is it not a hard and fast rule that we can't have air pressure without a container?
Right, because it's the necessary condition for gas pressure.
So we have to be in a container then.
Yeah. Yeah, outer space, the vacuum of outer space is fake.
But what container are we in?
I don't know.
We have air pressure, so what container are we in?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't give you specific details about it.
Well, we have to find it. It has to be.
No, we
somewhere.
don't.
Why?
No, we don't.
Dude, you're the one that claims outer space exists. You're the one that needs a container. We just tell you air pressure requires a container.
Well, I mean, we're at about 30 bars typically. Or 30 milligrams of mercury, whatever is the typical air pressure.
You just missed.
So we're in a container.
Prove it.
Well, I'm saying if the infallible rule is that you can't have air pressure without a container, since we have air pressure and we're not in a vacuum, we are in a container.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. All your friends.
So you don't care if you're in an ant farm?
Now, you said an ant farm. You look at that from the side. How are you looking at the Earth from the side?
Well, it's a container.
Well, we already live amongst the ants, do we not?
True.
Yes, we are in the ant farm. Any other great insights you have?
Well, I mean, I'm just going with it. I'm not here to
This
argue.
guy
I'm
doesn't
just
like
saying-
ants. He's an anti.
You should learn what an antecedent relationship is.
We all just accept the fact that life
Was that
is
good?
the way it is. Okay? So you either accept it or you don't.
Yeah, that's a good point, CB. Maybe that's why he is belly aching about antecedent relationships. He just doesn't like ants. Can't stand them.
Well, guys, I've already proven. I've already proven 3 things in this room. Not today, but previously.
Like what?
Number one.
You don't know what an antecedent relationship is?
People like to say that the Earth is round. I say no. The Earth is ground. Earth is ground.
Yeah, facts.
Yes,
facts.
Earth is ground. And people
Is there
also
any
wanna
ground
argue
in
that
the
Earth
sky?
is-
Start telling us
people also
about
want to argue that the Earth is. Yeah, I mean, people have made the argument of the statement that the Earth is flat, and I would argue actually that the Earth is fat.
Oh,
there are
here
fat
we
people
go.
everywhere.
Yeah, with a PH or an F. You never answered this.
With an F. No, with an F. There's fat people everywhere.
Well, I would argue that it's with a PH. Earth is fat.
Yeah.
Fat.
Is there any
flying
ground
goat.
in the sky? Do you think there's ground in the sky, new guy?
Well, it depends upon how vigorous you are with your coffee grinder.
He's not a new guy. He's the Trollio. And in there many
Oh,
times.
nice. Do you think the moon is ground?
The Earth, well, could have been part of the Earth.
Oh, space again. He
It could
went
be
back
like
to space.
it could be like a mother-child relationship, or a father-son relationship,
So was that a yes?
or a cranky old uncle and a second cousin relationship. I don't know. But,
So you do think the moon is ground?
Well, could be ground.
Could be ground. All right.
Well, then technically he should be able to walk to it.
Well, I mean, if people have ever been on the moon, then they could have taken some of it and sent it back with them. My understanding is you used to be able to buy moon dust or something, but
moon dust.
I got some if you want to buy it. $250 for a little tiny bag if you want it.
Don't do drugs, guys.
Private message me, and then I'll give you my Venmo account. You send me the money, and I'll send you the dirt.
Yeah. Well, I did as a kid. I got some Mount St. Helens ash. Do you remember Mount St. Helens exploding or erupting?
I have some of that too. If you want to buy that, hold on. I got to go in the back.
I don't think the moon is ground, bro. Just gonna say that. I think ground is below you. It's not above you. So planets are also not ground or anything like that.
Yeah.
Do you think we're moving right now?
Nope. I think anyone who spends a significant amount of time on Discord doesn't accomplish much of anything.
Well, went for like a couple mile run this morning.
I don't think
Figure out how to
accomplishing much of
not
anything.
answer your question.
Movers and shakers are out moving and shaking. We're not moving and shaking.
All right, bro. So, are you in a building right now?
Yep.
Is your building's attached to the Earth?
Well, I don't want to say anything that might be controversial, so I can't confirm or deny if it's attached to the Earth.
All right. Is the Earth moving?
You won't know.
I guess it depends on what you want to define as the Earth.
Is the ground spinning?
He doesn't even know if his house is attached to it or not. How's he going to get answers out of it?
Well, I mean, I don't know what the Earth is defined as here.
You said it was ground.
Is it the firmament?
You said it was ground.
A firmament.
Which your
Earth
building that
prime?
you're in is attached to.
I mean, is it an infinite flat surface? Is it an arc? Is it a cylinder?
Dude, you're the
can you
one who
focus?
claimed you're in a container. You broke down and said, "Well, I guess we're in a container."
No, I mean, people. I was listening.
You said
You're
it. It's already
descending into a mumble.
I was listening. People said that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
You said
I've said it a whole bunch of times. That's not my claim. I'm just saying it's a claim of a whole lot of people here.
It's recorded and live streamed what you said. I'm just telling you what you said. You said,
Yeah, but I'm saying I was repeating what I'd heard yesterday and the day before here.
Yeah, so you disagree. So do you have any examples to the contrary?
No, I don't disagree. I'm saying we have to be in a container. So we're in an ant farm.
Said it again.
Yeah.
You said it again.
We're moving and shaking in an ant farm, Shrub.
Well, I don't know if we're moving.
Well, what?
I'm not selling anything while I'm here. I'll tell you that.
You're mumbling, bro. You're descending into a mumble. What happened to you, Shrub? You used to be real non-mumbly.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the Earth is anymore.
You said it was ground.
Spinning or straight. I don't know if it's round or flat.
You know what a triangle is?
Or curved or
Do you know what a
convex or
triangle
concave.
is? Do you know what a triangle
Could be triangular.
is?
Could be triangular.
Do
Could be
you
square.
know what a triangle is?
Yeah, but science is bad. Science is wrong. I can't support science here. They're probably a bunch of liars.
What does science have to do with triangles?
I don't know. Those whole geometry guys, it's a slippery slope. For long, you go from a line or a triangle down
geometry
to
and
a sphere.
science are two different classes.
I'm telling you guys.
Geometry, you got geometry, math, and then you got science. Science. Not geometry science. Not
Pseudoscience.
science, geometry.
Pseudoscience.
They're two different things, right? They're two different
Pseudoscience
things,
is pseudoscience.
So what does science have to do with geometry?
Pseudoscience.
So why did you bring up the word science when triangles was mentioned?
No, I mean, you can't trust these people. They're liars.
Trust what people?
The people who come up with geometry.
People that come up with geometry? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
They want to argue that the Earth is a sphere. Can't trust them. No, can't trust them.
Is he just trolling, bro? What the heck?
Can't trust
The
them.
figures are not triangles. Answer that question. This is a NASA IQ question, so answer it. Let's see if you know what a triangle is or is not.
A triangle? I don't know. I think that's when you fly between Bermuda and the Bahamas and Jamaica. That's a triangle.
Yeah, I have to stop you. So in the chat, read the chat. You're going to answer that question. Stumps every glober ever. They just can't answer this question.
I don't see any questions. I just see videos and pictures. Is there a written question I'm missing?
Yeah, 54 minutes after the hour. It's a little triangle test.
If he can't navigate Discord, he's not going to be able to know what a triangle is either.
I don't know. Would you say B and D are not triangles?
Let's see what NASA says. Here we go. Drum roll.
Well, I guess it was a lucky guess because I don't work at NASA. They never accepted me to work there.
Right there, since you know triangles don't have curved sides, means you can't do celestial navigation with triangles on the surface of a ball. So there's another proof for you. The end.
Hey, let's ask
The only proof
Shrub.
I've ever
Remember,
done.
Shrub,
The only proof I've ever done is I've mixed up dough and it rises before I bake it. It's a proof.
Yeah, they're strapping people like Gail King to rockets now and sending them to space. So there's hope for you yet for your space travel. Maybe you do have the right stuff.
Yeah,
Did he figure out which one was
I've
the
ever done
triangle?
is to make like
Yeah, he passed. Amazingly, it took him a while. It took him about 3 minutes to find the test, but yeah, he passed it.
He copied it into Chat GPT to get the correct answers.
Yeah, I'm too old for ChatGPT. I graduated school when you actually had to memorize things. Kids nowadays don't have to learn anything. They just search everything.
You said what? Flat earthers don't have to learn anything?
No, the kids nowadays, they don't learn anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they just use ChatGPT Pro. That's true.
They just search all the time. They don't remember anything. They don't learn anything. They just search all the time. So
I'll remember that when they say you flat earthers should go back to school and do what? Not learn anything? Anyway, so what's your biggest? What do you feel like is your biggest issue with flat Earth? What's like the most confusing? What's something that just doesn't check out? What's your hang
it's not confusing at all. It's not confusing at all.
What do you feel like is the biggest problem with it?
I don't think there's any problem with it at all.
Oh, okay. So you're a flat earther?
Well, I just quite frankly, I'm a Discorder. Yeah, this is one of the rooms I've been in.
Holy shit!
What the fuck? Are you good, bro? Is it yes or no?
Well, I mean,
You gotta stop
honestly,
drinking, dude.
Honestly,
what?
I mean, it's hard for me to say that I've, like I'm a card carrying member or that I've.
Today, Junior.
Do you get like a certification or a certificate on the wall or something?
Today, Junior.
So you are a flat earther, or are you not?
Do you get like something like a Mickey Mouse ears or something when you join? Or
you're a bad actor. I just want you to know that you are a really bad actor.
I would not saying like. No, I mean, it used to be that you join the Mickey Mouse Club and you get yourself some mouse ears.
Dude, but, I would not recommend this acting that you're doing. You're very, very bad.
That may date me, though. That may date me. And,
you're a bad actor.
Have any of you guys joined the Masons and gotten a sheepskin?
I would recommend you take some acting lessons first before you put on an act.
Do you know what a Masonic sheepskin is? Or sheepskin, I'm sorry.
I only know what misogynist skin is, so I'm sorry. That's it.
Okay. So sheepskin is like a masonry apron you tie around your waist.
God.
Yeah, dude, we don't care. Yeah, we literally do not care.
Are you going to tell us about the ice cream socials next?
Holy. Is he still here? He is here. Bro, let's get back on track, bro, because this acting thing is just trash. So let's just be a regular.
Yeah, but how do you know when you're part of the the society? I mean what formality do you
You're
get?
still doing this? We see through your
get an email?
It's not very good.
Do you have to sign up your cell number?
Oh my God. This guy.
Nothing. You guys have no organization.
How bored are you? Yes or yes?
You have no organization at all?
All right, bro. I think we're just going to move on. This is a weird spiral.
Kobe always has.
It's a Coke, dude.
Yeah, it's weird. He was just 20 minutes ago. He said we were do nothing dolts on Discord. Now he's or some sort of organization that. What's going on?
Well, who decides when you're in? Who gives you the stamp of approval?
Lord!
I don't know. When you answer the question, maybe I don't know.
And you decide.
I mean, at least when I joined the country club, they actually give you a card and they say, "Boom, here's your membership card."
Broke for the country club.
Yeah, and when you arrived on Earth, I guarantee you cried.
Well, I got a birth
on the bottom and you cried, and then you started making flashcards.
I mean,
that's when you know you're something. When you're making flashcards for yourself.
Can't you at least get a certificate saying, you know, this is the day you joined? No.
Is it not enough just to pull your head out of the ass? You know what I'm saying?
So none of you guys have.
What do you want? What do you want? A cookie?
I mean, something.
Just be happy you pulled your head out of your ass, bro.
I don't know. It might still be in there.
Lodged.
Buried.
I mean, I hope it's more than just walking into a bar and ordering a drink. I mean,
dude, whatever you're doing is not effective.
Sounds like you were already at the bar today.
There's plenty of people.
I mean, you should get something.
No. There's plenty of people who make the realization and then just go on about their lives. They don't do what we do. They don't do any street activism. They don't spend a lot of time on Discord talking about it. They just go about their lives. They just go, okay, Earth's flat, cool, and they just go on with their lives.
So you guys have never even formed like any membership or
it's not a club,
confirmation or designations.
Well, you want to join our
officers?
OnlyFans? Like, what
you don't have scheduled meetings?
Yes, I do. I have cards I can give you. You need to send me $1,200 and I'll get you your card for Flat Earth Club.
Well, you know, there was a lady that started the Rum Black Haven, and I offered and I even sent her money.
You can get a bag of coffee too with that club, but you can't believe in the moon landing.
I sent her a gift card, and she didn't even take it. She thought I was scamming her.
You probably were.
No, I was actually sending her a $50 Amazon gift card, and she didn't take it.
Yeah. Nobody would take anything from you. I can see why.
I mean, it's an actual gift card. She wouldn't take it.
Story's straight, dude. You can't keep your lives together.
All right, so you're telling me that nobody is the president or leader of who can actually confirm whether someone's a member. There's no membership. There's no identification. There's no confirmation.
John Pettit is the leader.
Who?
John Pettit.
Who's that?
Look him up. I'm not telling you who he is.
Well, at least if I could go to him, he'd say I'm in or not.
You could. Oh, he has YouTube videos out there. Look him up.
Take a phone call.
Yeah, go to him. Get out of here. Go somewhere else. That's perfect.
Is that it? Is he done? Did someone ban him? Did I cut out?
Nobody banned him.
He just bounced. And he just evaporated out of here. Well, that was not fun. I did not enjoy that. If he never came back again, that'd be cool.
Is there really freaking people that think there's a flat Earth club?
No, he was trolling.
Oh, he was a troll, dude.
He was just trolling.
What he really needs to know is there actually is one. You got to be super cool to freaking be a part of it.
Golly, all of that effort when they could just be like a regular, normal person. So much effort.
Krish, there's a football club actually, Flat Earth Football Club.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You say soccer instead of football.
First rule about Flat Club is you don't tell anybody about Flat Club.
Oh yeah, I did forget.
I just ran a freaking red light. Damn it! Ah.
First rule about running red lights: don't tell people you ran a red light.
Yeah.
There's no cameras. It's my hometown. Give all the freaking firemen freaking coffee.
Nice.
I'm good.
I mean, you just ran a red light in your
I'm
wheelchair.
allowed to red light. Yeah, I was in my wheelchair. I wasn't in my van.
You ran the red light in a wheelchair. It's fine, bro. Doesn't count. Dang, I forgot we were live for a second.
Damn, the freaking skies look normal today. Look like a freaking 1975 day. Regular freaking clouds, normal looking sun. Not a damn line in the sky. Must be Trump. He's taking care of all that bad shit, right?
Hopefully.
What's wrong with Stratos?
Is he cutting out?
Yeah, it was throw me over.
I may have cut out. I was just asking what I was just asking what's wrong with stratospheric aerosolized spraying.
Oh Lord. I put that shit on everything.
Anything wrong?
It's
Yeah.
Ooh, how do you know it's not vitamins? How do you know they're not spraying? How do you know they're trying to keep us healthy?
Sprinkle of vitamins. That's crazy.
We all need to supplement aluminum and barium.
Dude,
I don't understand why they do this.
I see how plants grow, dude. Like plants do not grow like they did when I was a kid. The only thing that grows good is weed inside under frickin' metal halide and frickin' high pressure sodium. And I guess LEDs now, right? But yeah, other than that, seems like everything outside.
Well, mine grow. My vegetables seem to grow well outside. No
Are they doing all
hydroponics
right?
required.
Vegetables? What do you mean?
Yeah,
What kind
I'm
of
in California
vegetables?
though. Maybe that's why.
Well,
Herbs actually.
Like, my potatoes
Herbs?
grow fine. My string beans grow fine, but I swear the tomatoes, they haven't grown good since 1990. Well, actually, no. More like since 2005, let's say. Maybe it's the new house. The other house I used to live in, the backyard was, this garden had years and years of mulch and horse crap from a freaking nice clean horse farm.
I think your garden needs a little mRNA therapy.
Be careful about the medical stuff.
Yeah.
Noted.
Yeah, just we're on YouTube stuff, you know.
Holy, yeah, what the hell? Pieces of freaking cars laying around? Holy moly. What the sky's looking like out west, CB?
It's kind of gray today. Like, not great.
Pretty much sunny though all the time out there, ain't it? That ain't gray.
Where out west are you?
San Diego, Southern
I'm in
California.
Maryland. Wait, can I use my freaking camera? Can't use my camera?
I see
Turn that bitch around. What's up, Chad?
Turn it
All right,
around.
Chad. Yeah.
What the hell am I in my car? No.
Double click the screen.
Don't click the screen.
No.
Go
Do
ahead
you
and
have it
do
in the
that.
small box? Are you in the small
Yeah.
boxes? Shit. Click on the screen. Click on the box. Your box. You might have to double click it, and then the top right, there's a
I
camera
want to
with
share
an
my
arrow.
weather too.
Damn it. I can't freaking do mine.
Boomer
Why can't
detected. Are you looking at your full screen?
All right.
Okay, Chad.
I'm looking at, it says my camera's on,
Yeah.
but
Do you see the tiles? You see the tiles?
yep. And then it says it has a little red thing through the camera.
Click on.
Oh, you're switch.
Click on your tile. Double
No,
click on
that's
your.
yours.
Double click on yourself.
Don't click on myself.
Double click, nigga.
Okay. All right. Boom.
And then it should go full screen for your camera.
Maybe I gotta hold it. No.
Bro, and you're driving. You shouldn't do this while you're driving, bro.
I'm gonna pull over, damn it. I'm going 10 miles. Pulling into freaking Papa John.
That's hilarious. Bro got the headset on, bro.
That OG 1994 headset.
You got that McDonald's. Can I take your order? Fucking head.
Maybe I gotta go check some shit under the settings.
No, there's no settings, bro. You gotta click on yourself.
Click the screen. There's a button with a camera at the top right.
Oh,
You see in tiles?
I think maybe on the bottom where you mute yourself, there's a camera button.
Are you on a brokey freaking Android right now?
Dude, I literally, it says it's freaking, like I can't use it. It's got a little red line through the camera, and I'm double clicking it. Don't freaking.
No, not that.
I'm telling you,
no,
the settings.
God, sorry, Chad. This is Boomer season right now. Don't click on the settings, bro. Do you see the tiles? Everyone's tiles.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, you see your face? You see your face?
Now I see my paraplegic coffee freaking.
Your camera's on, dude. You can't see the tiles right now?
Nope. I'm looking at my screen. I'm looking at Ancient Traveler's freaking screen that's on.
Okay. Click on yours.
There's a little button on the top right of your screen. It's like to expand your screen.
This is brutal, chat. I'm so sorry,
Not
chat.
doing shit. Not doing shit. Nope. Sorry.
Boomer
I'm gonna chill for
detected.
a second. I'm gonna figure this out. Figure it out. I'm telling you, some shit.
Boomer detected.
Well, Central California is looking partly cloudy.
Yeah, it's partly cloudy here as well. SoCal.
Where in SoCal?
San Diego.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, I grew up mostly in Los Angeles.
Nice. Noise.
Having the cameras on limits the amount of people who can join the room, so we prefer that folks not keep those on for too long anyway.
Yeah, got you. W Ethergris in the chat.
Were any of you guys there when that girl yesterday came in?
Oh yeah, I think I was here for a little bit. What was that like?
Oh, I was just wondering how that ended up. I thought it was hilarious. She's like telling us to learn trigonometry so we can measure the curvature.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I was just wondering how it ended. Because she was
Was she
asking
going
good
off on a
questions.
tangent?
She did a few times. She had to be redirected a few times. But like I felt like she had some potential.
What was her name?
Oh, Atheist Anna.
Jeez.
Something like that.
Red flag.
Yep.
Oh my god. I think I joined for a little bit when she was here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she was all up on that Katy Perry in space. She's like, no, it's real. Katy Perry was just there.
Oh my goodness. It's embarrassing. I was shocked to hear that they attempted that or they put that in the news. Like Katy Perry.
I mean, it's so half-assed. I mean, the stuff that they put out there is pretty fucking blatant.
It's trash, I know.
It's just propaganda.
It probably woke a decent amount of people up, I'm not even gonna lie. It's like the effect that the Tesla car thing had on me. So I believed in space prior to that. But then they're like, we're putting a car in space. I'm like, no, they're fucking not. I didn't believe that for a second. So every time they do crazy stuff, it's gonna repel people from that worldview.
You would think so. You would think so, but people are just going along with it, man. They don't want to ask those hard questions. They don't want to experience cognitive dissonance. Like they just appeal to authority, and that's it.
Not everyone. It's like a magnet where one side will attract and the other side will repel. So it's going to obviously attract a lot of people, but it's also going to repel some. Just fine. The more things they do, the better. People are just going to continue to wake up. I just don't see how people don't understand the red flags. Katy Perry, Gail, this 70-year-old 304. How do you not question that? Or do they have anything to do with this stuff?
Did you see the landing? It was like pretty rough and like kicked up a bunch of dust. Like it looked like a hard landing, but then this 70-year-old woman isn't there tolerating that well. Like I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I didn't watch the landing, but it sounds like bullshit.
Yo.
What's up?
Yo, Bear, why is your camera on?
He's trying to figure out how to turn his camera around.
Oh, okay. Well, since we're at 25, he's probably capping the room as well when he's doing that at the moment.
I think he's also speaking to us with the muted microphone.
Stop the cap.
Yo, there you go. I was trying to get you. That's crazy. Who did that? That's funny.
What?
Nice job. Plus 100 points to whoever just did that. That was very good timing. Look at these 304s, bro. What the heck? What is this, a fucking runway? Is this a goddamn drag show? Like, what is this?
Huh?
What, dude? Did you see the headlines that were like, the sexy new space suits? What? Why are they trying to make it sexy? It's like
for the propaganda.
Yeah.
You saw the logo. If you
The
see
sex
it,
in the death cell. Oh, the logo upside down. Yeah,
yeah,
it's Bahamut.
exactly.
Yeah, Myron commented on that chick Blair White that said, "I'm back in space. Thank you for all your support. Earth is flat, by the way." Myron says, "Pretending to go to space is almost as funny as you pretending to be a woman." W Myron. Take.
Dude, that old chick from frickin' Good Morning America, whatever, man. Dude, her old ass. They wouldn't send somebody like that to anywhere like, if space were real. They wouldn't send anybody like that. No freaking way in hell.
Right. What the heck?
Her old ass. She looked pretty good for. How old is she?
Are you trying to hit?
70? Hell no, but I'm just saying for her age. If she's 70.
Come on, you trying to hit?
I guess she don't look that great on.
Yo. I think you tried.
They ain't freaking ain't all that.
I didn't know you dabbled in the dark, Bear Polichik.
I have in the past, yeah.
Oh. She was born in 1954.
Dang.
Yeah,
10 years plus 5 for me. She's exactly 70. And exactly 70. Jeez.
Hey man, Black really don't crack though. Holy. She's wearing a lot of makeup, but
I mean, her skin look, she doesn't look bad for 70, I mean, shit. Most women wish they looked that good at 70.
nah, I guess I can give her some credit. Even her figure is like, better than a lot of younger women. So, all right, let's just stop. This is why her? That is the question, though. Why her? What does she have to do with any of this stuff? It's giving handlers.
And people saying that Katy Perry's JonBenet Ramsey is freaking hilarious. It's like,
They
really?
said what?
JonBenet Ramsey, remember the girl that got murdered? And
oh yeah,
father was.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
That's Katy Perry. Yeah.
Do you believe that? I've heard people say that.
They also said Lady Gaga. Somebody said that the other night. I was laughing. I was like, holy shit. You could just go down the line. You know?
That Infinite Plane Society, Infinite Plane Radio. What's his name? Tim Osmond. He talks about that. So that's where I learned that from. The JonBenet Ramsey is Katy Perry. But
well,
that's like a whole conspiracy.
I was her dad. I saw her dad on. I don't know if he died or saw an interview with him. He was like, I just wish somebody would tell me where my baby's at. And I'm just like, come on, man. You're probably the one who freaking took her.
Damn. We don't really get into conspiracies like that very often here, for a good reason, probably. But there are some interesting ones like that. I find that's actually one of the conspiracies that interests me a little bit. The like celebrities playing as other celebrities, or
Second farm. They call it second farm.
Is that what they call it?
Second harvest, that kind of thing.
I didn't know that was what that was called.
Double dipping almost,
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
well, we got to have, why let too many people know about something? I mean, if you can keep your mouth shut about one thing, why not make you a second president, like JFK and Carter?
Yeah. So you've heard some of these before, then, because that's one of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, see, that stuff fascinates me. I find that so interesting, especially whether it's true or not. I'm open to either or, but it's like, if it is true, that's really, why do they do this?
They can pull it off. They can pull it off. Well,
oh, absolutely.
Like I said, if you could trust somebody to keep their mouth shut about that I wasn't really assassinated, JFK, trust them to do what the hell we want them to do as Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, it's just so...
But informative, or so I'm told.
Alex Jones is Bill Hicks.
Yeah, I've heard that one. There's a lot of them, dude. Like, there's a lot of theories, if you will, out there on this subject.
I like the trans one.
Oh, you do? I know a lot of people have issues with that one.
I do. I just watched the recent series that Candace Owens did about Emmanuel Macron's wife. The French First Lady. Yeah, it's fucking interesting. It's 6 episodes. They're all about maybe 50 minutes long. There's a lot of information in there. A lot.
Yeah, man.
It's some weird shit.
Isn't it weird? It's like, what world do we live in? What is this place?
Some weird shit about not knowing anything about both of their childhoods. It's like he was a 40-year-old teacher at his school. They met when he was 15 years old.
Golly.
Yeah. So she's a pedophile.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Whatever.
How was he?
Emmanuel Macron was 15 years old when they first met.
I feel like I've heard this before.
Man. I had a 23-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah,
I was 18.
That's bullshit.
I stayed with her till I was I stayed with her for 25 years.
God damn.
Because, all right, get this. If that shoe was on the other...
raised 2 kids with her.
That shoe was on the other foot, then that would be freaky, wouldn't it?
Not girls and guys, no.
Okay, so what's it...
No.
So what's the difference? Because women are more mature at that age, so men are less mature at that age because their brains haven't developed properly yet. So is it worse?
Dude,
So
I was hanging around all old people.
So men are more manipulatable.
Yeah, that's a good word.
Maybe, but what we were doing, you wouldn't have called it.
Maybe.
You wouldn't have called it getting taken advantage of. No. Yeah, I wouldn't have. You know, my parents, when they found out, they were freaking pissed. They're like, "We want to get arrested, freaking statutory rape." Oh my Lord.
Oh god, we're on YouTube, guys.
You should have heard it. Yeah.
Oh well,
You stayed together a long time.
Still classified as pedophilia. So.
Oh.
We are gonna let that strike, I think.
Yeah, you guys can't use those words.
Okay, sorry.
You got to say like PDF.
Oh,
Or
PDF,
grape.
that's a good one.
You gotta say grape or PDF.
Well, dude, think about this. Like in the 1800s, there was, 13-year-olds getting married to 14-year-olds.
And this is gonna trigger a lot of people. It's gonna trigger a lot of people.
If you could ride a horse and plow a field and do what you got to do at 18, then I don't know. Maybe. Got to start making new farm workers young, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want my son or my daughter doing it, but when you're 15,
double standards, eh?
Mm-hmm. Do as I say, not as I do. Absolutely. Just saying, dude. If you're 15,
I would recommend if anyone watch it. I'd recommend anyone. I reckon she wasn't a hottie, mate. She was she's a man.
Yeah, it's weird.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
yeah, because you weren't listening.
Oh shit!
No, I wasn't. Sorry, I mean not about who exactly you were talking about. I just paid attention to the age.
Stupid.
I was talking about the French president and his husband, wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, how dare they? That's terrible. What a terrible thing. I completely agree with you. What a piece of crap.
The chat says, "We know the truth triggers a lot of people." Oh, okay. Welcome to the call. I don't want to mute you.
Good name, actually.
Welcome, sir. Is this your first time or you've been here before? We hear you. We hear you breathing.
What up, bro?
What's going on, dude? First time or wait, who is that?
No, it's not my first time.
Oh, okay, W. All right, well, if you're busy, bro, no worries, bro. But just wanted to give you a quick chance to say what up, introduce yourself to the people. Yeah, sounds about right. It's all right. It's all right. Maybe he's a little shy. Maybe he's busy. He's probably doing something.
Yeah, one of those name changes.
One of those guys.
Stupid silent glue boy.
Dude. That's not me, chat. I don't. It's probably Ethergris. Who is that? Rexy's joined the call.
Yeah, it's me.
All right. Hey, listen, man. Don't get me in trouble now. But we have Rexy. Welcome.
Yo.
What's happening? Are you? Is this your first time, or you been here?
I just feel like listening. I don't know what's going on here.
We're actually doing a no listening panel right now, so we're glad to have you. Just wondering, have you spoken to a flat earther before, or no?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Just give us like a quick reaction. Flat Earth. What are your thoughts on flat Earth?
I don't really ever think about it, so I'm not sure.
Well, there's a first for everything, my friend. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. Sounds kind of funny.
Funny?
Nothing.
Yeah,
super
it sounds funny if you've never heard it before. But, you've only been given one option. So, the Earth is a ball, and it must be, but they never told you why it was a ball.
Balls.
Yeah.
No, one ball, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my. From now on, we're gonna name you One Nut. All right.
Flat Earth. Okay, so it's funny. I mean, what comes to mind if you close your eyes and kind of imagine flat Earth? Do you have anything kind of imagery you got up there? Kind of pictures you seeing?
No.
Exactly.
What
I agree.
comes to mind when you think of your everyday life? Do you think of a sphere?
No, I don't really ever think about the literal planet of the Earth I live on. Really.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird? So that every day
Not
you
really.
experience.
Do you think most people? Do you think most people think
Well,
about like
I actually
sphere?
was in the middle of asking the question, and then you just kind
You
of
just said it was
cut me
weird,
off.
so I don't know. That's all.
Yeah, and then I started talking, and then you jumped in the middle of my sentence.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Damn, you hormonal right now, bro?
So what I was going to say was, before you interrupted me,
so rudely.
Yeah.
So every day you go through your life experiencing the planet as flat, motionless, using the planet as flat and motionless, and measuring the planet as flat and motionless. So where's the ball?
I don't really feel like debating you.
I'm not debating you. I'm asking you a question.
Nope.
I'm just asking
Yes.
a question, man. I'm just not even a debate.
I don't really feel like answering.
Bro, you
Are you
DM'd me
bored, are
earlier
you?
and said you didn't feel
Here,
like
I'll
answering.
answer, dude. If you go outside, nothing's flat. All right?
What?
Flat
True.
implies that
Totally.
there is no changes in elevation.
What?
All right? Everywhere I go, there are
What?
changes in elevation.
Bro, what are you talking
What are you
about?
talking about, man?
Callie,
Oh,
Listen close, Timbo, since you sound confused.
hey,
So if
Callie.
you go outside, listen close since you sound
You've
confused.
been in this.
So
Callie,
if
you've
you
been
go
in this
outside,
argument for so long,
Timbo,
and
why are
you're
you
still
interrupting?
coming up.
Stop being afraid
and
of me.
Okay, I'm not afraid of you. You've been in this argument for so long, and you know exactly what we mean by that word. All right.
Who is this returning customer? He sounds familiar.
It's Callie.
Oh, it's Kelly. Good lord.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Used to be Jesse.
It's been a long time.
I don't
Is he
know
a
why.
backtard?
Well, it would sound like it, but he knows the arguments. He's just distracting from us talking to a new person.
Facts.
Oh, would you
See?
boot him
Now
out?
the new
Or
person's
you just
gone, yeah.
He left.
Now the new
Yeah, Callie's gone.
Yeah, but did he leave or did somebody give him the boot?
No, he left.
He got
And we got
server
Rexy chess skanking the side chat.
Chess skanking?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
what
man.
does that mean? I'm curious. What does that mean?
Chat skanking?
Oh boy.
You're
Are you an
skanking up
NPC?
the chat, bro. What do you mean?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, NPC. Look at that.
Oh, you're an NPC, bro?
Well, welcome to the VC.
Niche terminology.
How do you not know what chat skank means?
What's that? What did you just say?
Never heard of it. Why are you?
Do you know what a
offended by
skank is? Do you know what a skank is?
It's a derogatory term.
What does it mean?
I don't know. Annoying woman. I don't really
Yeah.
analyze these terms really deeply.
Yeah.
Annoying woman.
Okay, then
A
what's
little
the
bit more
chat?
than
What is chat?
What is chat? I think
Yeah,
chat
what
is a
is chat?
chat. I think it's a text chat. I think that's what it is.
Okay, so if you're a chat skank, what does that mean?
Wow, that must be really annoying. Oh my god. How
Facts.
Wow, you worked it out.
Wow.
He
Damn,
got it.
figured it out, bro. Oh my god. That took you a minute, huh?
Not
Fucking
really.
hell.
Jeez, bro.
I just wanted you to, I wanted to let you like walk me through it. Really.
I mean,
Why?
it sounds like you walked yourself through it, dude.
Yeah, he's the one that used the word, and you asked what it was. So why are you walking through his word?
Because it was funny, obviously.
Was it?
Yeah. Okay. Amazing.
This is too funny.
All right. So you experience every day as flat, stationary, right? Flat is a reference plane, not literally flat. Flat, horizontal reference plane that we measure elevations from. Elevation is anything above that flat horizontal reference plane, i.e. 100 meters above sea level. Where's the curve?
Crickets.
Nowhere, like your answer. No curve, therefore flat horizontal reference plane.
Right, Miguel? No curvature, no ball.
Exactly. No curve, no bowling.
This is like monologuing right now.
Well, we're just waiting for you to
Did you
respond. Are you
wanna-
slow?
Yeah,
Rexy,
you wanna
relax.
I wasn't listening at all. You guys were like too irrelevant to listen to. Sorry.
did you want to answer my question or not?
I wasn't listening at all.
Okay, then fuck off. Press the red button and fuck off, man.
Yeah.
No.
Take a walk.
What do you mean take a walk?
Fuck out of here.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, well, you can chill in the fucking LGBT room if you want to.
Does that make you feel better?
Yes.
Okay.
Go. Off you go.
No.
Okay, I'll make you then.
Oh,
That makes you feel better. Whatever makes you
Yeah,
feel
it does,
better.
actually, because you're here.
Your emotions are very important.
I'm not emotional, dude. You got the wrong person. So I asked you a question, and then I said, "Are you going to answer the question, or do you have an answer for the question?" You said I wasn't listening. So if you're not listening, then you're doing something else, and you're not being involved in the chat. You're not being involved in the chat, then you can.
Why are you
fuck
stating the
off.
obvious right now? Like, wow, thank you for stating the obvious. You were very smart for stating that.
Okay, thank you. That's must be a compliment coming
I told
from
you
a
I was like, yeah,
retard.
listen. Like, I don't know what's complicated about listening. Is this a complicated concept for you?
Well, you said you're listening, but then you just told me you're not listening. So,
Well, yeah, because
what are you
nothing
doing?
interesting is going on right now, so I'm not going to listen. But I was expecting something
It wasn't.
interesting at least. So you guys didn't meet my expectations.
Okay, so you're not interesting then.
Sure, if you want to think that.
Okay. Well, you just said nothing interesting's going on, but we're having a conversation with you. So obviously you're not the
No, it's a
interesting
one-sided
party.
relationship right now. You're trying to have one with me. I'm not really engaged.
Oh, that's cute.
So why are you answering back then?
Because it's kind of funny.
So you are having a conversation.
Not really, not a real one.
Do you realize how stupid you sound?
Nope, but you can think that if you want.
See? There you go. What are you, like 10 years old? No, but you do.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know what you want me to say. What do you want me to say?
Well, I asked you a question and you said you weren't listening. So you don't have to say anything. Just mute your mic,
your feelings,
red button, get out of here.
And I said no.
All right, let's start over, Repsy. This is getting ugly.
You said no.
If you just
Yeah,
want to
do what you're
listen,
told.
listen. Yeah. The no listening panel thing was kind of a joke, but
Oh, I couldn't tell.
everyone,
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty deep cut, but yeah, it's okay. Things are fine.
What? That was a cut? What do you mean?
No, the joke. I mean, it's sort of like I don't know. I appreciate the joke. I think it's funny. It causes a lot of people to run away. Oh, yeah, you can listen.
The no listening panel.
We were just checking in on you. We were just checking in on you since you were new to the combo. That's all, bro.
Okay.
Dude, the no listening panel thing gets me every single time. So funny.
It's kind of what hosts do, right? You know, so like if you were to think of this as a virtual room, and you've got people that are going to be aware of who comes in and out of the door, especially the moderators, and they're going to say, "Hey, new person, how's it going? Why are you here? What do you think about this topic?" Etc., etc. Oh, forgive us for doing that.
I mean,
forgive
I
us for
answered
doing
those
what the room was set up to do.
I answered those questions when I joined.
Yeah, but you said you wanted to listen, then it turned out you said you weren't listening, so we're just confused. We're just a fresh start.
I wanted to listen to other
I
conversations.
know, bro. I get it. We're just razzing you. It's okay. Everything's fine.
Stop being such a pussy.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of.
Is there any other debaters here that would debate you guys? Is there no one here?
You didn't want to debate.
Hopefully, cross your fingers. Yeah, maybe someone will show up.
You said you didn't want to
There's
debate.
no one here.
It doesn't have to be a debate. We could just
Exactly.
have a discussion, right? Just say.
I think his whole life is about debating. Holy shit, relax,
Yeah.
man.
He wants to get fascinated.
I mean, you guys probably debate a lot. I know
don't
a lot
have-
of Earthers do that.
You don't
Yeah,
have a way of having a conversation with him? Oh.
Yeah, what do you do when you go to dinner parties? Do you start like put two chairs out and start a formal debate everywhere you go?
No, I literally never do that.
Never go to dinner parties?
No, I don't really debate random normal people in real life like that.
So why would you come into a room and think that everything's about debating then?
I didn't necessarily think that.
You did. When I started talking to you,
I can't hear
you
you.
just said, yeah. When I started talking to you, you said, "I'm not up for a debate," and I said, "It's not a debate."
That didn't reflect all my thoughts when I said that one statement.
Well, I'm not saying that it did. Why would you think that I would assume
I just
that?
answered your question. That's all.
Okay, so the Earth is a horizontal reference plane. Elevation is measured from the horizontal reference plane, i.e. above sea level, things like that. It's used as a horizontal stationary plane with, i.e. travel, airplanes, boats, everything like that. Now, where would the curve be?
Wait, do you think space is real?
Hell no.
No? So it's like
Hell no.
It's like a hologram or something? Like, I'm curious.
What do you mean hologram? We're not
Bro, answer the
looking at
question
space.
first.
So
What
you
kind of
don't think
dodge
space
is
is
that?
real?
He dodged the question.
Well, yeah, I didn't care about answering the question. Yeah.
Yeah, because your reality is, well, it doesn't matter then, does it? Because this is the only reality
Sure,
you've got.
totally.
Your reality on the Earth is reality. You're saying you're taking us up to space where you've got no reference of reality. So wouldn't you prefer to be on the ground where it's reality? That's why I'm asking that question and not going straight into space. Talk about that later if you
I'm just
really
not
want.
interested in your question. I just don't care to answer it.
Stop the cat.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to go on mute because I can't speak to people like this.
Okay.
All right, Rixie.
So I would say that space as you've been taught doesn't exist. So that would be the vacuum of outer space. It being this infinitely ever expanding void surrounding all these little balls.
Little balls, okay.
Mm. It's not that. It's not that. You've been misled. We all were.
You can't look at outer space. Unless you're looking at like a TV or something. Computer screen.
So then what do
I
you think like NASA does? Like, what do you think they do over there?
Aren't
Just,
you
like,
going to ask why?
propaganda?
Why I would say that?
No.
Okay.
They're
Weird.
content creators.
Content exactly.
So,
Yes.
Like, so it's propaganda, you think, right? They're just like inventing stuff.
Have you seen Interstellar? They make movies. Like it's not hard to do.
Pretty good movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Yeah, I'm sure someone that at the NASA place has invented something before, but that so has GM. But I mean, you get a bunch of people working on stuff, they're going to figure some stuff out. But for the most part, they're just peddling a story.
And every single person in NASA is just doing that, creating stories, or I guess playing a part in creating a story.
Well, they're all, as with most big places where a lot of people work, all their deeds are pretty much compartmentalized. They just do what's on their screen.
I'm just interested how you guys view it. That's really all.
View like the Earth?
Do I like the Earth?
No. You said view the Earth, right? You talking about the Earth?
No. What I
How
said
you
was
view what?
I said that I was interested in how you guys viewed it. That's all I said.
And view what? That's what I'm asking.
View what?
NASA,
You
like
just
the
said
questions
view.
that I asked previously.
How do you view NASA?
Yeah, like what do you think NASA is doing? Like the questions I literally just asked.
They're content creators.
Yeah, I was already answered.
Yeah. So then why are you asking again? What the heck?
I'm not. You like lost
I mean,
track.
they do create a lot of content, don't they?
You lost track of like what I asked 2 minutes ago.
You just asked it again.
No, but they do that, right? They do create lots of content. I mean, that's what everyone's always talking about, their content.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you guys think, yeah?
I mean, are we wrong?
Well, it is content. I mean, whether it's some guy reading the phone book or not, I mean, that's still content too.
Yeah, but like you're using the connotation of like it's not real.
Outer space is definitely not real. So yeah.
Well, you can say again, like you can do content where you're reviewing real stuff, but you guys are using the content where it's not real at all. And it's just all
What do you think they're doing? What would you say? What's your favorite NASA content that you think is real?
I don't know, spaceships.
Could you be any more vague?
I can be more vague, yeah, if you want me to.
Objects. I mean, spaceships could come up in a conversation about Star Trek.
Okay.
And Star Wars. I don't know. I mean, I grew up. I watched when they carted the Challenger on the back of that 747 when they flew it around the country. Let everyone stand in front of it for a photo op. Is that a spaceship?
Was it cool to see?
Well, yeah, it was pretty amazing. Yeah, I was 5.
Well, okay, let me ask you, mate. What's your standard for deciding whether or not something that NASA presents to you is real or not?
What's my standard?
Yeah. Repeat the question. Yeah, that helps. What is your standard for deciding what is your standard for deciding what NASA presents you is real or not?
Asking you guys.
Are you just asking us, guys? Well, our standard would be the surface of the Earth. That's how we, decide whether or not what NASA is showing us is true or not. As well as there not being able to be a pressurized gaseous system adjacent to an ever-expanding vacuum without a physical barrier to separate them.
Alright, this is boring.
Oh, sorry I'm boring you. Sorry I'm boring you, man.
Oh my god.
All right, who's next? God bless him.
I didn't like what T-Dub was saying. Fuck you, I'm out.
What the heck, dude?
Little weasel. That was shit.
He needed like TikTok videos to stay interested. You know how
Yeah,
these
bro,
days they
that's
have
TikTok. Yeah.
You know how they have the
Classic.
videos. I don't know if you guys have seen these where it's two screens. There's at the top there's like a text, maybe somebody talking on a podcast, and then on the bottom is like someone playing Minecraft. So it's like a 20-second video, and they give the people something to watch so they'll actually pay attention. It's how they operate, these TikTok brains. Guys like that, they need like a YouTube video of Minecraft playing in the background. Pay attention, bro.
Do you know what's interesting about that, CB? If you ask the kids that are watching that, they claim that as multitasking because they are watching a game and reading text at the same time.
Oh my days!
Have you guys heard about the new Minecraft movie? There's some scene in it, right, where some zombie lands on some chicken and starts doing a rodeo show, right? And apparently when this happens in the cinemas, the kids go nuts and start throwing shit and yelling and running around frantic, right? They go into this frenzy to the point where they've had to fucking make sure that every child is accompanied by an adult, and if it happens, they will cancel the movie and kick everyone out.
Yeah, I've seen some videos. Telling you, man, it's a weird world out here.
Yeah, that's weird. That almost seems sort of like some marketing campaign. Because I've heard of this same thing. But I mean, isn't that when we saw Top Gun? Isn't that what we were doing, high-fiving and throwing popcorn in the theaters? No, I'm joking. But yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? I didn't know it was a certain scene that caused it. But yeah, everyone's seeing that movie, so I don't know. Make theaters great again.
I didn't even think about the marketing side of things. That's probably some truth to that.
What do you know? CB's on here again. Hey, CB.
Facts. We're cooking, bro. What's up, Sonny?
Yeah, what's up? How's it going? We were having a little conversation, One Deck and I and a couple others, Says Who, earlier this morning. But did you feel the earthquake?
Yeah, I did.
I'm on the eighth floor, bro. So it was freaking rocking and rolling. But I know somebody that lives in one of the high rises on Broadway downtown, and 40 stories up. He said that was pretty crazy. Anyway.
Damn, like I'm on the 4th floor. My shit was rattling.
Yeah, man, it was pretty crazy. Anyway, that's probably your first one, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, pretty wild. Strange feeling, isn't it?
What was it on the Richter?
5.2.
That's relatively big, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was about 70 miles east of where we live. And we felt it. But they felt it as far as Los Angeles County, which is 100 miles north, 120. So it was pretty big for us. Like, I think that's the biggest one I've ever felt here in San Diego. Other than, I don't think I felt one in 2018 where my bathroom door was swinging back and forth a foot in each direction. That was pretty weird. But I think this one lasted longer. But anyway, enough out of me. I'll listen for a while.
What do flat earthers think earthquakes are?
Caused by the sun. When's the plasma apocalypse going to happen? When are we going to have a barbecue?
Wait a minute. Actually, that might not be a bad topic, because here's the deal. So, I mean, CB and I felt this earthquake quite a bit, quite strong. And like I can tell, like I first felt it when it was just vibrations, and I felt the floor going up and down ever so slightly, and it got stronger and stronger. And then the up and down motion turned into a back and forth motion. It's very strange. It's a very strange feeling. And so the deal is, my body can sense these minute motions, even with the vibration of a truck going by on the street down below me. I can feel the whole building vibrate. And also probably minor tremors that I felt like when I'm laying down going to bed, like I can feel like my bed kind of bouncing sometimes. And probably some of that are tremors, Like if we look at the earthquake data for this area, there's tremors happening like 1, 2, and 3 in the Richter scale, like almost every single day. So like the point is, I can feel these motions, and the globers are trying to say, oh, you can't feel 1,000 miles an hour at the surface, but I can feel little vibrations from the street below. What the hell?
Try 1.5 million miles per hour.
Yeah, you don't feel more motion, but you feel less. How does that work out? What? That makes no sense at all. Yeah, millions of miles an hour, but you can't feel that, but you can feel a tiniest little breeze coming from the southwest or southeast on your forehead. Like,
right, give me a break.
Really? That's freaking crazy, man. I want them to get up when on a bus that's turning a corner and tell us that you don't feel any motion, like retarded.
I love when they try to say like, well, you wouldn't feel it. Then Sasha will be like, so what would it feel like if you were on an Earth that wasn't moving?
No, but wait. Professor Dave says if you drive your car around a roundabout and do a full circuit around the roundabout and make it last 24 hours, you're not going to notice it, right?
Really?
Relativity, man.
Yep. That's the shit they come in here and sell to us.
Yeah, and you guys are silly because clocks move twice as fast as the Earth.
Yeah, do you think that an ant on the hand of a clock is going to notice he's moving?
Isn't the whole point of relativity is that you can't tell because all frames of reference are relative, which may as well be absolute for everybody?
Then what would be your frame of reference?
Exactly. It's incoherent. It's the same as having no relativity. Relativity is the same as having no relativity. Babbling bullshit from Einstein.
Why do they need it?
To preserve the outer space myth.
Mm.
They have to have explanations, man. It's all about explanations, right?
Right.
The truth value for them is determined by the force of an explanation. The best explanation wins.
Scary but true. They do say that.
Why they keep coming in here begging for one. And it's why we have a lot of stupid, shitty-ass moron flat earthers out there who love explanations and start making shit up and believing shit.
the best explanations only make sense to them because it's the only explanation they've got or ever had. So that's what they got. But it makes sense. Yeah, of course it makes sense because that's what you've been told and you haven't been told anything else. So therefore it makes sense.
Well, it's like making sense doesn't make it real. That's what I always say. Things can make sense, but they don't have to be real per se. You can have fictional things that like make sense. You know?
Yeah, it makes sense in comparison to what?
Right. It usually boils down to like, I just like it. You know?
I don't like that explanation. I like this explanation.
Yeah, that's why I don't do explanations because it's about how much they like it or not. You give them, well, I don't like that one. It's like, what's the point of giving you an explanation then?
Give me an explanation that won't make me look like a retard in front of my friends. Yeah, society's sick. I mean, nobody knows how to critically think anymore.
So true.
It is crazy, dude. People turn towards popular wisdom and like folklore in this modern age in order to satisfy their curiosity. They look for signs of consensus. And they don't just look for scientific claims, but also for moral claims, socio-political claims. They look to signs of consensus, explanations, things that will grease the skids for their social vibe.
Damn.
It's why they're also so fixated on people and sociology, because for them at the end of the day, that's all this is about. It's not about rugged empiricism and absolute truth. We're still steeped in this postmodern hellhouse of mirrors and smoke.
People cuck their own brains. They're giving away their own often powerful mind to these entities. Often just capping, bro. How often do you hear them say, well, I'm not an expert. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, somebody smarter than me figured this out, and they're smarter than you, Flurf.
Yeah, then that brewed the syndrome, phantom expert syndrome. That's where that came from.
Yeah, it's true.
Because all you have to do is ask them,
right? Phantom experts. Yep.
Yeah, just ask them. Okay, if there's all these smart people that figured it out, name one. And just every time they fumble. Honestly, that gets them like every single time.
Show me your best evidence for the globe. Well, you see, all these scientists say, all of them, all the evidence, all the scientists.
Yep.
It's
everything
like a popularity
everywhere.
contest. Yep. The prom queen. I mean, look at how gravity was decided to be 9.8 meters per second squared. Literally voted on by committee. We're going to vote on this average and not that average to explain why massive things drop in a vacuum without a supporting medium. You know? And then we've got all these cases where different elements of different molecular qualities actually accelerate downward at different rates in the same vacuum. So they had to average it out. and then they had to vote on it. It's like, shit's so inconsistent. Although granted within a narrow band, but they required consensus. It's all about consensus, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Democracy, consensus. Democracy is good. Therefore, scientific consensus is good. But what if democracy is one of these failed gods?
Might be.
Some of these flat earthers, anti-flat earthers rather, might be onto something when they're making this about psychology and sociology.
What do you mean?
Like Will Duffy's The Final Experiment. He's operating completely within the postmodern framework of consensus-based reality and things that are deemed socially acceptable by democratization, where relative truths come together to find consensus amongst themselves, to agree subjectively on what is true amongst them, therefore be applied to the whole.
Well, he has a view, a worldview, which is contrary to mainstream. Not even really consensus, but it's a mainstream view, isn't it? He's a young Earth creationist, which flies in the face of so-called scientific evidence.
Well, what does the Vatican say about the Big Bang and evolution and stuff, right? I mean, what does high Christianity say and find acceptable in all this? They're backing it though, and I think you'll find amongst astrophysicists and cosmologists a weird form of theism. Monism. We've heard AI Overlord talk about this. All is one, all is God is kind of where this is going for them. All is God's mind. We're all just expressions of that in various ways. So we're all connected and we're all one. So we all seem different even though we're really not. We're just different expressions of the same thing. And it's the same, Eastern cosmology bullshit, just called the New Age and transplanted into words that sound scientific with made up space physics. Yeah, so where do we go from here with this conversation? Sorry for taking it to this.
That's cool. W content.
Yeah. I mean, it's important for us to teach people how to reason. It's so rare to find people out there who can, and this community seems to have the highest concentration of people who can.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's entertaining. This numpty inside chat. He's posted up his globe proof. Okay, the fact that planes aren't flying off into outer space. Flat Earthers claim if they aren't constantly nosing down, they would fly off into outer space. Well, Mr. Hermit, I've got a graph for you which shows the contrary. Pitch dark, nose up, 3 degrees. Use special ed.
Hermit ever
no curve detected.
Does Hermit talk?
Oh, I don't know, but he got told if he doesn't get into the VC, he might get bounced.
Oh, you see, the nose is up 3 degrees. The tail is also going up 3 degrees over the curve. It's a banana plane. I mean, the only argument I've heard against this is they say, well, the horizontal reference frame itself is updating with the curvature of the Earth, and therefore it doesn't register any tilt or drop over distance. And to that I say, well, if that's the case, then your sensor for detecting that mechanism needs to be calibrated and needs to be updated. And if it breaks, you need to have some feedback mechanism to know that it's working.
This clown is doubling down.
Oh, this clown is doubling down. Double down, clown.
Oh my god, I can't believe he actually wrote that. You seriously think there would be planes floating in outer space because they didn't nose down the plane enough? I've listened to QE give this cringe argument before. If you've heard QE say that they'd fly off into space because they don't nose down, you are... QE, where are you? Come and slap this in.
Well, he'll be on in like an hour or two, I think, so hold tight, folks.
Wow. That's great.
Yep, it's rich. I mean, this is like, there used to be this old black and white TV show in America, like, it was about like the darndest things kids say, and they'd bring up these kids who just have these wild-ass imaginations. I mean, God bless them. It's great that they have such rich and vivid imaginations, and the things that they come up with and say, the way they interpret their world is so wrong, but it's so precious. And that's just like our GlobeLogic archive. Several gigabytes of screenshots over the last several years of these precious moments of these inept globies who are grown men and grown women who can't seem to come up with an honest description of their reality. Sound like they're tripping balls with some of the comments they think. Like, yeah, math is reality, Flurf. Do you deny math and reality? If you don't have a copy of the GlobeLogic archive, I think if you use the search function in our home server, you can find it. I mean, it's like multiple gigs, and it's separated into several volumes, and it spans years. I forgot who curated it. I'm sure a lot of them can be found on the Golden Globies server, where we post our real winners there. Hit one of the mods up for an invite if you need access to the Golden Globies. It'd be great if we could do an event or something, maybe a weekly event or maybe less frequent, of the Golden Globies for the week or the month. And just like have a review session, kind of like what you do with Facebook, Matrix. I think it'd be a fun little event to do. Could gather some people, produce interesting content, you know? We could vote on the best ones. We could set up a poll in the chat. I mean, we can have so much fun with this. I mean, I would. So, whatever. I wonder if this tariff between Donald Trump and China is going to get China to force flat Earth into the mainstream. Like, fuck you, Donald Trump. Earth is flat. Here's our space station.
CB. I can hear my own voice.
There's some feedback. It's kind of funny, right? You look over the past few years, what China's done with their fake space program, the terrible CGI, the flat horizon from outer space and their space station, the glass of water on the table, the guy playing ping pong inside the space station off the floor in the back wall. The list just goes on, right? And the spy balloon, like so many Americans were unfamiliar with that kind of configuration of a balloon. The big gondola underneath and equipment attached to it and massive balloon overhead. This technology's been around for a long time. Nobody talks about it. So Americans were thinking, what, that's a satellite? That's a satellite too? Yeah, it's a satellite. It's almost like Chinese low-key are exposing the world to some higher truths about things. I hate to say it.
Right. So China, with their trillions of dollars, right, decide to send a balloon that's going to be so very undiscreet over the top of their enemy's land, right? Instead of putting a discrete satellite into orbit thousands of kilometers away and be able to monitor them like that from a distance, undetected.
I think about that all the time. Yeah. Exactly my thought.
They've probably even got those spy planes that way advanced than anything the Western world's got. They could just hover over the top of America and nobody would even know they're fucking there.
Yeah.
But they're going to send a spy.
I was reading about there's crazy technology up there. I don't know if it's in play. I remember some industry magazines I was reading over a decade ago discussing electrostatic gliders in the upper far reaches of the atmosphere. No propellers, no jets, no turbines. Silent, small, things that look like egg beaters attached end to end with a body in the middle. Really exotic, weird looking stuff. This is out there in the public domain. So you could have balloons deploy this shit like a mothership and then fly back to it.
Right.
I got to pick up some pizza. I'll be back.
No worries, man.
Is that code for something? Pizza? Is it a cheese pizza? Demonic flat earthers.
Fuck off now, Juice, before I kick you out of here.
Oh, lighten up, faggot.
Oh, that's bannable. TOS violation, sorry. It's not our rule.
Come on, DJ.
No. Wait.
Oh, that sucks. Now I've got to go after all this shit now, the channel. Notice me little mate Hermit hasn't pulled his fingers out of his ears yet.
I think I'm gonna go have my last little snack and then go to bed. Yeah, I'll just have some rice crackers. Whoa, I'm not miking.
Hot mic, DJ.
Yeah. The missus is laughing at me right now.
We want snacks
Tim
too.
Tams. You need some Tim Tams, brother. You're missing those Tim Tams, mate.
Tim Tams?
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
Why are they referencing camels for the size of the asteroid?
They've referenced Mia Khalifa's for the size of asteroids. Camels are boring. Does anyone have a copy of the Mia Khalifa one?
Yeah, I have it. I'm looking for it right now.
It's all random shit. Every time there's some kind of space debris, it'll be on the news. Oh, this one is 13 elephants wide, and they always compare it to some fucking stupid thing that you'd probably find at the zoo.
Like, what is there some like crazy like fucking MK Ultra shit going on behind the scenes? It makes no damn sense why they'd be doing this. And it's been going on for like decades.
One of them, it was this object is what is it, 6 V-dubs long. Yeah. Oh, it's a cracker.
Crack up.
Space crack.
White crackers.
Now, just so you know, BB, we've had people banned for saying that shit, so please don't. You sound like you're only new. There's quite a few words that you probably know in Discord that are TOS violations, so choose not to use them or choose to be somewhere else.
Take note that we're live streaming too.
Okay, that's perfect. Am I gonna get banned for saying that on this VC or like the whole
Yes.
server itself?
Technically, you should be dropped from the whole server.
Well,
Any channel
fuck
you say it in,
crackers.
they should lock you
Crackers,
out of.
white crackers, and my BB underscore said that, by the way, for the live streaming thing.
Okay, hello mod mail.
What, you think I was
Hope
joking?
you used a burner phone.
When you tell them not to do something, is it like some kind of game of truth or dare? Don't do this or you will get banned. Okay then, click. Look at Hermit. You are such a doormat. If you take your headphones off, clown shoes, you'd probably realise there's more than one Aussie. So, wake up. I'll look down the list. Daz, DJ, Batman. Holy shit. Timbo, T-Dub, myself. No, we won't be showing you a flat earth model with two poles because you're likely to dance around one of them. You are going to show your proof of curvature as requested about 40 minutes ago. What's this? The AE model got wrecked. It's just a map. Nothing more. There's even a map generator thing online where you can put anywhere as the center of an AE map. It looks pretty cool, actually.
What does he mean it got wrecked? It's a globe projection, so what, they wrecked their own map?
Yeah.
What's wrong with these people?
I don't know, they just get these tunnel vision stupid ideas. Well, anyways, I'm off to work early. I gotta go and drive the bus. So, take it back to its little home. So, I shall catch all you gentlemen and ladies later on this afternoon. Please enjoy your day. Peace.
Peace, Matrix.
Catch you later, man.
Bye.
Hey, Hush, why do you keep coming back?
I'm sorry, was someone talking?
I asked you, why do you keep coming back? What's the obsession?
It's an interesting topic. I learned some things.
Okay, that's cool.
Dating is good.
Fair enough. To be fair, I don't hear you open up your mic very much and contest or challenge, or so it's not like you're here to preach to anybody, really, is it?
Not really. I mean, I'll debate a few times, but I know I'm not gonna like change anyone's mind in here, which is fine.
All right. So it's not like you keep coming back because you can't stand that the flat earthers are saying this thing isn't true and all that. It's not like that.
No. Some of you guys are actually pretty chill. Some of you are not, Miguel, but most of you guys are, from what I've seen.
Miguel is always calm and collected.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You haven't seen him angry yet.
Yeah, he's been chill every time so far. That's not Miguel angry.
But I'm also fine. Like you don't have to agree with somebody to be cordial or have a good discussion. It doesn't always have to end in yelling and all of that.
So, would you say that you, like, when you come into the politics server, would you say this channel is the channel that you spend the most time in?
Yeah, I'm in a few others, but this one probably most when I come in here. Yeah, it's the most interesting one.
It's the most fun. Yeah, interesting.
Who else is going to bring you the real idea of what gas isn't?
Well, speaking of gas, do you guys think that gas has mass? I hear conflicting like things. Some people say it does. Some people say it doesn't. What do you guys say?
Well, we can't even get a clear definition of what mass is, so I don't even know how to answer that question.
You
I would say like
gas.
Well, I was talking about like molar mass. If you guys don't like, I know QE doesn't think like that's a real thing.
I think it's made of matter, if that's what you mean.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a state of matter.
How would you define mass? Or can you not define mass?
But I think in the classical sense, it was just simply described as it was described as a collection of matter within a certain space. All right.
Yeah.
But that is they've come to realize that that's freaking impossible to even measure. You can't even do that. All you can go off is these conventions that we've formed. So you have the balance scales, or you have spring scales, or whatever, and you put the object on it, and then you've got some values, and you go, oh yeah, it's got this much mass, right?
It's true. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely difficult.
But I think like people like Newton were just kind of using that term in the sense of how much matter there is within a particular area, collectively joined together, which gas doesn't do that. Gas isn't joined together. Gas molecules aren't joined together. They're unbonded, freely moving around, not like solids. and a bit different to liquids as well.
Would you say that they have electrons in them? Or neutrons?
Oh man, don't even get me started on that. Like, it's, I guess conventionally, yes, I would say, but I can't prove there is such thing as a fucking electron, man.
True. That's true.
But the model that they have a convention, and a model of that seems to check out, like, somewhat in the sense of practical application. So they understand matter to behave in this certain way and have these certain characteristics, and from that assumption they do things and it works. And like, I don't want to go performing any pragmatic fallacies, but
they label the reaction.
Right, yeah, they're onto something. There's something, and
right, but they still divide. They divide.
You'd be better off talking to someone like QE. You'd be better off talking to QE about this sort of shit, man. Because I don't know. I'm out of my depth when it comes to stuff like that.
I get it. Yeah. I'm under the mindset that like you were just describing how you can't see like certain things, but you can still like act like they're there. I think that's like the basis of like going off of theories instead of laws, I guess. So I'm guessing like electrons are like just really a theory at the end of it. At the end of the day, doesn't mean like they don't exist, but you can still treat them like they do. But like you said, at the end of the day, you can't really see. So I think
can't tell an electron from a gas.
Yeah, like it's hard to tell, but just like you can work with electrons without seeing them, they can also correlate with gravity in the same sense.
You can work with an electron that doesn't exist anywhere. An electron of gas, water, or a brick. Which one?
I mean, you just calculate them with, that's what molar mass is.
No, that's not working with anything. Just putting numbers on paper ain't working with shit but numbers on paper. How do you physically work with these things?
Okay, so do you know the formula PV equals nRT?
No, I asked you, how do you physically work with the things?
I'm telling you, do you know that formula?
No, I want to know the physical stuff.
Ideal gas.
No, the formula has to come from the physical stuff, right? Where's that at?
Yes,
I don't want
yes, it does.
Okay, where's the physical stuff?
So the ideal gas law, do you know what N is?
No, I want to see the particles of gas, particles of water, or electrons of gas, electrons of water, and electrons of a solid. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, if you don't see them, they don't exist. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's apparently what you're saying. Do you have any that we can see?
That is not what I'm saying.
Well, how do you see
air.
them?
You don't see air, but you know air is there, right?
I can feel air.
But you can't see air.
I can feel air do everything, and I can see air. I can see air move a tree. I can see air blow the little thing in my yard, buddy. Nice try.
Can you predict what the air is going to do?
Do you have an air electron, dude?
I'm sorry, is that a yes or no?
We're looking for air electrons, gas electron, water electron, and solid rock electrons. What do they look like?
Buddy, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think air is made of?
Brother, you don't know. You have the slightest clue. We're waiting on you to show us, Electron Man.
I'm asking what you think. You think air is just what?
Brother, stop asking. You came in this talking about electrons and how they do all this magical stuff. And I'm asking you to prove that physically.
Nothing about
and you asked me about writing an equation on paper or a calculation or an assumption, right? That's not going to help us.
No.
The paper doesn't come until after you have the orange. Then you write the paper on the orange. So do you have the gas electron so we can write the paper on it, me and you? We could take a
The
look
gas
at it.
electrons, yeah, it's on the paper.
No, off paper, stupid. They're not on paper, clearly. The paper is a gas electron?
It's off the paper.
Or is it the ink?
No, do you know that we use theories every
No,
day
you
and
don't
that
know
electrons
anything of
are a
what you're
theory?
talking about. I'm asking
Yeah,
you for the
I
fucking
am.
material, bro. Which one of you
I'm telling
special
you the
secret
material.
guys got it?
Telling you the material that we use. Do you
No,
know
you're
like what a
a
theory is?
pencil and paper.
Do you know what atomic theory is?
It's not a pencil and paper. Do you know that?
Yeah, but people
So
use
let's
pencil and
take a look
papers
at
for
what it
theories.
is itself. Can we take a look at it?
Oh, if we did, what would that prove?
Whatever your garbage you're trying to spew to kids and people and me, the stuff you want me to believe,
So, all right.
some weird
So
electron stuff.
if I provided you like a liquid, and inside the liquid you can see electron collisions in that liquid, what would that prove?
You said you can't see them. Now you can see them. It's kind of
You're not
weird
seeing them
how you
directly.
just
You're
said a
seeing the
double smoke.
collisions, and you can
So
see the
can you see
collision
them or
effects of the
not?
water.
This is my question. It's a clear-cut question.
Oh,
Can you
no,
see them?
are you
Air
retarded?
particles, electrons, air electrons, and solid electrons. Can you see them?
Let's say you can. Let's say you can't. What would that prove?
No, I'm asking you if we can in reality. I don't want to say anything. Cartoon guy, magic guy. That's what got us here in the first place, being magical. We're trying to stay
No.
away from magic that you're making up. Trying to stay away from your belief
I'm
and your
sorry. Are electrons
electron
magic?
religion.
Oh, electrons are religion. Did I make
I
up
guess they are. If you
electrons?
can't give me one, if we can't go in the lab and work with it, it has to be your religion, buddy. What else
We
would it
can
be?
work with it. Hey, we can work with it without seeing it. Did you know that?
Are you okay?
Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, you can work with something
Yeah, you
without
can
seeing
work
it.
with spooky dinosaurs that don't exist because they're invisible and nobody can get them, but they got them. But nobody can see them or have them or touch them, but they got them and they know about them.
Let's stay
How
on
much
track.
sense are you making right now?
Wait a
So you
second.
don't think
An electron.
dinosaurs are? I mean, that's
Hang on.
fine.
So what?
Holy,
one sec,
we're talking about electrons.
Let's dial it back a bit. What is an electron?
It's a thing. It's like a particle that orbits like the inner makings of the atom. It orbits the neutron and proton.
Okay, but does it have any other characteristics?
I'm sure it does. I can't think off the top of my head.
So isn't it that it'll either have a positive or negative charge?
Yes, it's a subatomic particle with a negative charge. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a component of an atom that
Yes.
Right, that has a positive or negative charge, which will determine whether it the way it behaves and interacts with other atoms. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Right. That's just for clarity, just so that we're clear on what we're talking about here.
Yeah. DMAC's saying like you have to see these things. If you see them or don't see them, we can still work with them in the lab.
Right, so with an electron microscope, right? So they claim to be bombarding an object with lots and lots of electrons, right?
Yes.
What kind?
In what form? In what form are they doing that? What are they actually doing? Like, in what form?
From what I
the electron
read, oh my goodness. From what I read, they use a fluid, and you can see like the collisions in the fluid and see the effects of the electrons. And there was a recent study that
air bubble.
No.
What the fuck?
I mean, I was particularly asking about electron microscope. So how are they bombarding the object with electrons? Like, what are they actually emitting? Is it radiation or something?
I'm pretty sure with the electron microscope, I'm not really read up on it. I know that they use it, and there's some called like electron therapy that they use for like cancers and stuff. But like that's the side I'm not really like concerned with. That's the side of my depth right there.
Okay, well let's go with the fluid thing. So what sort of setup do they have?
Okay, so as I talk, I'll find the citation. So basically, they heat up atoms, and I know they have like this microwave machine, and they put like a liquid under it, and then it heats it up to where it excites the particles, and then the particles get close enough to the liquid, and it creates like effects on top of the liquid, pretty much.
Right, so they see a reaction take place. And
yes.
You're saying that using their electron modeling, they can predict what should or shouldn't happen.
Pretty much. It's still a theory at the end of the day, but in a nutshell.
Does an electron have mass?
An electron themselves, I would say since they cause like a physical effect to happen, yes. But it's not like a real yes. I'm open to be wrong about that because I'm not sure. I would say gas molecules definitely, though. Definitely have mass.
Yeah, so when
moving
fusion. Sorry, go
on. Moving from that though, really quick. I thought you were talking to the other guy. How many axes of rotation in the sky should there be?
None.
None. Yeah, none.
None?
None.
No, like, well, I'm just saying, like, the thing in the middle where all the stars, like, go around. There should be none? I'm not saying, like, on Earth. I'm saying, like, axes of rotation in the sky.
There seems to be two apparent points of celestial rotation.
Well, I mean, there's also at the equator, like a third one there too.
Yeah, which one do we use? That one, or the one where the stars disappear when you get high enough in the sky. We use that one with no stars rotating anywhere.
I used to do this presentation with they took time-lapse photography from the ISS, and they showed the celestial pole rising to the same eye level as the ISS. If you look up the photo that Don Patet did, both a port and starboard window having their own sort of celestial rotation that rose up. And you're like, well, how does that work? How would that work on the globe?
It wouldn't.
That is weird.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, and it seems like because it's that these observations would be from the observer, not from the Earth. These star rotations are observer dependent.
Oh, this is true. Okay.
Yeah, so why would they be seeing the same kind of stuff that we see with stars, supposedly the same way? Isn't that weird?
I mean, I'm confused on that.
You're on a ball spinning from your reference. You're looking up. Supposedly stars are sitting still spinning. They leave that ball, buddy. Stars sitting still. Sorry.
Wait. That wouldn't
You're
that help
confused
us?
about still sitting stars that don't move? Your globe doesn't have moving stars. And you're talking about constellations spinning around each other. That's the ball you're on spinning. You understand that, correct?
Yes, but the stars do move just slowly.
No, listen. The stars aren't moving on your globe model. Only the globe is.
They're doing it slowly.
No, they're not at all.
That's why Polaris was something else, like a different North Star was
Yeah,
that
cool
far away.
story. Give me the video you got.
A video. This is
Yeah,
thousands
your
of years ago.
video. Yeah, cool story, Superman. And you're Superman thousands of years ago. We know.
Probably. Well, damn, I got some questions for you then. Okay. Got some drawings.
Do they have to do with curved water?
It indirectly does. Yeah.
Indirectly. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, you guys could just cut to the chase, show some curving water in your 70 aquariums lined up and how it curves so much more in every one that you put that way. And we could all just go home and pack her up. You know, this is so simple. I don't know what we're jumping through cornbread cockroach hoops for.
Or not. Okay. You see, like in side chat with those lines right there, those 4 directions, would they ever converge?
Those are all up. Those 4 directions are up from the center of the earth, correct? All out to space, increasing in elevation.
No.
No.
This is for
No,
this
listen to what
example.
I
No,
asked you.
they're on
Don't
a
say
flat
no.
plane.
Don't say no. That makes you a straight liar.
No,
If
you
you
just
see
said up.
that plus sign in the middle of earth, everywhere you go, up, down, left, right, forward, back, every direction is up, away to space, correct?
I thought this was a flat Earth.
Brother, are you trying to prove a ball or flat earth? You're losing me here.
You can disprove a flat Earth. Well,
no, the only thing you can't do shit. You can't even prove your globe. You can't even disprove a globe. How do you disprove the globe with the curve?
Okay, I'll tell you, just follow this logic really quick.
No,
Would
I got
these
the plus
4
sign. You already gave us
directions
the logic.
converge? Would these 4 directions
You got the
ever?
plus sign right there. Draw a circle around it. Tell me which one's
Hold
vertical.
on.
And
We're getting there.
brother,
We're
stop
getting
saying
there.
no. I'm going to help you
We're
definitely
getting
prove
there.
one or the other. Do you want to do this right now
You are
today?
diverging. You are diverging.
Draw a circle around it. Don't be afraid to draw your ball. Why are you so
Would
afraid
these
of a ball?
4? I'll get to it. Would these 4
Coming from the center of
directions
the earth,
ever
they all
converge on a
increase in
flat
elevation,
plane?
correct? Don't be afraid to answer this question, Spike Lee.
This is on a flat plane. That's what this example is based on.
But wait though. You can't. They can't, because you'll take that with you wherever you go. So that'll be your reference wherever you go. So how can they possibly converge?
And it's always parallel. No diverging, converging lines. We're looking for those divergers.
All right. So let's take this to the North Pole then, okay? Me and you are standing on the North Pole. Me and you are standing on the geographic North Pole. These directions, these 4 directions, would they all be facing south?
They're all down below your feet on a ball. If you're standing on the top of a ball, all directions are below your feet and down. Just point down.
You can see, you say down. I'm saying south.
No,
though.
you're going to look
Or are these
forward. You
all
won't be
pointing
looking any
south?
direction on the earth. You'll be looking to the horizon horizontally out to space.
Here we
Your
go.
finger is going to point down in north, or down in south, or down in east, or down in west. Which way is north from the North Pole, funny boy?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. So are these
You're
facing
asking me
south?
where your north is on a ball?
No, I'm standing on it. In this
You're
example.
standing on north. Now, how you go north?
I didn't say how you go north. I said, are these directions facing south?
I'm asking you how you go the cardinal direction north now that you're in the center of north somehow.
See, if you were to say yes, like an honest person, then we can both agree that this would be true on the globe
You're the one
and a
not
flat
answering,
Earth.
honestly. If you're in the
This
center
would
of
be
that
true
cross
on
and
the
you're in the
globe
north, there's no north for
and
you
a flat
now on flat Earth, on the globe.
Yeah,
Only on flat Earth do you have a plus
Hold
sign.
on. That's Dima. What did you say, Dito?
Well, if you're standing on the point, which was previously your reference, right, for having a south in the first instance. So if you're standing on the point, now what are you referencing south to now?
The north, the point you're standing on. So what I'm saying is,
so where's South Pole at from that point?
This is my claim, and this should be
No,
true
where
for
is South Pole
flat
from the
Earth.
North Pole? Where's it at? What direction, buddy?
As soon as I can finish, my claim is this should show that south, even on a flat plane or a globe, is in every direction from north. If you're standing on north, is that true?
No, not if you're standing on north. How can that be? Because beforehand you had a reference. You had a direction which was north, and then opposite of that would be south. But now you're standing on the point, right? Which way is
Point
north?
is still the
Which way's south?
reference.
You
The point
don't
is still
have a
the reference.
Where's the opposite of the point?
Those directions.
Why?
Because you only go south, you can't go north anymore.
No, you can't go. There'll be no direction. You've got no reference.
I'm sorry. So if you're saying if you are standing on north and you go forward, that's not south.
Not until you've gone forward, and then you've got a reference because then the needle will point back towards north, and then you'll have south in that direction. But when you're at that point, there is no north, there is no south. Which way is east and west?
I hear you. But okay, so let's go with that. So if I walk forward in any of these 4 directions, then that's south in all 4 of those directions.
Yeah, if your point was like your magnetic indicator, right? So that the needle on your compass points back towards that point, and it's saying that direction is north, then opposite of that direction would be south, because that's what your compass is going to tell you, right?
Yeah, I wasn't even using a compass, but yeah, that's true for the compass. So with these 4 lines, then would they ever converge on a flat plane?
Oh man, I don't know.
Well, just picture this on your table or a desk or the floor. Draw a cross with your fingers. Those 4 directions should never cross. You can do this on a Cartesian plane, draw a cross on that. Those directions should never cross.
What if there was other points where that when you get closer to them, then they become your reference?
Do we have that on Earth?
Well, if you want to go by what we see in the sky, yes.
I'm going with geographical north in the middle, and then outward in all directions.
How do you know where that is? How would you know where that is? Where is that?
It would be right under Polaris. You look up.
Okay. All right. So is there something like that in the south? Is there a geographical south?
There is a geographical south, yes.
Okay, so that could be considered another point of reference, right?
Yes, but you're trying to put these lines as like cardinal directions. These are just Cartesian directions. So if I point my finger out from the North Pole, just go in that direction. That doesn't have to be north, south, southeast, or west. That's just a direction.
Dude, you guys are wrong. Okay. You're just wrong.
Wrong about what? What are we wrong about?
You're wrong about the world being flat. Okay.
Okay, so therefore what?
I mean, therefore you're wrong. That's a conclusion.
Okay, so just straight up Trumpisms. Wrong.
Trumpism?
Yeah, just is that how you debate? You just call people wrong and then call it a day?
Well, no. First, you gotta make the diagnosis, and I'm making the diagnosis. I'm
So
saying,
just Trump. Yeah, you're weak. A very weak Trump clone.
What do you mean? How is that weak?
Yeah,
what
you
the hell?
suck. Just leaning into the microphone saying wrong. Yeah, you don't have the, dude. You don't have the clout. You're not gonna be able to pull that off.
Dude.
Yeah, you just don't got it. You don't got the clout, man.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like Trump can make it work. You are not gonna make that work. You
I am better than Trump. Why would it not work
do
for
not
me?
have the clout. So we'll get back on topic.
On the topic that you're wrong
Go ahead,
about.
Hush.
Okay. So, T-Dub, yeah. So I'm just talking about Cartesian directions. It doesn't have to be cardinal. Because cardinal, yes, you're in reference to something. Cartesian, you don't have to be. You just travel in that direction forever. So if you travel in that direction 90 degrees, that direction 90 degrees, that direction 90 degrees, those directions should never converge. They should always just go extend out.
Can you do that from the south? extend it out from the south and say, would those lines would that ever converge too?
They shouldn't if the Earth is flat. I agree.
Why?
You can do the same thing.
Why?
Because I can
Because you're
take any
deciding
flat plane.
right? Because you're deciding where the center of the flat Earth would be, saying it's the north, right?
Yes, but it doesn't have to be the center.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's more of a point. It's more. I hear what you're saying. It's more of a point than it is a center. You can do this to like off to the side of a table. It doesn't have to be in the center of the table. It would still apply. My point is these points should never cross again. It doesn't have to be in the center.
So you're essentially saying you could take any arbitrary point of any of from anywhere that's known, whether it be on land or in the sea, and then extend radially out from their lines, and then have latitudes from there, and none of those lines should ever converge.
Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't have to be latitude, but yes.
Yeah, you're saying lines of longitude.
Yeah, pretty much from the center point. Yeah.
Right. So you could have lots and lots and lots of these that you're just using.
Yes.
Well, yeah. So you're just going to use them for whatever practical use it has, at the time.
Yes. But the geometric principle is they should not converge if the Earth is flat.
Why, if the
those
Earth
lines
is flat? Why?
Because that's a geometric principle, pretty much. Why would these lines ever converge again if the Earth is a plane?
Well, they don't have to, I guess, because these are just arbitrary points and arbitrary Cartesian coordinate systems that you're just creating.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, yeah.
And so, if we go with that, let me go to here. So if we go with that, let's say I pick a point out, and I put this in a side chat too. Let's say straight in front of me is the meridian line, which is 0 degrees. And I bring my friend with me. Where our backs are facing each other. So he's facing 180, I'm facing 0. And we were to walk, let's say, to a latitude that's south of the equator. So straight out. And then we stop and look up at the sky. Should we expect to see the same constellations?
Do the same thing in your house.
Yep.
Start back to back. You walk one way, the other person walks the other way. Look up, and you expect to see exactly the same part of your ceiling.
Nope.
No. Yeah, there you go. Go to a planetarium. Planetarium, you've got the sky reflected on the domed ceiling, which is the kind of like the projector and then the screen.
Yeah.
Do exactly the same process. And see. Just do and see. This is stuff where instead of thinking about it and trying to do these scientific thought experiments, go out there in the world and do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So then my next question, this is why I asked how many points of celestial rotation there are. Because he should have one like at 180, like the dude behind me should have one, then I should have one when I'm facing 0, right? Are those the two celestial axis, like rotation? But then there should also be one overhead the North Pole, right? I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Let me draw it. Let me do this. Look in those circles are the celestial points of rotation then. Because anywhere on the same latitude in the south, you should be seeing like the Southern Cross, for example. So the dude who's 180 degrees behind me should be seeing the Southern Cross. I'm supposed to be seeing that too. But then between us is the north celestial rotation. That's the part I'm confused on. T-Dubs, if you have any like input on that.
Not really. So what are you saying that both would be able to see the Southern Cross?
Yes, if you're like below the south, yeah. You're on the southern latitude.
At the same time?
I guess not at the same time because one would be day and one would be night. This one. Keep the next one. Unless you're high enough to where you can see the stars in the daytime, which is hard. Like this. I don't know. This is really a question for Jedi. I was meant to ask him this, but I was like, fuck it. Ask you guys.
Yeah, Jedi would be a good person to talk to about this. But I'm sure at any rate he'd be saying, how are you getting those degrees? Those degree values?
Yeah, he's gonna say like, how are you getting latitude and it's the star and all of that.
All right. They're going to be elevation angle measurements, right?
Yeah. Okay. Do you agree then? All right. I don't know. Do you think that you can only get an angle measurement if the Earth is flat?
It's not so much that, because we understand that you could, if you wanted to, being on a curved surface, introduce a tangent plane.
Yes.
Right, in order to reference. Yeah, we understand that. That's not the contention. Contention is, how do you actually do it in reality?
Well, how the heck do you get the 90 at the GP without the flat reference?
Good point. Like 90 from the equator to north?
Well, whatever's directly below the celestial body or the object, the ground position, that's going to be a 90 degree from the horizontal baseline, right?
Yeah. I would say to that the horizontal baseline isn't Earth's surface or the water.
Then what? What are you referencing then?
You can reference, if you're on sea level, you can reference the horizon. because it's flat enough. If you're not at sea level,
that'd be the surface of the Earth, wouldn't it?
I would say no.
The horizon isn't made up of Earth. It isn't where the Earth appears to meet the sky.
It's made up of Earth. I would say though the angular degrees is just negligible, that you can use it as the reference. And I say that because you can go up in elevation, and then the horizon is down below your eye level, so you have to reference something else, like a water level.
Why are you using water?
So you can level. You can level.
Right. That's not really helping you out there. So you're using something that the surface is covered in as a reference for horizontal?
Yes. I don't see how water proves Earth is. You can use a water level.
It's supposed to be curving, so if you're going to use it as a reference for horizontal, then
yes.
What are you draw? Are you drawing a tangent to the surface of your bowl of mercury or water?
It's from the ball of water. I mean, yeah, and you could say. So I hear the argument. So to that, I say the curvature is negligible enough in that distance. I looked at this the other day. The curvature in 1 foot is
fuck curvature, bro. God.
It's like a 0.0000024 inches. Water level's not going to pick that up.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to. No, you got to use your curve. Don't use flat. This is why Nathan Oakley says stop using flat Earth now to infer that the Earth is a sphere. That's ours. We own that, man. You're trying to use the surface of liquid as horizontal, and just saying, well, because it's such a slight curve, we can just treat it as being flat.
Yes. Tell that to I'll tell Nathan. Tell that to the planar surveyors who do that. Planar surveyors utilize it flat, but they know it's a reference to ellipsoid.
No, they don't know that. They're inferring it.
No, it's in their textbooks.
So don't do that. So don't use it as flat. Use it as the curve that it is.
But the curve is negligible enough to use it flat.
Don't measure it flat. Don't measure it flat. That's our argument.
We're not measuring it flat. We're utilizing it as flat. What's the difference?
Yeah, that's a measurement.
Utilization isn't a measurement.
Yeah, it would be, because you're using it to measure things like elevation angles.
I hear you, but then why is planar only accurate at 100 square miles?
Is it? Who says that?
Yeah, they say that. It's in there. It's the planar surveyors say that's in their textbooks.
What's the limitations there? Is that because of optical limitations or
no curvature? Curvature limitation.
So what happens beyond that point?
You could still. They say you could still do it. You can still reference it as a planar, but it'll be inaccurate measurably.
What?
They say it'll be
examples of that? Is that what's the confounding variables at those distances?
I'd say probably refraction maybe is one. Curvature mainly. Probably the biggest factor.
Well, where did the curvature bit come from?
Where did the curvature come from?
Yeah, where did the curvature variable? Why did they decide curvature was a variable, confounding variable?
Because you can't use the Earth as planar anymore. That's where geodetic surveyors come in.
Because they'll get, you said because of inaccuracy reasons, right? Now, why is there the reasons for inaccuracy, right, have to be detailed. And if you're going to say curvature is one of them, you have to detail, you have to put forward how they know that.
When you say, okay, so are you asking for what?
How do they know that curvature is a confounding variable that produces inaccuracies if you treat the Earth as planar at those sort of distances?
Probably because the Earth is curving away, and the distances is not going to add up. But the measurements not going to add up.
How do they know that the curvature of the Earth is a reason for that? Is one of the confounding variables?
Well, somebody probably tried it. Don't know who, don't know their name, but somebody was probably like, oh, okay, it's inaccurate. It actually should be this because the Earth is curving. And then whoever did that decided to write it in the book.
Why did they decide that the Earth is curving? That's the reason why. Like, why?
Oh, okay. I would say their measurements.
But then you're saying the measurements are inaccurate.
Their measurements are inaccurate over the 100 square miles, yes.
Right, so they need to know that there is curvature in the first instance to know that that's the reason why they're getting inaccuracies, and they can eliminate other variables such as, optics, light distortion, etc.
Yes.
So how did they get that?
Well, this book is from 18. Hold on. They got the Earth's dimensions down in feet, so some calculations probably went into that.
Calculations? I'd be asking for measurements, which you're saying that they can't do at long distances because of confounding variables. One of which is the curvature, which they haven't measured yet.
I say angular measurements they did, and they could see curvature in degrees, which are measurements. How they got the whole Earth's dimensions, that had to be calculations because there's no instrument to do that.
But you said they were getting angular measurements from referencing the Earth's surface.
Yes.
As planar.
That's geodetic.
So they're referencing the Earth's surface as planar. They're getting their angular measurements, and then why are they deciding that it's curved then?
It's not. So geodetic, you're saying the first instance they're using it as planar. I'm saying in the first instance they're using it as geodetic.
So using that methodology
came after, yeah.
So using that methodology, the planar angular measurements, where's the curvature coming into play?
It doesn't say in this book. I guess they don't have examples in this book. Not to say there aren't examples, but I'm sure a surveyor measured curvature in angular degrees, and then that was verified, measured again, and it was measured enough times to where they decided to add it in the book in the first instance. Those measurements aren't in this book, though. Maybe they are. Hold on. Let me read a quote from it. It says, if we imagine the sea extends underneath the surface of the earth so that the visible solid portions of the earth will be, as it were, floating on a ball of water, the shape of that ball will be approximately that of an oblate spheroid of revolution. The surface of this ball is called the mean surface of the earth. The shorter axis is connecting the poles, the longer is the diameter. Page 9.
Did you just start with if we imagine?
Imagine, yeah, exactly.
It's too big to see, so I guess that's what you got to do in its entirety. Here's another point. Yeah, and it goes into how you can use it as planar over a certain distance and then not anymore. And I say that's I would say that's damning to a degree.
No, that's just their declaration.
Yes, like I would say it's like a guideline. Would you not say that?
That's just a declaration without demonstration.
Yeah, no. He said, we just have to tell people that. I said, so 2 or 1? And he goes, I'll say 2, but it could be 1. What do you want me to do?
Hey, Timbo.
We need to
Can you hear me? Timbo.
that out, yeah?
Timbo.
Mushroom, yeah.
At least it's not me hot micing this time.
Yeah. Bloody iPhones.
I don't even have an iPhone. I have no excuse.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Just misclick.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm going to want to see some measurements of that curvature that they claim is the reason why, you can't use the Earth as planar beyond a certain extent.
Would you accept reciprocal measurements?
No, dude. When you show these observations, they're not accounting for all of the factors that could skew the results of the observation, right? And you're also not accounting for the calibration, like how the theodolites were calibrated, right? Many people calibrate their theodolites to adjust automatically for the supposed curvature. So there's a whole bunch of confounding factors that make these tiny discrepancies over these tiny distance observations with theodolites invalid. They're just
Even
not
if
good.
it's over like a mile.
Distant ones are even worse, right? Because once again, you're not accounting for the huge issues that could be present.
I mean, like what? You can't tell me that they're not operating within margins of like 10 miles, right? They're going to be operating over larger distances than that. And as DJ points out often, over 10 miles, there's supposed to be 66 foot of drop. I think that's a significant amount of change in elevation that would definitely show up in any kind of surveying results over that distance or further. Right? You're talking about.
On top of that, you need like a special type of theodolite, right, with EDM and a prism, and then you need to make sure it's calibrated correctly, and then you need to confirm that that everything was stable, and then the wind's a factor, and then you've got the weather conditions that are the biggest factor out of all of them that they don't account for between point A and point B, right? So it's It's just not
They
good
did.
evidence.
How do you know they don't account for this?
Because every time you guys, I keep asking, right, for you guys to present practical demonstrations that account for all of these things, and it just never happens.
I'll show you a live stream.
Didn't you say that they treat the Earth as planar up to like 100 or more miles?
Yeah,
because it's negligible.
Doesn't mean you have to, but that's what planar surveyors do.
66 foot of drop over 10 miles is negligible.
Yeah, I mean 10 miles is like the edge, is the boundary layer because it's 100. It's 100 square, so it's 10 by 10. So I guess that would be the edge of it.
So you're going to rely on your reciprocal zenith angle claim when you've got that huge amount of discrepancy over that distance. So you're not accounting for, right? You need to have that angle between point A and point B, right? So then you're not accounting for the different types of mirage effects that are constantly shifting and taking place and working in combination over that distance.
I would say they are doing that.
Okay, so I guarantee, 100% guarantee you can't present me a single demonstration where they've accounted, right? Where they've even measured what's going on between point A and point B. It's not even really possible to do that. I mean, it is possible, but they're not doing it in any of these. I mean, you can try to present one, right? What they're doing is they're simplifying. They're just simplifying the term refraction. They're saying, "Oh, we accounted for refraction," right? They're just doing like a standard accounting for it, where they have really no idea what's going on between point A and point B at all. There's just so many issues, right? Every single one of these observations, right, has so many issues that we can't rely on it. I mean, do you want to present one? We can go over it.
Yeah, we can.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the book that I showed, that they counted for like mirages and temperature. If that was
Which type of mirages did they account for?
all of them. If you account for temperature and you have the refraction coefficient, you're accounting for any mirage.
All right. Let's go over one, right? And then you can show me how they accounted for the mirages.
You want me to present? Okay. No.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I bet you present something that's over a surface that's likely to heat up, like a road.
Not this one. I don't think this one. This one's in an observatory.
In an observatory?
Like around it. Yeah. And send. This one they go into depth on how they would account for temperature. Wind, I do not know about wind. I don't see how wind would be a factor unless it's like blowing over the equipment.
Yeah, it can be a huge factor, especially over longer distances, right? It just says 403 error, request not allowed when I click on your link.
I could download it, but
I've got it.
Oh, yours
So,
is working.
Yeah, I'm reading
Hold
the
on.
PDF. Survey
I'll
of the
try.
McDonald Observatory radial line scheme by relative lateration techniques. So. Can you point us to which part of the document?
Okay. So hold on. Well, I mean, I was asking for a demonstration. This is kind of like there's not even a single photograph in this entire thing.
Oh, you want like a live stream of it? Okay.
I wanted something that would, yeah, not like trust me, bro. Numbers written on paper. Imagine if I presented like the black swan or something, like some type of observation, and I just gave you the like trust me, this was the numbers, right? This is exactly what happened. Don't have any
But
photo.
this is there. Like if you were to do that, right? Yeah, let's say you were to do that. If you give us the temperature of that day, the distance expected, the distance given, that's repeatable. So that's also
Okay.
like falsifiable if you're doing it.
Okay, so how did they account for the mirages in this observation? Okay, hold on. Let's start at the start. What's the observation distance between point A and point B?
So there was like 10 points. So I'll give you one. Between 0.4 to 0.7. No, between the middle distance to 0.4.
No. What was the distance in miles or kilometers between point A and point B?
It's in meters. So 92,888 to 0.4 to 0.7, 32,138.
What's this observation? Hold on a second. What do we got here? I thought you were going to present like some reciprocal zenith angle measurements or something like that done using a theodolite. Like, what's this?
Oh, okay.
Well, what is this? Can you give me a briefing?
They have zenith angles on here, so the distance is the distance, not using a theodolite. What's the instrument though? It's using. That's the name of it. It's not a theodolite. You can still get zenith measurements from it though.
What were you saying about the distance between point A and point B? 92,000 kilometers or something.
Meters. That's on page 8. No, it's not. Hold on. I went from it. It's on page
920 kilometers.
That's on page. Yeah, it's on page 8. Table 2.
What was the observer height?
It's probably no observer height. This is not the angle measurements. It's just strictly the distance in meters.
What?
This isn't a theodolite.
You don't like? Do you even know what they used?
Using lights. I forget the name. I know it measures the light distance in between, and you can use that to let's just say it in here.
They're using angle measurements to stars. Is it?
Oh, these are not starred.
That's what it says there.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, but the points are like right under the star.
Is this another clear and highly detailed example of something from Hush again?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've gone over this material. You know exactly how to present it, right?
I'm presenting it now.
Sounds like you don't fucking know what you're talking about.
Calm down, buddy.
I'm totally calm. It sounds like you don't know what you're talking
It doesn't
about.
sound like you're totally calm. And I wasn't.
Oh, that's a great deflection from the point that you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you just hopped in this conversation. It's not a deflection.
I can hop into this conversation if I want to when I've been listening to your dumb ass kind of rattle through this nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. Just say so.
Bro, just act your age, buddy, please. So,
Can you just go ahead and tell us that you don't know what you're talking about?
no, just act your age. That's what I'll say.
What is that supposed to mean? I'm pointing out the fact that you don't know what you're talking about.
It means you're childish as fuck.
Why is this childish? Me pointing out that you don't know what you're talking about?
No, when you're mocking.
That's childish?
Like that. That shit. I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing out of you. A lot of uhs out of you. You don't know. You don't know the material. Just say you don't know the material.
I do. I read through. I just forgot some parts of it.
You don't know any of it.
This was like 2 weeks ago. You want me to say I don't know any of it?
Why can't you be familiar with the material that you're presenting?
I am with most of it.
Really? Okay, I'm going to keep listening. We'll see how familiar you are. We'll see what you're trying to prove.
You just stay listening to. I don't stop jumping in.
I'll jump in whenever I want to, friend. I'll also haul you out of here.
Do that then, big man.
Yeah, Linda, relax. It's an open conversation. There's other people listening in. It's an open panel, So
Right, if he's jumping in, then I'm jumping out. I don't feel like talking to him.
All right,
whatever.
Get the bricks
off. Bye.
Yeah, because
this is a great way for you to run away from not knowing what you're talking about. This is a great opportunity to just run away.
Yeah.
Right?
Bye, Felicia.
He could jump in. I'm jumping out. Fuck that.
Okay,
that's fine. Like this is a good example of how if you've got the right stuff to present, then you know what says who is looking for. So just wait and come back at a different time or a different listener. Easy. That's easy to do. I mean, duh. Be like, yep, I understand. This is not what you're looking for, and I'll be back. I'll be back with what you are looking for, or I'll be back for a different speaker or a different listener. Either one works.
Or maybe
I was looking
being like
forward
a
to
robot.
some really good evidence.
Being like, I'll be back.
You know, I was really looking forward to some good evidence. And I didn't like hearing DJ getting his time wasted by somebody who didn't know what they were talking about.
You never look for good evidence.
That's an excellent rebuttal. I'm so proud of you.
Good as in subjective, as in your subjective opinion, good and bad.
I've given the evidence. I've given the counter argument, but you guys don't use it. That's why I think it's pretty hilarious. Like, here, this is how you counter this flat earth argument, but you're like, nah. All right. Shit.
But this is where the discussion boils down to what is the most reliable way to know the geometric properties of something? Is it by measuring it or by doing anything other than measuring it? I think measuring the something in question is the best way to, figure that out. But these Globers are like, no. Don't measure something. Just find some other way to figure out the geometry of the thing in question. Don't measure it. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's always inference by way of measuring something else and then inferring that that could only be possible if the geometry of the surface was curved.